everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Infinite Flow, Saintess, T. Chapter 51 to 100, The Crushing Blow. Elise never imagined that Fan Xinglo would pull such an outrageous stunt. But thinking back to the original tale, she realized Xinglo was exactly the kind of chaos-bringer to do anything for amusement. Nothing should surprise her. What do we do, Ely? Sylvia's voice was anxious. Even with Orphelia's help, the two of them were struggling badly against the giant. Wait for Ernest's side. We need to strike by surprise. Her eyes met Ernest's, and in that instant, their plan was silently agreed upon. Against the black giant, Heihu, Ernest and Letitia engaged in close combat, combining swordsmanship and light wings to pressure it. Letitia's radiant wings spun around Heihu's body, denying it a single moment to breathe. Meanwhile, against the white giant, Bai Qin, Elise's group used long-range attacks to harass it, Sylvia's enchanting songs, Orphelia's deathly miasma, and Elise's ever-shifting techniques forced it to keep moving, limiting its swordplay. Not yet. Not yet. The clashes on both sides grew fiercer, the audience roaring in excitement. None noticed that Elise and Ernest were constantly exchanging subtle glances. As Saint Galahadworth's number one, Ernest had excellent rapport with others. Despite Elise's unique position, he treated her normally. Because of that, Elise held a different kind of respect for him. Ernest was a true swordsman. And so, Elise trusted him enough to share in an exchange of coded signals they had once practiced when she needed discreet help. She never thought she would be using them here. Now. Move. When the distance between the two battlefields aligned, Ernest's signal finally came. In an instant, Ernest and Letitia shifted their assault, his great sword cleaved sideways toward Bai Qin's abdomen. At the same time, Elise, Sylvia, and Orphelia unleashed a powerful combined barrage against Heihu. Boom! The strikes landed simultaneously. Heihu staggered, its neck splitting with a massive crack from the combined blast. The fracture spread across its upper body until... Crack, crack! Fragments rained down, and with a thunderous crash, Heihu's entire upper half collapsed, leaving only its ruined lower body. Ha! Ernest strained with all his might, his magic sword digging into the faint line across Bai Qin's abdomen. At first, it was only a shallow cut. But Ernest was not fighting alone. Go! Letitia's light blade swarmed to his side, fusing into his greatsword, transforming it into a blade large enough to rival Bai Qin's own weapon, its glow spanning nearly a third of the arena. Thanks, Letitia. With one mighty swing, Ernest widened the cut, and the sword cleaved through completely. Bai Qin's body split clean in half, crashing heavily to the ground. Oh! Incredible! Both battlefields shifted their targets at the exact same moment. The host cried out, astonished. Perfect coordination, first controlling their distances, then using the dust clouds as cover to swap opponents, and finally finishing with fatal blows. Phew! That was close. Letitia wiped the sweat from her brow, relief flooding her face. But was it really over? Behind you. Eh? Letitia slowly turned her head, only to see white looming right in front of her. What was this? Boom. A violent crash echoed across the stage. Letitia finally saw what had happened. Bai Qin. The giant that Ernest had cleaved in half, was still moving. Not only its upper half, but even its lower half was capable of independent action. And its target was Orphelia. The realization hit everyone instantly. Ernest reacted first, leaping in front of Letitia with his magic sword raised to block. But Bai Qin wielded twin blades. One was stopped, but what about the other? TCH. I'll leave the rest to you all. Ernest exhaled sharply. Just as the second blade was about to strike, he abandoned all defense, shifting fully to offense. The magic sword of the white filter shone brilliantly. Ability on. The pure white blade pierced straight through Bai Qin's greatsword, driving directly toward its head. Meanwhile, Baichin's massive foot stomped down on Orphelia. Though her toxic miasma shielded her, Baichin's sheer force pressed down with crushing superiority. No matter how much Orphelia amplified her prana, it was useless. Even with only half a body, its power only grew more oppressive. Sylvia's singing attack tried to intervene, but a single stomp shattered her prana shield and sent her flying. Elise stared in silence. Through her perception, she saw it clearly. Fan Xinglo was perched atop Baichin's lower half, laughing gleefully. And she still claimed she wasn't cheating. Sensing Elise's gaze, Xinglo flashed a wicked grin, then raised her thumb and pressed down. "Move, now." Elise shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. Baichin's upper and lower halves detonated simultaneously, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Everyone present was struck by the blast. Ernest, Letitia, and Orphelia, standing closest, were engulfed entirely. Crack! The sound of emblems shattering. Contestants Ernest, Letitia, and Orphelia's emblems have been broken. The host's voice confirmed Elise's fears. Yet, in the instant before elimination, Ernest's final strike had pierced Baichin's head, completely ending its movement and bringing the second round to a close. You all did quite well. Fan Xinglo slipped back into view, watching Ernest with amusement. You've earned my attention. But... In the next moment, her smile twisted into displeasure, her eyes fixed squarely on Elise. You still haven't gotten serious, have you? The final round, I'll be your opponent. And don't expect me to show mercy. Chapter 52, Absolute Suppression. 904 words. After 2 thrilling rounds, I'm sure the audience can't wait for the final match, can they? The rules for the last battle are simple. The one left standing will be the victor. Let's look forward to it together. By now, only 3 contestants remained in the arena. But each of them carried great renown. The Lindvolas champion, Elise. The world's diva, Sylvia. The Banyu Tenra, Fan Xinglo. These 3 were all famous worldwide. Judging by the roar of the audience, the crowd eagerly anticipated the outcome of this showdown. Don't you dare hold back, I expect everything from you. Don't disappoint me. Do you really expect so much, Xinglo? Sylvia sounded less than enthusiastic. Though she was strong by ordinary standards, facing someone of Xinglo's level, serious and unrestrained, was beyond hopeless. Not that she couldn't fight, just that she wasn't even in the same league. But Elise, perhaps Elise had a chance. The diva is still a little lacking. But the Saintess, she's enough. You really think that highly of me? Elise groaned, rubbing her forehead. Then may I forfeit? Sylvia had long since wanted to withdraw. The only reason she hadn't was because Xinglo's presence had pressured her into staying. But before Xinglo could reply, Elise quickly grabbed Sylvia's hand. Sylvia, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? I don't want to face her alone. I'd love to help you, but realistically, I'd only drag you down. It's fine. If it comes to it and we're outmatched, I still have a trump card. Elise patted her pocket with a confident smile. Since you put it that way, Ely, I'll stay. Oi, little girls, enough chatting. Xinglo cut them off, the match was about to begin. Without further delay. The Apex Arena's 3rd round. 3-way free-for-all. Begins now. In an instant, Elise's body shone with holy light. Sylvia began to sing. But to their surprise, Fan Xinglo didn't move. She just stood there. What was going on? Looking for me? A childish lowly voice whispered from behind. Elise's eyes widened. The Xinglo standing still before them had vanished, only an afterimage. A crushing sense of danger surged from behind. In her ultra-instinct state, Elise's body should have dodged instinctively. But this time was different. Pain shot through her back. Elise had been struck. At the same time, Sylvia too was hit by the exact same attack. How is this possible? Elise wiped the blood from her lips, staring in disbelief at Fan Xinglo floating in the air, a delighted smile on her face. Her ultra instinct had been broken. That was supposed to be one of the strongest abilities from Dragon Ball. HM. Your reflexive dodges are indeed fast, I'll admit that much, Xinglo explained. But the body itself has limits. Your flesh restricts the speed at which you can move. Your ability is powerful, but your physical strength constrains its true potential. And you have one more fatal weakness, Lady Saintess. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile. Sacred speech. Hypnosis. Targeting Xinglo directly, Elise poured her immense faith into the command, amplifying its power. Yet, Xinglo seemed barely affected. Elise narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing closely. Just now, did Fan Xinglo's eyelid twitch? No way. Elise was shaken by Xinglo's overwhelming strength. In the original novel, Xinglo's full power had never been shown. Rarely had she even fought seriously. All Elise knew was that Xinglo was the single strongest existence in this city of academies. The strongest, without exception. But to be this strong. Go! Sylvia cried. Countless beams of light surged toward Xinglo in the air, smoke instantly engulfing the stage. Sylvia hadn't raised any flags. She knew well that such an attack couldn't possibly harm Xinglo. Sacred speech. Black hole. Chaotic darkness swirled into existence at the center of the stage, swallowing every trace of the smoke. But Xinglo's presence was already gone. Over here. Her voice whispered into Elise's left ear. Elise jerked her head. Sacred speech. Turn, MMPH. Her words were cut short as Xinglo's fingers shoved into her mouth, pinching down on her delicate tongue. Both Sylvia and Elise froze in shock. Elise's movements slowed instantly. This is your second weakness, Lady Saintess. Xinglo grinned in delight, giving Elise's tongue a squeeze. Sacred speech. A word-born power. Incredibly strong, but reliant on one thing. Speech. If she couldn't speak, she couldn't cast. And so soft, too. No wonder you're called a peerless beauty. I might just fall for you myself, hee. Xinglo teased gleefully even as she held Elise captive. Whether from being held down or from Xinglo's words, Elise's face flushed scarlet. This wretched lowly. Next, I'll stop holding back. Be careful, if you die here, don't blame me. From Xinglo's sleeve burst countless talismans, spreading across the entire battlefield. Watching from the stands, Zhao Hufeng was stunned. Even as a member of Jia Long's student council, partnered with Cecily, an expert of Saizenjutsu, he had never seen techniques on this level. Even his senior sister couldn't reach such heights. Perhaps not even their legendary eldest brother, Wu Xiaowei, could do what Xinglo was displaying now. Eli, are you okay? Sylvia landed lightly beside Elise. Xinglo's tongue grab had been brutal. I'm fine. Elise tried to say. But when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. What? Her hand rose to her throat. She tried again, forcing out any noise she could, but nothing. Slowly, she lifted her head toward the glittering light above. And what met her eyes was Xinglo's wicked smile. Chapter 53, Elise plus Sylvia equals 1,130 words. Could it be that Fan Xinglo just did something to my throat? Elise felt for the energy fluctuations around her throat, but nothing seemed unusual. Or was it that Fan Xinglo's power was too strong for her to sense? No, that didn't seem likely. But Elise wasn't overly worried. After all, her Striga ability was specialized in countering abnormal states. Surely she could resolve something like this soon enough, right? But it didn't work. Purification could remove abnormal states, but after using it, Elise could clearly feel that no restrictions were placed on her body. In other words, Fan Xinglo hadn't tampered with her at all. Then why, huh? At that moment, Sylvia's movements caught Elise's attention. Her lips were moving as though she were speaking, but Elise couldn't hear a single word. And with that realization came a feeling of suffocation, her body occasionally drifting with a sense of weightlessness. Could it be? The reason I can't speak isn't because Fan Xinglo did something to me personally, it's because she tampered with the entire battlefield. There was no longer a trace of air within the arena. Fan Xinglo had removed it all, leaving behind a complete vacuum. And in a vacuum, sound could not travel. Speaking was useless. This was bad, the Kodadama had been completely sealed. Elise's sacred speech relied on her faith power, released through her voice. She knew that in some worlds Kodadama could be used differently, but she hadn't developed it in that way yet. Truth be told, Seidukan Academy's world was only the second world Elise had experienced. Before this, she had always lived in a world akin to a typical medieval setting. Battles there had been little more than steamrolling, one-sided victories. Suddenly being thrust into such a high-level battlefield, she was completely unprepared. It was like playing LOL. Both teams had already reached level 18, everyone fully geared with 6 items, and yet you were still running around with only boots and a Doran's item, hoarding thousands of gold. As long as you hadn't died or recalled, you refused to buy anything. TSK. She really needed to hone her combat skills, otherwise situations like this would cost her dearly in the future. Well then, little girls. Are you ready? This old lady is coming. Fan Xinglo's voice rang in both their hearts, startling Elise. She could communicate this way too. But they were in a vacuum, sound was useless. Even Sylvia beside her had turned red in the face, struggling. Fan Xinglo's figure vanished again. Elise braced herself for combat, but under these conditions where she couldn't use sacred speech, all she had left were raw energy attacks and hand-to-hand techniques. But only those. If Elise in this incomplete state could strike Fan Xinglo with such clumsy methods, then Fan Xinglo's title as a millennia-old immortal fox would be a joke. Heh! This old lady is right here. Fan Xinglo flashed behind Elise, and before she could react, smacked her hand squarely onto those soft, springy curves. Elise whipped around angrily, but all she saw was Fan Xinglo's smile, a wicked, mocking smile. I'm angry. Truly angry. I'll beat you so badly your master, your Onii heir. And your disciples won't even recognize you. This grudge, I'll remember it. A surge of tremendous energy erupted from Elise, centered on her body. It was still faith power, but without sacred speech to convert it, she could only wield it as raw energy. Even so, the result wasn't bad. At the very least, it forced Fan Xinglo to retreat. Or rather, she withdrew on her own. Can you still bring this old lady joy? Light flared around Fan Xinglo, thunder, flames, and countless elements gathering around her. She could even use this in a vacuum. If this is all you've got, then with the next strike this old lady will end the match. Elise read the intent clearly in Fan Xinglo's eyes. Without hesitation, she hurried to Sylvia's side. Sylvia's situation was even worse than Elise's. She too was a Striga who fought through voice, and without her ability she was left with nothing but martial arts. Her martial arts were undeniably strong, but in Fan Xinglo's eyes, that was hardly impressive. In just a few exchanges, Sylvia was knocked to the ground. Sylvia. Are you all right? Elise quickly checked her condition. Thankfully, she had only suffered light injuries, nothing serious. Sylvia was still conscious, so Elise hurriedly reached into her pocket and pulled out a pair of earrings. She also had some small tools she had prepared earlier for emergencies. Trying to use tools. Fan Xinglo had noticed Elise's plan. Do you really think this old lady will give you the chance to use them? Her body might be that of a child, yet she wielded martial arts beyond the reach of most. But her young form didn't limit her prana. Her prana was truly top tier. Flames? Lightning? Waves of water? No, it seemed to be chaos formed from the fusion of all those elements. Just looking at it, Elise could feel the immense power contained within. The spectators thought the same. This generation's Banyu Tenra was beyond imagination. After all, this was Fan Xingluo's first time showing her strength in public, and she was still not even 10 years old. Yet she could suppress both Elise and Sylvia at once. Her strength was self-evident. Even so, some in the audience couldn't help but wonder. Why hadn't Elise unleashed the overwhelming power she had shown during the Lindvolas Festa? Was there another purpose? On the battlefield. Facing the oncoming black chaos, Elise pulled out a small golden sphere and hurled it. It was a single-use weapon she had crafted earlier, carrying immense destructive force. Pseudo-Star of Eden. Borrowed from the game Honkai Impact 3rd, it was modeled after a Hersher's core that could generate a black hole. At close range, it could even distort time itself. Walter had once used this very effect to hold back the second Herschers on the moon. Now, Elise was using the same approach. The only question was, how long could it hold Fan Xingluo? Elise handed one earring to Sylvia, pointing to her own ear. Sylvia instantly understood. This was the trump card Elise had spoken of. But why earrings? Though puzzled, Sylvia put it on. Elise gave her a thumbs up and wore hers as well. At once an indescribable force surged between them, as though trying to fuse their very beings together. Just then, the pseudo-Star of Eden shattered in the sky. After all, such a single-use item could never restrain Fan Xingluo for long. Her attack surged once more, enveloping Elise and Sylvia. But this time, something was different. Purple light and golden light intertwined, weaving together a completely new spectacle. Chapter 54, It's Me, Elivia. 1154 words. Up in the sky, Fan Xingluo frowned as she gazed down at the two beams of light on the ground. At the very moment the light began to merge, her expression changed. For an instant, disbelief flashed across her face and then... Ha ha ha. Though the stage was in a vacuum, anyone who saw Fan Xingluo's exaggerated movements knew she was laughing. Laughing madly. Even Zhao Hufeng, who had long been her disciple, had never seen such an expression on her face, nor felt the crushing pressure that followed. I'll die. Just her gaze alone made Zhao Hufeng feel as though his body had been pierced through, death looming over him. Cold sweat dripped down his back. If he were the one standing on that stage right now, he would surely be killed by his master. At that moment, he wished more than anything for the match to end. But his trembling body had completely lost the ability to move. Boom. From the force of her aura alone, the barrier that protected the audience instantly crumbled to dust. Yet just then, Fan Xingluo's hand flicked. The scattered talismans around her flew toward the arena's final layer of defense, forcing the surging pressure to remain confined within. When the blinding light faded, Fan Xingluo's eyes locked firmly onto the figure emerging from within. The excitement blazing in her gaze was practically overflowing. A woman with long violet gold hair stepped out. Even though her body was covered from head to toe, her voluptuous, graceful curves could not be hidden. Her serpentine waist swayed, drawing a mesmerizing, tantalizing outline. Her pink lips curved in a charming smile that tugged at every heart. Countless spectators felt their very souls stolen away, sitting frozen in their seats, forgetting even to cheer. She was truly a peerless beauty. And yet, there was something of Elise and Sylvia in her features, as though she were born from the union of both their strengths. The woman glanced around, then at her own palm. Her eyes lit up, and then she activated a technique. Sacred speech. Extinguish. There was no sound. Normally, sacred speech could not be used in a vacuum, but miraculously, it had worked this time. The vacuum vanished at once. Even the attack Fan Xingluo had been charging was wiped away by an unknown force. With this, those annoying things are gone. Her voice, completely at odds with her graceful and gentle appearance, instantly overturned the impression she gave. Only this suits someone as exquisitely beautiful as me. She spread her arms, staring up at the lights above, her face twisting into a fervent smile. Oh ho! Now this is amusing. So, who are you now? Fan Xingluo's petite form flickered, reappearing not far from the woman. Her tone was calm, but beneath her smile, the killing intent and battle hunger could not be hidden. She was clearly suppressing herself by sheer will. Me? The woman pointed to herself, then crossed her arms, pretending to think. Who am I really? Right now, I am neither Elise nor Sylvia. If I had to say, perhaps I am both. There was doubt in her words, it seemed even she herself was unsure. But one thing is certain. She struck a cute V-sign pose and continued, I was born from the fusion of Elise and Sylvia. That fact will never change. Since I am their fusion, then my name should be this, cute yet elegant. Elivia. That is my name. Remember it well, you shameless little lowly. The grudge from just now, I'll pay it back in full. The breathtaking Elivia declared her vengeance without hesitation, igniting the arena's atmosphere once more. Elise and Sylvia actually fused. She's so beautiful. Can Striga abilities even do something like this? For some reason, I suddenly feel so jealous. There was no denying it, at this moment, Elivia was the focus of everyone's attention. As the fusion of Elise and Sylvia, she embodied nearly all the advantages of both their appearances and temperaments. Sylvia was a rare songstress, Elise the church's saintess. Yet upon Olivia's form rested both Sylvia's noble elegance and Elise's gentle sanctity. If one had to put it into words, perhaps this was what they called sacred and inviolable. And right now, Elivia was not wearing her eye patch. Elise wore it to prevent her eye's power from being triggered inadvertently, but Elivia was different. She seemed able to control that power perfectly. The exact details were unclear, but at least that was how it appeared. Since she wore no eye patch, the audience could see her alluring gaze broadcast on the screens. Without even using her eye ability, how many people would already lose themselves in her eyes? In the Jialong competitors' lounge, where Fan Xingluo had been earlier, the chronotemis, Helga Lindwall, now sat. Her face bore both interest and a touch of astonishment as she watched the recording of Olivia's birth. Never thought I'd see such a bizarre ability in this world, haha. As a top-ranked Striga who had lived more than 50 years, she had seen all manner of things. Fusion? Sorry, this she had never seen. Helga, though not physically present in the Sirius Dome, could still feel the power radiating from Elivia on stage. Power not the slightest bit weaker than her own. Perhaps even stronger. Heh. This time, Fan Xingluo is in for it, haha. In the past, Fan Xingluo had always wanted to spar with her. Now perhaps she would get to see Fan Xingluo getting beaten instead. With that thought, she quickly opened her personal terminal's recording function, determined to capture every moment of this scene. Many others had the same idea. The existence born from the fusion of two Striga was unprecedented in the world. How would she fight? Could she bring something truly astonishing? Everyone was waiting with that expectation. At first, this old lady thought it was just a decent meal. But you've truly exceeded expectations. In that case, this old lady won't be holding back. A flush of red ran across Fan Xingluo's face, her slender frame trembling. That was excitement. In the next instant, a feral, fanatical grin was imprinted in Olivia's eyes. The battle was about to erupt. The audience was utterly silent, stunned, staring in disbelief. A clash as if the heavens and earth themselves were crumbling. The two had only just begun to fight at close range, and already the commotion was on this scale. Fan Xingluo's kick streaked toward Olivia's face, while Elivia swung her fist without hesitation to meet it head-on. Boom! The impact of fist against foot resounded louder than even the roar when Elise had summoned a meteor earlier. The shockwave blasted outward in an instant. The ground beneath them shattered completely, obliterated by the sheer force of the collision. The stage, already reduced to rubble from the battles before, now suffered an even harsher fate from their clash. Desolate could hardly describe it any more. Chapter 55, So You're the Banyu Tenra. 1038 words. In the midst of their clash, the stage had long since been destroyed. Only the reinforced barrier remained. No, in fact, even the barrier was already cracked. It was on the verge of collapse. At the very instant it was about to shatter, a figure appeared outside, placing her hands directly over the fractures. In an instant, the cracks vanished completely, as though returning to their original state. Chronotemis had intervened. She had restored the barrier that was about to break apart. Even so, the shield hovered constantly between breaking and mending. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. That clash of flesh had made Fan Xinglo realize her opponent's physical strength far exceeded her own. But that was fine, she still had many techniques she had yet to use. If her body wasn't as strong as her opponent's, then she only had to make it stronger. 2 talismans appeared in Fan Xinglo's hands. Unlike the ones she used for Seizenjutsu earlier, these were entirely different. Their patterns, their paper, everything about them looked older, more intricate, more refined. Perhaps they were no longer the Seizenjutsu taught at Jialong, but something else entirely, Xianshu. Created by Fan Xinglo herself, the most original, the purest. True immortal arts. The 2 talismans whirled around her, spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, visible changes began to transform her body. Elivia did not hesitate. She instantly teleported forward, striking while Fan Xinglo seemed dulled by the immortal arts. It was as if she hadn't even noticed Olivia's attack. In battle, such an opening was fatal. Elivia stretched out her flawless leg and kicked Fan Xinglo squarely on the rear. With a light push, she sent the seemingly unresponsive Fan Xinglo crashing toward the ground. With that, I've paid you back a little. But things won't be so easy from here on. Elivia seemed satisfied with her strike. As the fusion of the 2, her strength already far surpassed Fan Xinglo's by more than a small margin. And she hadn't even gone all out yet. Elise fought with Kodadama, Sylvia with her voice. A being born of both could never be limited to martial arts alone. Sound was Olivia's greatest weapon. As for Fan Xinglo, Elivia knew full well that she hadn't gone all out either. Because she had already seen it. The dust settled slowly. Though Elivia had clearly kicked her down, another figure now stood in the arena. An ethereal beauty. She had the same gray hair as Fan Xinglo and wore Jialong's pink school uniform, but her figure utterly outshone Fan Xinglo's childish frame by countless degrees. On closer inspection, her features were somewhat similar. Like an enlarged version of Fan Xinglo. And yet, in Olivia's perception, her presence was no weaker than Fan Xinglo's. The truth was clear. Using those 2 immortal talismans, Fan Xinglo had made her body grow. In other words, her weakness of a child's body no longer existed. It may only be temporary, but to have a proper fight with you makes it worthwhile. As soon as Fan Xinglo opened her mouth, the celestial aura surrounding her completely vanished. Now then, let this old lady know. Let's continue. Countless immortal talismans spread across the arena. This time, Fan Xinglo wasn't holding back with small tricks. But Elivia appeared utterly calm. She simply watched Fan Xinglo and then. Sacred speech. Paper of forbidden. In an instant, the immortal talismans encircling the stage lost their power, fluttering to the ground like ordinary scraps of paper. No matter how Fan Xinglo tried, she could no longer move them. If talismans wouldn't work, then she would draw them herself. Fan Xinglo's slender hands flicked in the air, each tracing a unique sigil. But then, Olivia's lips parted, preparing to release her true voice. She wanted to test just how powerful she had become now. The restrictions of sacred speech didn't seem so strong anymore. In that case, prohibit Fan Xinglo from using immortal arts. As the power activated, the talismans Fan Xinglo was drawing faded away. Even her enlarged body seemed to deflate, shrinking smaller bit by bit. This surprised even Fan Xinglo herself. Such a power actually existed. Feeling her energy becoming harder and harder to control, she resisted with all her strength, but it was useless. The sensation of weightlessness overtook her, and she crashed to the ground. She couldn't even fly anymore. Her body reverted back. In that case, this old lady will just beat you up. Fan Xinglo had clearly heard Olivia's earlier words. If she couldn't use immortal arts, then she would just rely on martial arts. It wasn't like she couldn't fight. Stomping down, she charged straight at Olivia, swinging a punch at that beautiful face. But Olivia's next words instantly nullified it all. Reduce Fan Xinglo's physical ability. The fist landed squarely on Olivia's face. The spectators, even Helga, were stunned. Not because the punch was strong, but because it was so weak. They all knew how terrifying Fan Xinglo's punches had been earlier, yet now they couldn't even stir the air. Fan Xinglo herself hadn't expected this. She tried again, launching another attack. Ha! Take this. Her small fist thudded against Olivia's thigh. The audience could never have imagined a battle between top-level Jean Stella would end up like this. It looked like a child trying to hit an adult. No, Fan Xinglo's body truly was about 8 years old. She was a child. What was happening? Her body couldn't exert strength at all. Fan Xinglo kept hammering Olivia's thigh. With her current height, that was all she could reach. It wasn't as if she could stomp on her toes, right? That would ruin her image completely. Take this. Fan Xinglo leapt up hard, stomping both feet onto Olivia's. Unfortunately, with her reduced abilities, she was no threat to Olivia at all. Sensing the danger, Fan Xinglo trembled as she looked up, forcing an innocent smile. Haha, big sister, wasn't that fun just now? Xinglo just remembered, mother's calling me home for dinner. Xinglo will admit defeat now, haha. Sacred speech. Prohibit Fan Xinglo from surrendering. What filled Fan Xinglo's eyes then was Olivia's gentle smile. Xinglo was very naughty just now. And naughty children must be spanked on the butt. Chapter 56, This is the story you began. 1136 words. Something's wrong. Ever since seeing Sylvia and Elise fuse together, Fan Xinglo had felt that something was terribly off. From that girl named Olivia, Fan Xinglo couldn't sense anything at all. It was as though nothing existed there. Yes, you heard right. Fan Xinglo, a 1,000-year-old immortal fox, actually couldn't sense her enemy's existence. That could only mean one thing: Olivia's strength far surpassed Fan Xinglo's. So Fan Xinglo first made a probing strike to test Olivia's strength. Unfortunately, she couldn't discern anything. That playful, almost toying battle style gave no real measure of power, no reference point at all. Thus Fan Xinglo planned to rely on her Xianshu, returning herself to her peak state. If she did that, perhaps she could face Olivia head-on. But reality had taken a far darker turn. With just a single word, Olivia had stripped Fan Xinglo of all resistance. She couldn't use Xianshu, couldn't wield her strength, couldn't even act on her own will. This power was terrifying beyond belief. Could such strength really belong to a human? Even in Fan Xinglo's 1,000-year life, she had never encountered anything like it. With only a word, she could alter everything in this world. Could she be a goddess? Fan Xinglo could now be certain of Olivia's strength. Even if the entire world attacked her together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Lasting even a single minute against her would be nearly impossible. Without question, Olivia already possessed a power that transcended worlds. Against someone like her, who was still bound within the world's limits, this was a dimensional crushing. Realizing this, Fan Xinglo lost all interest in the fight. She truly did enjoy battle, but only against opponents who matched her in strength. Her clashes with Helga were perfect examples, which was why she often pestered Helga for duels. But if the opponent could kill you instantly without effort, while you, no matter how desperately you fought, still couldn't touch them, could that even be called a battle? She was battle-hungry, but not a fool. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend Olivia's power, nor did she have any ability to counter it. In other words, Fan Xinglo couldn't inflict any effective damage. This battle was meaningless. Surrendering would be best. It wasn't as if she couldn't accept defeat. But just as she decided to admit defeat, she realized she couldn't surrender. This was too shameless. Not only could she not win, but she wasn't even allowed to concede. Humph, naughty children deserve a spanking. Olivia looked at Fan Xinglo with delight. She could already see the nervous sweat forming on the little fox's face. It was just too amusing. Olivia clapped her hands, and thick smoke began to swirl around the arena. Even at this point, Olivia intended to leave Fan Xinglo a shred of dignity. After all, she was only a fusion body. If she offended Fan Xinglo too badly, both Elise and Sylvia would have to pay the price. But revenge still had to be exacted. Using the smoke, Olivia created illusions over the field. Whether by human eyes or cameras, the truth could no longer be seen. What do you plan to do to me? Fan Xinglo swallowed hard. She was now meat on the chopping block. Whatever Olivia wanted to do, she couldn't stop it. She was utterly at her mercy. Isn't it obvious, little Xinglo? Of course, it's to give a disobedient child a proper lesson. Grabbing Fan Xinglo by the collar, Olivia sat down at a good spot. Ignoring her resistance, she pulled her over her lap. Now then. It's time to teach a naughty little child a lesson. Smack. Yoa. Fan Xinglo's scream rang out. Yet within that cry, there seemed to be a peculiar note of something else. After all, Fan Xinglo was a 1,000-year-old immortal fox. Was she really afraid of pain? She had fought countless battles, suffered unimaginable wounds. A mere spanking. Of course, something like this wasn't enough to make someone like Fan Xinglo cry out. But had Fan Xinglo ever been in love? Had she ever experienced the affairs between man and woman? You can endure pain, but can you endure pleasure? Right now, Olivia was amplifying both Fan Xinglo's pain and her pleasure, creating this effect. Look, little Xinglo, you're crying out so happily. Olivia teased as she spanked her. I really am such a benevolent person. If one-fold wasn't enough, then try two-fold. If two-fold wasn't enough, then four-fold. One-fold upon another, surely one of them would suit her. Hearing Olivia's words, a deep sense of regret welled up in Fan Xinglo's chest. Originally, when they first met, because Elise hadn't shown any flaws, everyone viewed her as the Saintess. Fan Xinglo hadn't thought much of it. It wasn't until she saw Elise teasing her disciple Zhao Hufeng that she realized something was wrong, and judged that Elise's true nature might be like her own, a prankster. So Fan Xinglo's mischief and antics in the arena had all been for the sake of drawing out Elise's true self, to make her an interesting person. That way, she would surely gain a very close friend in the future. But that's not the kind of amusement this old lady wanted. She wanted fun, not to become the fun. Clearly, Olivia's current behavior left Fan Xinglo completely unable to laugh. At this rate, she might end up throwing herself away in the future. Yoa. Feeling both the sting on her backside and the faint soul-stirring pleasure, Fan Xinglo truly lost her nerve. Xinglo, so that's what you were thinking. Of course, Olivia also possessed the ability to hear inner thoughts. She heard Fan Xinglo's musings loud and clear. Fan Xinglo clenched her teeth, forcing a fierce look, unwilling to let tears fall from her eyes. But unfortunately, before long she still succumbed to Olivia's overwhelming force. This was the greatest failure in this old lady's attempts at guidance. Next time, she would definitely have to find a way to correct her. As for now, this is the story you began, Xinglo, Olivia said, her cheeks flushed. No matter what, you have to keep moving forward. Whatever the consequences, you'll have to bear them. This lesson continued, showing no signs of ending anytime soon. None of this could possibly be known to anyone but the three present. Olivia even recorded it with a video camera, something that might come in handy in the future. And so time passed slowly. Eventually, the illusions on stage faded away, leaving only 3 figures lying on the ground. Elise, Sylvia, and Fan Xinglo, all unconscious. Medical staff rushed in to begin treatment. Fortunately, their injuries weren't serious. But for some reason, Fan Xinglo's backside seemed a little larger than before. And at the corner of her lips, there seemed to be a faint trace of something. Chapter 57, Maybe Trying Isn't So Bad. 1064 words. No one knew how much time had passed when Elise finally awoke from her faint. What greeted her eyes were countless white squares. The hospital ceiling, huh? I can't believe I actually ended up hospitalized. Elise had once volunteered at Saintess Academy's hospital before, so she was quite familiar with its layout. But she had never thought she herself would one day become a patient. It seemed this time she had really exhausted herself. But when she recalled her state during the fusion with Sylvia, Elise couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. At the same time, she remembered Fan Xinglo's thoughts back then. As the fusion vessel, Elise retained Olivia's memories. So Fan Xinglo wanted me to become that kind of person. But is that really my true nature? Despite her body screaming for rest, Elise forced herself to sit up. She wanted to see her current state. Standing before the floor mirror in her blue and white hospital gown, she didn't seem much different from before. But something felt different. Generally, changes within oneself were the hardest to perceive, since they happened subtly over time. But by relying on her multi-angle perception abilities, Elise still gained some insights. For example, her state of mind. In the past, the smile she wore was merely a very convincing facade. But now, Elise realized she could truly smile with genuine joy. Who would have thought that her battle with Fan Xinglo, and her fusion with Sylvia, could bring about such a change? Sylvia had lost consciousness partway through the fusion, so afterward, most of Olivia's behavioral patterns had been influenced by Elise. In other words, Olivia's personality back then was actually my truest self. Looking at the enchanting smile in the mirror, Elise seriously reflected on her past behavior. Could it be that playing the Saintess wasn't what she truly wanted? That acting as she had toward Fan Xinglo was closer to her real self? But doing that, isn't it bad? Building her happiness on someone else's suffering wasn't something a Saintess should do. The memory of Fan Xinglo's miserable state earlier left Elise uneasy. Could she, this so-called benevolent Saintess, really have done such a thing? But why was the reflection in the mirror smiling so happily? Could it be? Elise froze mid-motion, carefully recalling everything she had done before. Then, she reached into her personal storage pouch, the one provided specially by the Lord God Space. Hee, I can't be as terrible as I imagine, right? Ha ha. But the moment she opened it, a mountain of items spilled across the hospital bed, almost covering it entirely. There were many photos, plenty of videotapes, even cameras and other devices. Elise decided to sort through her collection. First on the list, photos from her duel with Letitia, along with the video of her crying miserably afterward. Plus, a large stash of Letitia's embarrassing sleeping photos and recordings. And lastly, a gown soaked with tears. It's only natural to collect photos of close friends, right? Ha ha. Lots of families collected pictures of friends too, didn't they? Surely this was perfectly normal. Just some photos and recordings of good friends. Elise, you are absolutely not that kind of awful person. Then came Sylvia's shy photos while trying on underwear. Mana's pictures where she looked utterly lifeless, and even ones where she resembled a little abandoned animal. And then countless photos and videos of other familiar people caught in awkward circumstances. As for the most recent additions, a video of Zhao Hufan calling her a terrible person, and a recording of Fan Xinglo being thoroughly spanked. I'm sorry. I really am such a terrible person. It seemed Lady Saintess had managed to convince herself. Having collected so many sinful items, I truly am evil. I'll destroy them all right now. Sacred speech. Flame. A small fire ignited at her fingertip, and Elise was about to throw it toward the bed. But she had forgotten one thing: the hospital was equipped with fire sprinklers. PSHHH. A torrent of water descended from above, instantly extinguishing the tiny flame in Elise's hand. Just before the water could soak the cameras and photos, she hurriedly stored them back into her Lord God space, not a single item touched. The sprinklers continued to pour, alarms blaring in response. But Elise paid no attention. She simply stood there silently, staring at her palm. Could this be fate? Maybe. I should try it out from now on. It wasn't until medical staff rushed in that Elise was transferred to another ward to rest. But she still looked troubled, worrying the doctors and nurses who wondered what kind of worries weighed on the Saintess' heart. One day later, with the aid of her powerful faith, Elise successfully recovered enough to leave the hospital, taking Sylvia with her. As for Fan Xinglo, she had long since been carried back to Jialong, never even admitted to the hospital. Elise had originally wanted to visit her with Sylvia, but Zhao Hufeng explained that his master had entered seclusion upon returning to Jialong, and wouldn't emerge for some time. Left with no choice, the two left Fan Xinglo a gift instead. So, Eli, why did you drag me out this time? Sylvia, holding Elise's hand, was puzzled. Elise had pulled her along insistently, saying there was a surprise waiting for her. Though doubtful, Sylvia still put on a bright face for Elise's sake. She cherished Elise deeply as a close friend. After all, they had even fused together before, their bond and tacit understanding stronger than most. But the place they arrived at was the hospital again. Could it be that Eli still hadn't fully recovered? No, if Elise said it was a surprise, then it wouldn't be a lie. Even if she were hurt, Elise would definitely bear it silently alone. Then, what kind of surprise could it be for her? They walked through a narrow corridor. Guided by doctors, Elise and Sylvia entered a special sealed ward, where only one patient lay inside. The instant Sylvia saw the figure lying within the preservation device, her hands flew to cover her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. White hair, a refined and exquisite face, it was the person Sylvia had longed for day and night. The very same who had once guided her as a teacher. Ursula. Chapter 58, Why Can't a Saintess Be a Villain Too? 1007 words. Ursula, why are you here? Sylvia covered her mouth in disbelief. No matter what she had imagined, she never thought the surprise Elise promised would be this. Your teacher had fallen into slumber due to certain reasons, and medical methods weren't effective, Elise explained, gently placing her hand on the pod. But now there shouldn't be any problem. I can finally control my power now. Awakening your teacher shouldn't be an issue. With that, Elise instructed the surrounding medical staff to open the pod. Ursula was released from within. Of note, inside the pod, Ursula was completely unclothed. After all, the pod was filled with nutrient solution, and staining clothing inside would have been inconvenient. Elise gazed at the quietly sleeping beauty with white hair, placing her hand over Ursula's heart. So soft. But Elise wasn't thinking of anything indecent, just noting her impression. Sacred speech. Awaken, Ursula. At the same time as she invoked sacred speech, Elise also activated her Striga purification ability, cleansing Ursula's body of all harmful influences. With this, Ursula would awaken. Sure enough, the moment Elise finished speaking, Ursula's previously serene face tightened slightly, her brows furrowing, her eyelashes trembling. Her consciousness, sealed by Valdevaltha's power, now began to return, reuniting with her body. With another invocation of Kodadama, Elise renewed her completely, dressing her in clean clothes and moving her from the pod to a hospital bed. So convenient. At last, Ursula's eyes opened slightly, and a faint voice slipped out. Sylvia. Ursula, I'm here. Sylvia rushed forward, clasping her teacher's hands, tears welling in her eyes. But with so many people watching, she held herself back. Let's give them some space. They've been apart for so long, it's time for them to talk. Elise noticed this at once and instructed the others to leave, giving Sylvia and Ursula the entire room. Surely Sylvia would be deeply moved by this reunion after so long. As for Elise herself, of course she stayed outside the room. Still, she felt if she didn't leave some kind of memento, she would regret it later. So this time, she had prepared cameras, recorders, and even video equipment all set up inside. Hee hee. Sylvia exclusive footage, hee hee. Ever since Fan Xinglo had drawn out her true nature, Elise had grown, not as a saintess, but in another direction entirely. Still, this didn't conflict with her saintess role, did it? Her inner delight didn't affect her saintess image. In fact, a saintess who often wore a genuine smile might win people's favor even more easily. Lady Saintess, what are you doing? A nurse's voice startled Elise, making her shiver. It seemed she had been leaning against the door in an indecent pose, and had been seen. And nothing at all. Elise quickly stood up, tidying her appearance and restoring her saintess demeanor. I just saw. The nurse seemed ready to say more, but Elise immediately acted. Sacred speech. You saw nothing just now. You saw absolutely nothing. The nurse's eyes went blank for a moment, then cleared. Lady Saintess. What was I just? Please give them some time. Examinations can be done later. Right now, don't disturb their reunion. The radiance of the Saintess shone in the nurse's eyes, and she grew excited at once. Yes, Lady Saintess. I'll withdraw and return later. That was close. She had almost exposed herself. But I really do need to restrain myself a little. But when Sylvia's sobs drifted out from the room, Elise couldn't resist any more. She crouched down by the door, listening intently to the sounds inside. Sylvia's crying video, without a doubt, it would become a prize gem in her collection. After a long while, Sylvia finally managed to compose herself. Leaving the ward, she found Elise waiting at the door. Ely, can you tell me how you found teacher? Sylvia asked seriously. I asked her myself earlier, but for some reason, she doesn't know anything. During the time I was on tour, I searched all over the world and even came across some insider information. I suspect there's a secret organization behind all this, which is why I came to you, Ely. If you were the one who saved Ursula, then you should know something, right? No? More than that. I'm one of them. When it came to the organization behind the scenes, Elise knew everything, she was even technically one of its upper ranks. Sorry, Sylvia. This is something you're better off not getting involved in. I found Ursula in a collapsed ruin. She was already in that state, unable to wake up, and no medical methods worked. At that time, I couldn't fully control my power yet, so I didn't tell you. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. You helped me find my teacher. For that, I should be thanking you. Sylvia said earnestly. If not for you, Ely, I don't know how much longer it would have taken to find Ursula. Thank you, Sylvia. But about that mysterious organization. Elise furrowed her brow, feigning thought. I didn't really hear much during the process. I can't be sure it exists. Really? Sylvia frowned slightly. Even Ely didn't catch wind of it. Then this organization must be huge. Though Sylvia seemed unwilling to give up, she didn't plan on dragging Elise into it. Instead, she decided silently to investigate on her own. Now that she had found her teacher, her next goal was to uncover that mysterious organization. She couldn't allow more people to suffer the same fate as Ursula. Sylvia had already resolved to pursue this lead. Perhaps one day, she really would uncover the Golden Bough Alliance. And when that day came, it might very well pit her against Elise. But for now, let's call it a day. Teacher just woke up and she's still not stable. She needs to rest more. It's getting late anyway. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. I already made reservations. Hand in hand, Sylvia led Elise away from the hospital. Her heart was light, her mood bright. And Elise felt the same. Chapter 59, Reflection and Return. 1180 words. Elise was reflecting on herself. In her battle with Fan Xinglo, she had exposed many shortcomings, even she could clearly see them. If she couldn't, then all her years of life would have been wasted. Though she had ultimately fused with Sylvia, and gained the overwhelming power to crush Fan Xinglo, Elise knew well, that power wasn't her own. If she truly wanted to become that strong, she would need to travel across worlds, seeking ways to grow stronger. There was no point in relying on the Lord God. This fragment of the Lord God's space had no reward system whatsoever. It couldn't strengthen Elise, nor could it invite others into the space. Other than allowing her to traverse worlds, the only other feature was something called world resolution, but what use it had, the Lord God had never explained. Elise carefully analyzed her role in battle, searching for her future direction. Because of her faith power, her combat style leaned more toward that of a mage, but she wasn't a pure mage. After all, Elise also possessed some close combat ability. Though she wasn't as formidable as Fan Xinglo in melee, to ordinary eyes, her skills were still quite decent. What's more, her potential couldn't be ignored. Up until now, she had mostly fought one-sided battles, hardly tempering her abilities at all. But things were different now. After being thoroughly beaten by Fan Xinglo, her determination to grow stronger had only deepened. So what suited her best was clear. A melee mage. A profession that combined close-quarters combat with large-scale magic. That sounded just right for Elise. If that was the case, then she would need a proper weapon suited to her. She had once considered choosing an Orga Lux from the world of Asterisk, and she did try. But the results were far different than she had imagined. Almost none of the Orga Lux could synchronize with her. Yes, Orga Lux required compatibility. Without a high degree of resonance, their true power couldn't be drawn out. And besides, Orga Lux had limited growth potential. If Elise grew stronger in the future but her weapon couldn't keep up, she would have to search for another. In short, Elise needed a weapon that could grow, last long-term, and balance both melee and magic. At first she thought of modern firearms, but dismissed the idea quickly. A gun-toting nun was certainly a tempting image. Pointing a gun at someone's head and saying, "Times have changed," sounded cool, but it didn't match Elise's Saintess image. And she would have to learn gun combat techniques from scratch. So cold weapons it was. Preferably magical weapons. Among cold weapons, the most versatile was surely the sword. As the saying went, the sword is the king of 100 weapons, the ancestor of close arms. It could also symbolize one's identity and status. Elise was a saintess. Therefore, the sword she wielded would, without doubt, be a holy sword. So, what sword best fit the concept of a holy sword? A sudden inspiration struck Elise. She recalled an anime she had once watched. In it appeared a sword that could indeed be called a holy sword. All right. That would be it. With her weapon decided, Elise turned to the next problem. Her physical constitution was far too weak. Of course, against ordinary people, none could ever break through her defenses. But once she faced higher-level opponents, Elise would become a glass cannon, high attack, low defense. She could defeat enemies, but they could also defeat her just as easily. To resolve this issue of physical durability, she would need to travel to a world she wasn't particularly eager to visit, but that was a matter for later. Time passed quickly, and Seidukan Academy soon entered its vacation period. Students could return to their hometowns for rest. During this time, the city would be at its quietest. Elise bid farewell to her many friends in Seidukan, preparing to return once more to the church headquarters. For them, 2 months apart was nothing much. But for Elise, it was different. She was someone who traveled between worlds. Who knew how many years would pass before she returned here again? A proper farewell was necessary. She also went to see Fan Xinglo, but the news was the same. Fan Xinglo was still in seclusion, unable to meet anyone. That bratty loli, could it be she really didn't want to see her? Even if she deleted that video, it would be fine. After all, she had backups anyway. Whispering. With a helpless sigh, Elise left behind a farewell letter for Fan Xinglo, promising that if she had the chance, she would bring Sylvia along to visit her again. Back at the church, Miss Manna was praying beneath the statue. Once Elise's personal attendant nun, Manna's position in the church had risen greatly. Seeing Elise again after so long left her deeply moved. It truly has been a long time, Lady Saintess. Though Elise had once caused her plenty of trouble, Manna still admired her. Always gentle to all, perfect in all she did. Truly worthy of being called a saintess. Yes, it really has been a long time, Elise replied warmly. But soon, the days where we can meet will grow even fewer, at least for me. After briefing the Pope on upcoming matters, Elise opened the gate of the Lord God's space, and left the world of Asterisk behind. Now, she would search for ways to grow stronger. The Lord God's space was still as silent and lifeless as ever, pitch black all around. A flash of light, and Elise returned here. But unlike last time, this time Elise did not shed her saintess demeanor. She did not appear impatient. Instead, she maintained the saintess image, only loosening her posture slightly. It seemed now she intended to make the saintess facade her main persona, perhaps due to the shift in her inner state. Lord God, what's my resolution now? Elise opened the system panel, and there the world resolution was displayed. Executor, Elise Holiness. World number, 2, Sedukan Academy. World resolution, 59%. Only 59. This was far lower than she had expected. She had thought it might exceed 80. But on second thought, it made sense. Though Elise had traveled across much of the world, she hadn't yet interacted with the protagonist, nor had she participated in the main storyline. It was natural that the resolution remained low. I guess only next time, when I return to Asterisk, will I be able to raise the resolution further. She didn't know what it was good for, but since it was data provided by the Lord God, the higher the better. Play a game without unlocking the full map. What kind of joke was that? With that thought, Elise had no intention of lingering in the Lord God space any longer. She immediately set off for the next world. She was going to search for her weapon. The Lord God might not have the ability to summon people, but if it wasn't a person, and instead a contract, then surely it could succeed. Chapter 60, The World of the Elementalist. 1144 words. In the tranquil forest, gentle sunlight spilled down through the gaps between the leaves. All around grew enormous plants, exuding the fresh fragrance of earth. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared. In the air, a white gate manifested, and from it, a golden-haired girl stepped out slowly, surveying her surroundings. It was Elise. She had just passed through the Lord God's teleportation, arriving in a new world, the world of blade dance of the Elementalists. As for this anime from long ago, Elise only knew a little about it. She had seen some of the anime, and looked up bits of background setting online. But as for the later plot, she wasn't very familiar, only knew the general outline. It was said that in the world of blade dance, all worlds were born within the sea of chaos, a union of order and disorder. Even the world of the spirits, the elemental lord's realm, was part of it. Long ago, the 6 great elemental lords, in order to further evolve their existence, joined forces to open the gate to the world's root, stealing a portion of the power within. But the root dispatched beings known as angels to reclaim the stolen power. To resist these angels, the elemental lords chose to fight together with the elemental waff against the invaders from another world, and ultimately drove the angels back. The stolen power remained. Yet since it was something from another world, with time, all but the light elemental lord had their sanity gradually corroded by it. Thus, to handle this erosion, the blade dance ritual was established, in the hope that one day, the darkness from another world could be cleansed away. Although Elise had never read the complete novel, based on available information, she suspected that the final boss of this work might be the Light Elemental Lord. Cough cough, straying off topic. In any case, none of that concerned Elise. She wasn't particularly interested in this world, nor did she have any intention of participating in the Spirit Blade Dance Festival. At this moment, Elise had only one goal. That was the spirit weapon mentioned earlier. And coincidentally, it was also one of the heroines in the original story. The high-level sword spirit, the demon king-killing sacred sword. Guardian of the world, Terminus Estate. This world is quite nice. Sensing the faith power permeating the air, Elise's face showed satisfaction. In this world, nearly all people and spirits worship the elemental lords, so the power of faith was especially abundant. Most importantly, the elemental lords were not gods. Though powerful, they could not perceive or use faith power. In other words, no matter how much Elise stole faith, no one would ever notice. This was exactly the kind of world she liked best. After all, as someone who borrowed how could a Saintess act be called stealing? As one able to wield faith power, Elise felt she could relax a little here. As for the power of the elemental lords, based on the original story, they possessed the ability to open gates to other worlds, which implied power at least strong enough to destroy nations, or even greater. The protagonist, Kamito Kazuhaya, had been able to kill an elemental lord only because of a wish. So the elemental lord's true strength had never been clearly shown. Elise had no desire to risk her life. At least until she understood what kind of power the elemental lords had, she wouldn't act recklessly. So now, as long as her opponents weren't of elemental lord level, Elise was confident enough to face them head-on. Her perception ability was extraordinarily vast. After all, she kept her eyes covered. Without strong perception, everything would be incredibly difficult. Especially in places where faith gathered, her senses would become even sharper. Here, she was very close to the ancient shrine where Est resided, less than a 10-minute walk away. But before heading there, she needed a proper sense of ceremony. Wasn't there a spring by the shrine? That was the most sacred spot. Elise decided to imitate the original heroine, Claire, and perform a purification bath there. It was said that spirits favored pure maidens. Elise naturally considered herself pure, but whether she qualified as a maiden was another question. Her body might be, but mentally, she had enough self-awareness. She didn't know whether spirits valued a maiden's body or her spirit. Still, this ritual should improve the success rate of forming a contract right. At the very least, it would make her feel cleaner. Once she had decided, Elise no longer hesitated. Disrobe. Purify. Of course, she took precautions. She had no intention of being seen naked while bathing. So she spread her perception far and wide, ensuring that within at least 10 kilometers, no one existed who could spy on her. If anyone truly did appear, this Saintess would gladly send them off to meet their god. Her pure white garments slid lightly from her shoulders, revealing a beauty almost beyond human. With delicate hands, she carefully folded the clothes and placed them by the lakeside. Elise extended a finger, lightly touching the lake's surface. A chill rushed straight to her head. So refreshing. In those former worlds, there was nothing like this level of spring water anymore. The world of blade dance of the Elementalists was, after all, a medieval-style fantasy world. Because there were Elementalists who could form contracts with spirits, there was no sign of firearms or cannons. Most regions were designed to preserve the spirit's environment. Overly prosperous metropolises were rare. Even in certain great nations, the natural environment was far better than one might imagine. This truly restores nature's most primitive beauty. Scooping a bit of spring water in her palms, Elise took a sip. Perhaps this was the blessing of nature. The spring water wasn't delicious like a drink, but it brimmed with immense natural energy, capable of resonating with nearly any power, likely due to the presence of spirits. But The spirit's power could actually reach such a degree. Elise pondered. If she wanted to strengthen Est's power, what would be required? From what she knew, in this world, the power used by elementalists to command spirits was called divine power. She had yet to see what kind of energy it truly was. So, after obtaining what she wanted, she also intended to stay in this world for a while. If she could find something here to enhance Est's strength, it would be a great help. And if she couldn't? Elise clenched her fists, biting her lip. Then I'll just have to deal with the elemental lords myself. Since she didn't plan to stay in this world long, nor had any intention of returning, no matter how much she altered the story, it wouldn't matter. First, she would probe them. And if possible, she would slay the elemental lords. Chapter 61, Blood Contract. 1036 words. The shrine that enshrined the sacred sword stood quietly in a clearing within the forest. Although there seemed to be nothing unusual around, Elise could sense a barrier blocking the way forward. But such a barrier was hardly strong. With a flick of her finger, Elise shattered it with ease. Yes, she shattered the barrier. Other elementalists who came here would merely break through the barrier to enter, and under the influence of the surrounding energy, it would repair itself over time. But Elise destroyed its ability to ever repair again. The shock from the barrier's collapse was far beyond imagination, and a beam of light shot instantly into the sky. Elise stepped into the shrine with a single stride, heading straight toward where the sacred sword rested. Sacred speech. Radiance. In an instant, dazzling light illuminated the shrine's interior. The stalactite-like walls reflected the glow, and the place brightened considerably. So this is the sacred sword in which Est resides. Elise gazed at the sword embedded in a massive boulder. It looked like an antique from centuries ago, yet the blade showed no trace of rust or damage. Intricate designs were etched into its body, likely ancient motifs of this world. And faint blue light pulsed from it continuously. Standing before the sacred sword, Elise tried pulling it from the stone, but it would not budge. Looks like I'll have to form a contract after all. Taking a deep breath, Elise began to murmur incantations. O spirit sealed within the ancient sacred sword. Thou shalt take me as thy master, forge a contract, and I shall be thy scabbard. But even after she recited the contract words from the original story, the sacred sword showed no reaction. What is going on? Puzzled, Elise repeated the incantation several more times, yet still nothing happened. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her face changed instantly. Damn. I forgot something important. Though Blade Dance was an old series, she had remembered most of the plot, yet overlooked such a minor detail. To contract with a spirit, one needed spirit language and divine power, didn't they? Elise knew no spirit language, and she had no divine power. In the anime it was shown in Japanese, but the original work specified spirit language. No helping it then, I'll just use voice transmission and simulation. Hopefully it works. If not, she would have to resort to another method of forming the contract. Sacred speech. Voice transmission. Simulation. She directly transmitted her voice, and its meaning into the target's mind. Judging from the energy floating in the air and emanating from the sword, this world's unique power, divine power, was present. Once more, Elise gripped the hilt, ready to pull the sacred sword free. Shoo! The seemingly ancient sword slid out from the stone. Success. Elise knew the first step was complete. Next, the true sacred sword would emerge. Crack! The old-looking sword in her hand shattered into powder and dispersed, and just then, light radiated from above the shrine. A sword floated in midair, swinging continuously. Its blade was formed of blue, gold, and silver hues, radiating a divine aura. Worthy indeed of being called the sacred sword. The more Elise looked, the more satisfied she became. But apparently, the other side did not feel the same. The floating sword turned downward, its tip aimed at Elise, then stopped. That was the signal to attack. The sacred sword shot straight at Elise's heart at tremendous speed, but she evaded even faster. Boom! Fragments of stone rained down from the shrine as the ceiling was cleaved apart. And it showed no sign of stopping. Looks like I'll have to give a little lesson to a disobedient child. Seeing the spirit's resistance, Elise couldn't help but recall Fanxinglo, and a smile curled on her lips. Training? How could a saintess possibly do something so improper? She was merely helping this little spirit recognize her rightful place, haha. The sacred sword's tip once again aimed at Elise, this time wreathed in an even greater radiance than before. Its offensive power had clearly risen. Boom! With divine power now bolstering it, the sacred sword launched an attack at a speed far beyond what it had shown earlier. Its target, her heart. I won't let you succeed. Power gathered at Elise's fingertip. By her design, her finger met the sword's tip head-on. A fierce cyclone burst forth from the clash between girl and sword, blasting the surrounding walls into rubble. Several support pillars shattered. From Elise's fingertip flowed crimson blood tinged with a trace of gold, staining the sacred sword. Still not willing to form a contract with me, Est. Elise slowly spoke her name. The sacred sword's attack faltered for just a moment, as though puzzled by how Elise could know her name. Yet the attack did not stop. Clearly, Est still harbored doubts about her. I came here for you alone, Est. Elise's voice rang firm. She knew why Est refused to contract with anyone, but she had a way to overcome it. For she possessed the Striga ability of purification, gained back an asterisk, capable of cleansing all abnormal states and harmful effects. I have a special power, called purification. Curses, abnormal conditions, none of them can touch me. That is why I came to form a contract with you, EST. I know your story, EST. I came here just for you. Elise's earnest words echoed through the shrine. For the first time, the sword floating in the air began to tremble. Even the surrounding space quivered with it. She understood, this was Est's emotions beginning to stir. Yet the sacred sword had not fully accepted Elise's words. Once more, it rushed toward her. No. This time was different. Elise released all defenses, spreading her arms wide. Facing the sacred sword's assault, she chose to accept it head-on. PSSH. The sound of blade-piercing flesh resounded. The sacred sword's tip drove through the middle of Elise's chest, emerging from her back. Blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering across the ground. But strangely, this blood did not scatter randomly like water. Instead, it formed a strange pattern on the floor. Sacred speech. Blood contract. This was the covenant that bound two souls together. Chapter 62, Spirit Seal. Where is it? 1/2. 1043 words. Elise's blood soaked into the sacred sword, and that pure white light gradually began to take on a crimson hue. The blood contract, just as its name suggested, was a covenant bound by blood itself. Once formed, its binding force would be unimaginably strong. Elise had already resolved to use this method to form a contract with EST. Failure was not an option, only success. The blood flowing from her chest wound now streamed like threads, winding tightly around the sacred sword. If successful, this sword would become Elise's possession. The radiant blade seemed startled by this scene. It trembled violently, struggling to free itself from Elise's body. But just as it was about to pull free, Elise tightened her grip on its hilt, hugging it close and refusing to let it move even an inch. Being pierced by a foreign object doesn't feel very pleasant, but if it's you, then I don't mind. Her lips stained with blood, Elise let the droplets fall onto the blade as she gently stroked it. I know you mean well, but as I said before, your side effects have no effect on me. And besides, I have my own reasons why I must obtain you. Her eyes shone with resolve. Every world had its own power system. Elise might be strong with the power of faith, but without it she was nothing. She needed another power, just like that amanadite crystal she once seized. She needed it so she would act. Choose me. We will never be apart. At that moment, the sacred sword lodged in her chest ceased trembling. It seemed truly to consider the possibility. Could Elise's words be true? Surely no one would risk their life just to prove such a claim. Elise might not mind her own injuries, but in others' eyes, being impaled through the chest was nearly equal to death. Which meant that, in the sacred sword's perception, Elise was already on the verge of dying. Finally, at the very last moment, the sacred sword yielded. It willingly chose to form a contract with Elise. White radiance surged from its blade, a power Elise immediately recognized. It was this world's unique force, divine power. It resembled Asterisk's prana, yet the difference was that only those born with the aptitude could wield divine power and contract with spirits in this world. Elise could simulate divine power with faith, but she couldn't rely on borrowed faith forever. Faith itself was already a power on loan. Was she supposed to borrow strength with borrowed strength? What was this Ultraman orb? As the contract neared completion, Elise could feel a connection forming between herself and EST. Not only through her own blood contract but also through Est's spirit contract. Two different types of contracts, bound by entirely separate laws, their effects would only multiply together. But honestly, the spirit's contract seemed inferior to Elise's. The blood contract, as its name implied, treated both parties as equals, lives bound together like kin. The spirit's contract, however, was essentially one of master and servant, with the spirit obeying the elemental's commands. Even the wording of the spirit contract made it obvious, "Thou shalt take me as thy master." Who held the advantage was clear. Thinking of this, Elise felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, in this world, aside from the male protagonist and rare exceptions, only pure maidens could contract with spirits. Imagine if every man could do so, what would this world become? High-ranking spirits could often assume human form. In that scenario, one needn't think hard to know what criminals with the power of contracts would do. At the very least, spirits would certainly lose their high standing. Worse yet, they might be reduced to mere slaves or tools by their so-called masters. Fortunately, Elise was a saintess. How could she possibly treat her contracted partner the way villains would? Besides, she truly liked Est's situation in the anime, such a cute and lovable airhead girl. If it had been a little boy or something else, Elise would never have chosen them. The light between them slowly faded. At the final step of the contract, the sacred sword gradually vanished, transforming into a cluster of light that merged into Elise's body. Even the sword wound between her two peaks disappeared completely, leaving not the faintest scar. Truly miraculous. Elise had intended to heal herself afterward. The injury wasn't minor, but with faith power she could have mended it perfectly in just a few minutes. Unexpectedly, Est had spared her the trouble. Now that the contract was complete, Elise touched her right hand. Just like the original protagonist, Kamito Kazuhaya, after contracting with Est, a spirit seal should appear on the back of her hand, proof of the contract, granting her the ability to wield the spirit's power. But she felt nothing on her right hand. No trace of a seal. Could it be on her left? Elise checked the back of her left hand, but again, nothing. Unconvinced, Elise pulled off her blindfold, determined to find the spirit seal's location. Her arms. From fingers to shoulders, both arms remained snow-white, not a single mark of a spirit seal. Her legs, perhaps. Lifting her skirt, Elise bent down to check her thighs and feet. Her shapely legs and white stockings were flawless, the smooth lines unbroken by any mark, not a trace of a spirit seal to be found. Impossible. Elise muttered in disbelief. Something as sacred as a spirit seal couldn't possibly appear in a strange place, could it? From her back down to her waist, she found no sign of the spirit seal either. Heh. Elise's expression twisted, a baffled smile spreading across her face. Suddenly, she recalled certain creatures in anime that absorbed men's vitality. On their lower abdomens would appear intricate honeysuckle-shaped markings, sometimes even with heart symbols. If her seal was in that place. Her hand trembled as she pressed down on the swell of her chest, trying to check. But no matter how she pushed, she couldn't see. Reluctantly, she conjured a mirror to inspect her abdomen. While she admired those creatures and would gladly purify them if given the chance, if she herself had truly become like them. GLRK. She might as well kill herself. Chapter 63, Spirit Seal. Where is it? 2 halves. 1,121 words. Elise stared intently at her lower abdomen. If the spirit seal truly appeared there, she'd feel like dying. How could she continue being a saintess like that? A succubus saintess. That might sound a little interesting. Cough cough. No. That was absolutely impossible. Perhaps readers would love to see such a thing, but Elise firmly rejected it. As she pulled aside the fabric covering her, Elise nervously shut her eyes, only opening them after a few seconds of mental preparation. No. Impossible. How could a saintess ever be linked with something like a succubus? Her heart waged a fierce battle, but there was no escaping. She had to check. All right then. Open eyes. Nothing. Ha ha. Elise hadn't felt this excited in a long time. For the moment, even her saintess demeanor was cast aside. Before her was pure white, smooth and flawless, untouched by the slightest blemish. Thankfully, the spirit seal wasn't there. Otherwise, she really would have become a laughingstock among saintesses. Outside of certain hidden circles, where else would anyone ever see such a saintess? But if not there, then where is it? At that moment, a voice echoed in Elise's mind. I'm sorry, Master. The contract just now was only half complete. The spirit seal had not yet manifested on your body. Now it's finished, you should be able to feel it. The childish voice rang within her heart. Elise immediately realized, it was S speaking to her internally. What? You mean it wasn't done earlier? For some reason, Elise felt an odd sense of relief. She let out a long breath. Forget it. Whatever. As long as it wasn't on her lower abdomen, she didn't care where it appeared. No matter how bad the placement, could it really be worse than that? Suddenly, a burning sensation spread through her body, then shrank to the size of a palm, settling somewhere near her heart. Elise, $. Silently, she removed her coat and unfastened her blouse, standing expressionless before the mirror. The snow-white saintess gazed at her reflection, her eyes fixed especially on her chest. It was as though a temple had been built atop a mountain peak. Who in the world would place a contract seal there? Even Black Butler had better ideas, putting it in an eye or mouth looked so much cooler. But here... what was she supposed to do? Hey! Est, I have a question for you. What is it, Master? Est's childish voice echoed, free of any detectable emotion. Why is the spirit seal in that place? What? Why there? Elise pressed again. Because it's close to your heart. Admittedly, that was pretty reasonable. But even if it's close to the heart, couldn't it have been a little higher? With so much blocking it, is it really that close to the heart? I think the collarbone area would have been just fine, don't you? At that moment, I wanted to pull out of Master's body, but you stopped me. Since the hilt touched there, I chose it, Est answered, sounding as though she had truly considered Elise's words, yet still confused. Why would choosing that spot displease her master? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This sword spirit was nothing like the harmless, innocent character she had seen in the anime. And her way of speaking was problematic. Had no one ever taught her how to phrase things properly? It was far too easy to misunderstand. Inside, Elise's thoughts raced like wild horses. But now, she had begun to calm down and accept it. By Est's logic, wasn't this all her own fault? The contract is already formed. Master, are you going to abandon me? Est's calm voice rang out, putting an end to the discussion. Forget it, let it stay there for now, Elise sighed. After all, the seal won't normally be visible, and I won't let anyone see it anyway. Abandon estate. She had come to this world for Est in the first place. How could she possibly abandon her? Still, she would remember this grudge. One day, she would make sure Est truly felt the depth of her affection. For now though, it was time to leave. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Elise shattered the barrier. Surely someone would come investigate. She had to leave before they arrived, or else she might cause unnecessary trouble. Sacred speech. Teleportation. Elise's figure vanished from the heavily damaged shrine. Just seconds later, a striking figure entered from outside. I didn't expect the barrier here to actually be broken. A mature woman with long gray hair and a monocle surveyed the shattered walls, pressing a hand to her forehead with exasperation. Judging from the lingering aura, whoever it was must have left just before I arrived. But there's no scent at all. Could it be a space-related ability? That complicates things. As one of the few insiders, and also a former winner of the Blade Dance Festival, the headmistress of Arishia Spirit Academy knew exactly what spirit had been sealed here, and what power it possessed. Honestly, with the upcoming Blade Dance, this is the last kind of trouble we need. Clearly frustrated, the woman kicked a stone on the floor. It shot forward at an incredible speed, punching through the wall and leaving a deep gouge in the ground. And why hasn't Camito shown up yet? Do I really have to drag him here myself? Irritated by recent troubles, she stomped her foot in anger, venting her displeasure. But then, her movements froze. Someone dares come looking for trouble at a time like this. Her brow furrowed, her expression turning cold. She had only sensed the barrier's collapse a moment ago and rushed from the academy, but now. To time your approach so precisely, you're certainly better than the usual trash, little brat. Her icy gaze shifted to the corner of the shrine, where the shadows trembled. In a flash, a masked black-haired girl emerged from the darkness, only to vanish again, relocating elsewhere. An assassin. But the woman showed no sign of fear. I've survived more assassins than the number of contracted spirits that have graduated from this academy. Besides, with the shrine's treasure already taken, this place is worthless now. A surge of overwhelming divine power erupted from her body, covering the entire shrine in the blink of an eye. The spreading aura stripped the masked assassin of any place to hide. Sweat formed on the girl's brow as she watched her target. Too bad. I'm in a foul mood today. You'll be buried with this ancient shrine, beneath the earth spirit's rubble. The mature woman swept her right hand, unleashing an explosion of power. Boom. In an instant, the shrine collapsed into fragments. And so too did the assassin girl. Chapter 64, Divine Power Prana. 1042 words. A sudden golden light appeared, and a figure leapt out from within. It was Elise. Looking at her surroundings, it seemed to be a lake, much larger than the spring she had bathed in earlier. There shouldn't be any problem here. This time, Elise had simultaneously activated both teleportation and portal. The distance she crossed was vast, at least 100 kilometers away from the shrine. Can you come out now, Est? Silently reciting Est's name in her heart, Elise covered the spirit seal on her body, carefully sensing the power within. That power known as divine power, although Elise could feel it inside her, she was unable to use it. She decided to call Est out and have a proper talk. Of course, Master. Amidst a pure white light, a white silhouette gradually appeared and finally fell into Elise's arms. Knee-length white hair, eyes as blue as the sky, and that petite, lacking figure. Ehe. Elise and Est, mountains and valleys. But Estate really wasn't wearing anything at all. Except for the black stockings covering her legs from toes up to thighs, the rest of her body, upper and lower, was completely exposed. Yes, just as Elise remembered, this was indeed Est. On the white-haired Loli's face there was not a trace of expression. She simply looked quietly at Elise. "Master, do you have some matter?" Est looked at her new master, waiting for a command. "Although you look very beautiful like this, Est, I must remind you, put on clothes properly." Elise pointed to Est's flat chest. "In human society, if you don't wear clothes, you'll be treated as a pervert. You must remember this well." Elise pressed a finger against Est's heart, her expression very serious. "Of course, don't get the wrong idea. How could a perfect-bodied Saintess possibly have any improper thoughts toward a petite Loli?" She really just intended to properly remind Est. Even if she was a white-haired Loli, it was the same. "Is that so?" The small Loli tilted her head, seemingly unable to understand the meaning behind such human customs. Still, she obeyed Elise's words and changed into a set of pure white clothing. Judging by the style, it seemed modeled after Elise's own clothes. "I'll remember, master." "All right, back to the earlier topic. I want to ask about divine power." "Divine power, it's like this." Bound to Elise by contract, Est immediately understood what she meant. "The reason I was able to form a contract with you was because I sensed divine power within your body. But now, I can't feel it anymore." Est seemed puzzled. Normally, a person either always possessed divine power or never did. There shouldn't be a case in between. But someone like Elise, who suddenly possessed divine power, and then had it vanish completely, that was something Est had truly never seen before. "If there is no divine power, then I can only use my own power to become a spirit weapon. But my form will be very limited. Aside from a longsword, I cannot change into anything else." Elise understood. Back then, in order to contract with Est, she had simulated the divine power Est released, allowing her to successfully complete the spirit contract. But after the contract was formed, Elise had no intention of continuing to maintain it, so the divine power vanished from her body. That was why Est was confused. Whether it was a transmigrator, a reincarnator, their existence was a huge variable to the worlds they entered. Elise couldn't help but sigh. She had taken away the male protagonist's primary weapon. What, then, would Kamito Kazuhaya fight with in the future? Could there be a second or even a third Est in this world? Oh right, there's one more thing, Est. Elise suddenly remembered something and reached out to pat Est's head. "Do you need something, master?" Est, being patted on the head, revealed an expression of pure enjoyment. "You should change the way you address me, you can't keep calling me master. It makes me sound like the head of some shady organization, or someone with strange fetishes." The title of master wasn't something that could be used casually, especially in this quasi-medieval world. If overheard, she might end up arrested by a night order or the constabulary. Then, "Mom?" Est tilted her head, and the title she spoke left Elise speechless. "Why Mom? Normally, wouldn't it be sister?" "All right then, sister. But you feel more like a mom to me, just like the human mothers I've seen before." Est seemed to be trying hard to recall past memories. As a Saintess, Elise naturally exuded a certain maternal radiance, something children especially liked. One only had to recall her visits to the church's orphanage. She always blended right in with the children, playing together with them. Although Est's actual age didn't count as that of a child, when held in Elise's arms, she really did look like a daughter embraced by her mother. "Then it's decided, call me sister." Sister." "Ah." Est looked drowsy. She hugged Elise and pressed her small head against the spirit seal on Elise's body. "Est, what are you doing? So sleepy." "Sister's body has no divine power. I already consumed a lot of power during the contract. Now I'm running low on divine power." The little Loli's voice grew faint and intermittent, her eyes already half closed. "If that's the case, Est, try this power instead." The problem of divine power was indeed serious. Without sufficient divine power, Est's usefulness would be greatly reduced. A miscalculation. But aside from faith power, Elise's body already possessed a second kind of energy. The question was whether Est could absorb it. Prana. Through the dual bond of their contracts, Est should be able to absorb prana. Starlight glimmered faintly at Elise's fingertip as she pointed toward Est's forehead. The prana flowed slowly into Est's body along her finger. NNGH. The white-haired lowly furrowed her brows, as if enduring discomfort, but soon her expression relaxed. A power I've never seen before, but I can absorb it. Success. That was Est's answer, she could absorb it. Normally, energy from different worlds shouldn't be able to connect. But if there was a medium to convert it, perhaps it could work. And clearly, that medium was Elise. Chapter 65, The Reserved Seal. 1079 words. In that case, Est, focus on recovering your strength first. Elise brought Est to a tree by the lakeside. Here the shade kept them safe from the harsh sunlight. Elise leaned her back against the trunk, while Est nestled close against the spot of the seal. The two of them resting together formed a breathtaking picture. Beneath the small tree by the lake, a daughter leaning into her mother's embrace, drifting into slumber. Ahem. Elise did not want to be a mother. Unfortunately, no one else could witness this scene. Even if someone did, perhaps they would end up with physical memory loss. Though Elise looked calm on the surface, in reality she was carefully controlling her prana. Gradually, the prana within her body transformed into thread-like circuits, which flowed through their dual contract into Est's body, helping her recover her lost power. But, even through clothing, it was still embarrassing. Feeling the sensation coming from her chest, even Elise couldn't help but blush. What was Elise's essence? A transformed girl. A famous person once said, "The shy appearance of a woman is very beautiful, but the shy appearance of a transformed girl is even more captivating." Right now, Elise was exactly like that. Her own body had basically only been touched by herself, perhaps with a few friends helping scrub her back while bathing, but truly private places were not something she let anyone touch. And yet, so many of those first times had fallen to Est, who didn't even understand such things. Perhaps this was fate. At that moment, however, the burning sensation at the seal once again drew Elise's attention. This can't go on. Though a bit of heat was normal, that particular spot heating up was absolutely abnormal. Imagine if a human male, in the middle of battle, suddenly felt a certain area growing hot, what would happen? If an explosion struck there, then what? Would he be able to endure the pain and keep fighting? Of course not. The same applied to women. If struck in such a place during battle, it could be fatal. Elise didn't want to leave herself with such a weakness. Perhaps I should relocate the seal. Yes, that was a good idea. As long as it wasn't right on that sensitive spot, the sensations wouldn't be so intense. Though it would affect combat a bit, at least it wouldn't be like this. With that thought, Elise acted immediately. Faith power began gathering in her body. To shift the location of a seal shouldn't consume much faith at all. Even her sacred speech was already prepared. But just then, Est in her arms seemed to sense something. Her expression grew troubled as she quickly lifted her head from Elise's chest, looking at her contractor. But that gaze filled Elise with a very bad premonition. "Master, do you dislike our contract?" Faint light glimmered at the corners of Est's eyes. It was hard to imagine, normally expressionless, Est now looked like a small animal abandoned by its owner. And moreover, good grief. She had just been calling her sister, and now she switched back to master. Elise froze, halting her actions and stopping the flow of faith power. Though she wasn't exactly a saintly person, this was really unfair. Not at all. I like Est very much. But the placement of the seal, I think it would be better to adjust it a little. Her Saintess demeanor radiated outward as Elise tried to soothe Est's emotions. Still, Elise had no intention of simply giving up. If others found out her contract seal was in that place, the title of Saintess would weep. Sister, though Est's contract is incomplete, you mustn't abandon Est. But at this moment, Est seemed unable to hear Elise's reassurance, her emotions instead growing stronger. During their contract, Est had sensed clearly, she and Elise had actually formed two contracts. One was her own spirit contract, while the other was the blood contract Elise spoke of. The blood contract, or blood pact for short, was considered one of the highest forms of contract across countless worlds, whether scientia, fantasy, or magical worlds. That was why Elise had chosen to use it. But Est's spirit contract was entirely different. Compared to a blood pact, there was no comparison at all. In the original story, Kamito Kazuhaya had only been able to draw out a tenth of Est's true power due to their incomplete contract. Now Elise faced the same issue. Est's spirit contract was also incomplete. Though better than Kamito's case, allowing Elise to use about a third of Est's power, it was still far from strong. And this time, the flaw lay with Est herself, leaving her with a faint sense of inferiority before Elise. After all, in Est's eyes, Elise was merely human. Yet a human's contract outshone that of a high-level sword spirit. That alone was beyond belief. Now that insecurity had erupted, triggered by Elise's intention to tamper with the seal of their contract. Am I going to be abandoned, sister? Sigh. Est truly seemed emotionally shaken, leaving Elise no choice but to stop. From now on, during battle, she would simply have to endure a little discomfort. If it became too much, she could always rely on faith power to bear through it. It's fine, I won't abandon you, Est. Wrapping her arms around the unstable Est, Elise gently rested her head on her own shoulder. You are my contract spirit, my partner, and also my little sister. How could I ever not want you? Click. What was that sound? The strange noise nearby caught Est's attention. She turned her head, ready to look toward the source, but Elise pressed her head back down. Click. Don't mind unnecessary things, Est. Elise chuckled softly while secretly tucking away the old-fashioned camera in her hand. Just as I said, you are my contract partner. I will always move forward with you. No matter when, no matter what world, I will be with you. And so the matter was left unresolved. Est stopped crying, and Elise did not manage to shift the seal. Perhaps in the future the location of the seal would change. But for now, it remained at Elise's heart. Most likely, it would never again see the light of day. But perhaps that was for the best, for mystery only makes a woman more alluring. And on the body of a saintess, there were even more mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 66, More Than Just a Sword. 1053 words. The blue and gold holy sword was gripped in Elise's hands as she struck forcefully at the opponent before her, a wild spirit. But that spirit suddenly lunged, gathering power within its mouth. That was the prelude to an attack. Since obtaining Est, Elise had yet to use her power in combat. So she wandered into the forest, intending to find a worthy opponent for practice. Yet most of the forest spirits leaned toward peace and tranquility. When they saw Elise, some even greeted her kindly. How could Elise bring herself to attack them? Though she didn't see herself as a good person, picking fights without cause when there was no conflict of interest. It just didn't feel right. Not to mention, these little spirits were so cute. But just then, from deeper within the forest, an unsettling sound echoed. Many small spirits fled from that direction. Clearly, something was happening there. Est, get ready. Elise reached out her hand toward Est. As their palms touched, Est's hand transformed into a sword hilt, her body and toes becoming the blade itself. It was the true form of the demon-slaying holy sword. Gently stroking Est's blade, Elise's gaze shifted toward the source of the noise. There stood a wolf, its entire body a dull earthy yellow. Judging from its appearance, it didn't belong to the forest spirits at all. That's a desert wolf. How could it appear in a forest? Est's voice rang out, clarifying the situation for Elise. So it was an invasive species. Many small spirits were hidden among the bushes, peeking out at Elise and the unfamiliar wolf. Some even waved their tiny hands, as if cheering Elise on. You really leave me no choice, huh? Elise sighed softly, then tightened her grip on Est, pointing the sword's tip at the wolf. Sorry, but I'll have to defeat you here. The wolf's strength wasn't particularly high, but it was enough to serve as Elise's sparring opponent. She had already decided on her destination for the next world. For that, she needed to be ready for situations where she couldn't rely on faith power. A perfect opportunity to train herself. The wolf fixed its gaze on Elise, lowering its stance to prepare for attack. Here I come. Elise gripped the sword with both hands and in an instant, appeared before the wolf, slashing horizontally. Don't think Elise was slow. On her Lord God space panel, nearly all of her stats hovered around C+, with only her constitution a little lower. Based on Elise's understanding of different worlds, a C-level strength marked the pinnacle of ordinary strong individuals. B-level and above were already beyond normal human scope. Someone like Fan Xinglo, capable of influencing the world itself, would rank between A and B. As for Elise's fusion with Sylvia, that had reached the level of A, hence why she could easily handle Fan Xinglo. Was there a level beyond that? Elise wasn't sure. She hadn't met other reincarnators, nor reached that stage herself. If such a realm did exist, it would probably mean shattering planets, or even entire star systems. At least, the wolf before her was only around D level in Elise's eyes, though that was just in terms of physical attributes. But to Elise's surprise, the wolf had no intention of dodging. Instead, it charged head-on and bit down directly onto Est's blade. Fortunately, Est was in sword form, her body extremely durable. Had it been one of the little spirits nearby, they would have been bleeding from such a bite. Though its fangs clamped on the blade, the wolf's claws were not idle, they swiped straight toward Elise's calf. Boom! But to its shock, the strike was blocked by a barrier of shimmering light particles. A prana barrier. This was the first ability Elise had learned after obtaining prana, shaping starlight freely according to her imagination. Prana could form into grasping hands or barriers for defense. It was a very convenient skill. Without using faith power or sacred speech, Elise's main methods of attack were prana and swordsmanship. As for this world's unique elementalist abilities, she could technically use Est's divine power, but since the effect was far too weak, she had given up on it. The desert wolf before her was far beneath Elise's level. Even without sacred speech, she could completely overwhelm it. So Elise twisted the sword hilt and yanked Est's blade free from the wolf's jaws, then whirlwind slash. Splurt. A deep crimson gash appeared beneath the wolf's neck as blood sprayed forth. Its body collapsed, convulsing on the ground. It wouldn't be long before it died. In short, it was an absolute one-sided crush. With just a single exchange, Elise had ended the battle. Yet even in this easy victory, Elise still noticed an issue, her way of using EST. She had studied basic swordsmanship. While nothing compared to those who specialized in it, for Elise it was more than enough to fight effectively with a blade. But this was also precisely her problem. In the past, she had always fought with ordinary swords, even wielding energy blades like Lux weapons. Those swords were nothing more than tools, so long as they were sharp enough, Elise could cut down her enemies. But Estate was clearly different. She possessed her own will, her own thoughts, her own abilities, and could even transform into a white-haired lowly. This was no longer in the realm of weapons at all. Est was more like a partner fighting alongside Elise, not a mere blade. Yet Elise was still treating her like an ordinary sword. This not only failed to draw out Est's true strength, but also drained Elise's stamina far faster. What's more, Elise had only used prana for defense. But what about offense? If she applied prana into her attacks, even if the wolf bit down on the sword, she could still channel the energy through and cleave its head open. For a magic swordswoman like me, I shouldn't rely only on the sword. Like in certain games, where swordsmen wield blades that unleash massive light cannons, swordsmanship itself playing only a minor role. Or in other games, swordsmen carried a blade in one hand and a gun in the other, shooting as they fought. Could those still be called swordsmen? Of course. Why should swordsmanship ever be considered such a limitation? Chapter 67, The Holy Sword Style. 1014 words. Elise carefully recalled the swordsmanship she had once learned. In the first world she experienced, most of her time had been spent building her Church of the Saintess, and since the power level of that world wasn't very high, training had limited use. Even so, Elise had learned a bit of swordsmanship there and practiced occasionally, laying down a decent foundation. Later in the world of Asterisk War, Elise had studied that world's combat techniques, the meteor arts of the Gene Stella. They were quite strong, but compared to Jia Long's martial experts and external traditional schools, they fell a little short. That was why Elise's swordsmanship was good but still limited. I remember the true masters all created their own styles, didn't they? Yes. Top-tier experts might learn from others' techniques, but only to supplement their own shortcomings. Once those gaps were filled, they would then develop new moves, forming a style unique to themselves. Elise clearly intended to do the same. Then let's give it a try. Est, work with me. All right, sister. Thanks to their contract, the two could communicate directly in their hearts, saving much trouble. The silver-blue holy sword shone even brighter under the power's blessing. Elise gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the sword before her chest. Starlight began to gather in her hands, encircling Est's blade as if adding a glowing special effect. Gathering and more gathering. Compressing all the prana together. Finally, release. Ha! Elise swung forward, unleashing a massive slash of starlit sword energy from Est's body. In an instant, it struck a huge tree before her. Crack! The massive trunk split cleanly in half. The power was impressive. It wasn't any weaker than some of her Kodadama techniques. Elise had underestimated her own talent in handling prana. That ancient tree, likely over 100 years old and at least 50 meters tall, had been split apart. And this was without using faith power at all. What kind of strength would it reach if she combined the two? Should I try it out? She raised the holy sword again, channeling prana once more. But this time, there was a difference, an ivory glow joined in. Elise was simultaneously infusing the holy sword with both prana and faith power. What kind of strength would such a strike hold? As the energies compressed, the blade itself began to tremble violently, as if one wrong move could trigger a devastating explosion. Sister! There's too much energy, you must release it quickly. Est's warning rang in Elise's mind. In her form as the demon king-killing sacred sword, she could clearly sense the terrifying power building within her body. No exaggeration, Elise felt this one strike held the strength to obliterate an entire city. The limit had been reached. The sword's radiance was saturating, signaling that the energy was at its maximum capacity. Even Elise's hands shook as she gripped the hilt. Then let me witness the power of this strike. The blade, now pure white, unleashed its might skyward. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted outward from Elise's position. A white pillar of light, speckled with countless blue motes, shot into the sky, roaring endlessly. Seeing this, Elise thought with satisfaction, she was already a proper saber. After all, this was a light cannon. And what saber didn't have one? This overwhelming power was thanks to the presence of faith. This power. It's not just a little amplification, is it? Elise felt grateful to wield such strength, but at the same time, deeply worried. Because, as the saying goes, that which grants triumph may also bring ruin. As a user of faith power, Elise knew very well what its weakness was. If she couldn't find a power to replace faith, then one day, she would face the end of death. But For now, I suppose this counts as the first move created solely by me in Est. Let's give this move a name, Est. The holy sword in her hand transformed back into a petite lowly amidst the glow. But seeing her drowsy look, she had likely exhausted too much of her strength again. Names and such you can decide, sister. Est doesn't care about that. With that, Est leaned on Elise's shoulder and began resting. Clearly, she had indeed overexerted herself. All right, as long as you don't mind. Truthfully, Elise had never imagined herself creating sword techniques one day, much less naming them. But now that she had to give it a good name. Since it began as a prana slash, with the attack shining full of starlight effects, then this strike will simply be called Starlight Sword. As for the collective name of all her techniques, Elise thought carefully. She was to become a Saintess, and Est was this world's renowned demon king-killing sacred sword. Then from now on, all the techniques Est and I create will be called the Holy Sword style, the techniques of a Saintess wielding the Holy Sword. So the move just now, in full, was Holy Sword style Starlight Sword. What do you think, Est? Very fitting, sister. Elise carried Est on her back, preparing to leave the forest and head toward the town. But just then, a low growl came from nearby. Arwu. It was that desert wolf from before. Blood still poured from the cut on its neck, and this cry was likely its dying gasp. Elise didn't understand the spirit language, so she ignored it. But the nearby little spirits reacted differently. They rushed over and surrounded the wolf, seeming to converse with it. Even Estate, on Elise's back, pricked up her ears, listening intently to their exchange. Before long, the conversation seemed to end. A butterfly-shaped spirit flew to Elise's side, circling her repeatedly. What does this mean? Elise didn't understand, but she wasn't alone. As a high-level sword spirit, Est could of course comprehend it. Sister, they're saying they hope you'll save that spirit. It seems to have been influenced by something strange. This wasn't its true intent. And it also said it knows an important secret, and is willing to lead us to it. Chapter 68, Target, the Pyramid. 1129 words. With this, your wound is healed. The white glow in Elise's hand gradually faded. She smiled as she watched the desert wolf rise from the ground. Her healing arts were indeed effective. In less than 10 minutes, she had pulled the wolf back from the brink of death, where it had already placed half a paw into the underworld. After half an hour, the wolf looked completely recovered, no different from before. No trace of the mortal wound remained. Arwu. The wolf howled twice, then looked at Est. It clearly knew Elise didn't understand the spirit language and relied on Est to translate. I understand. Est met the wolf's gaze briefly, then turned back to Elise, who was waiting. Sister, it says that in the place where it once lived, there is a pyramid. Inside that pyramid, precious treasures are buried. It can lead us there. A pyramid? That sounded a little familiar. Elise had only just arrived in this world, so naturally she couldn't know exactly where the wolf meant. But since it was a pyramid, it had to be an ancient ruin, right? And in this world of elementalists, ancient ruins should hold plenty of treasures, perhaps even the techniques of spirit wielders from long ago. Such things would surely help her develop her own abilities. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let's depart. And so one girl, one lowly, and one wolf set off on their journey to the pyramid. At first Elise thought to use teleportation, but then realized she had been relying too much on faith power lately. Since she had time, she decided to travel on foot. She could treat it as a journey, wandering this world more, and if she encountered enemies along the way, she could practice her coordination with Est. 2 days later, the group finally reached a city. Situated where forest met desert, it stood as a major crossroads between the two. No wonder such a large city existed here. Elise's goal in coming was to find a way to venture deeper into the desert. Because she needed the wolf to guide them, she abandoned aerial flight. If she could join a merchant caravan heading into the desert, that would be ideal. Besides, it would also be a good chance to experience local customs and taste the local cuisine. Elise extended her senses toward the merchants buying food nearby, probing the nature of this world's currency. Yes. It was a type she could create. Sacred speech. Create. With the word, a large bag appeared in Elise's hand. A crisp jingling sound came from within. Who knew how many gold coins were inside? But rest assured, the Saintess was no swindler who passed off counterfeits. The coins she created were genuine. In fact, they were purer than the local currency, 100% real gold. Even if Elise left this world, they would not vanish. With this, I've secured starting funds. No need to worry about money troubles now. I'll just hire a caravan to head for the pyramid. But for now, the most urgent matter is getting food and rest. Ever since stepping into the desert, the temperature had been rising at an unbelievable rate. Elise had no choice but to change into desert attire to protect herself from the direct sun. Originally she thought of letting Est return to her body to rest, but Est insisted on staying outside. So now, the three of them looked very much like a young mother holding her daughter's hand, with a dog trotting alongside. At least it was a normal enough sight, right? Yet from the shadows, several ill-intentioned gazes were already watching Elise and Est. As for the wolf, who would care about that? Desert wolves were everywhere. Arwu, the wolf growled softly. Elise was about to ask her translator Est, but the answer came first. Sister, it says it's hungry. The white-haired lowly and the yellow-furred wolf both stared at the nearby food shop, tears slipping uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. I think you're both hungry too, aren't you? Sigh. Though Elise no longer needed to eat to sustain her life. That didn't mean she would force herself to never eat. Damn it. Even a Saintess could be tempted. A formidable enemy indeed. I must eat my fill to prepare for battle. Then let's all go together. Eating was important, but gathering information here was equally necessary. According to the shopkeeper, this desert was called the Red Death Desert, spanning the borderlands between the Alphas theocracy and the Quina Empire. 1,000 years ago, the Demon King War had taken place here. Because of that war, this land lost the blessing of the spirits and became a barren wasteland. And the pyramid lay deep within the desert. Could it be, the place it wanted to take her to was the Demon King Solomon's tomb? Elise glanced at the wolf, only to see it shake its head. It says it doesn't know. It only lived there for a long time, but whether it's the Demon King's tomb or not, it can't say. Is that so? Elise nodded thoughtfully. As mentioned before, she didn't know the exact details of the later events in the original story. Still, if this truly was the Demon King Solomon's tomb, then the treasures inside would surely be plentiful. If there were ancient spirit techniques within, they would be of great help to her. Perhaps in the future, this place would also serve as a trial ground for the protagonist. But what did that have to do with Elise? Just because something was meant for the protagonist didn't mean no one else could take it. In the end, it belonged to whoever claimed it first. And if this truly was the Demon King's tomb, then Elise was determined to seize its contents. Est, are you full yet? Beside her, Est and the wolf had finally stopped devouring their meals. It was already afternoon. Best to rest here for the night, and continue the journey tomorrow. Since we're done eating, let's go look for. Sorry. My wallet is really gone, I didn't mean to dine and dash. An urgent male voice rang out from not far away. In the otherwise quiet shop, it stood out sharply, drawing Elise's attention. Though dressed in Arab-like attire with half his face covered, that did nothing to hinder Elise's perception. Inside his body was a special kind of energy, divine power. In the world of elementalists, there were few men who possessed divine power. What's more, from Elise's perception, that face beneath the veil had enormous potential for cross-dressing. The answer was already clear, Elise couldn't help but sigh. To think she would meet him here. Speak of the devil and the devil appears. Chapter 69, Kamito Kazuhaya. 1046 words. My name is Kamito Kazuhaya. I'm 16 years old, and I'm an elementalist. But don't assume that being an elementalist makes me a girl. I'm one of the rare male elementalists. I'm not effeminate, nor some special third gender. I'm a genuine male. My hobby? Girls. 3 years ago, for certain reasons, I lost my contracted spirit, Restia. Since then, I've traveled across the continent searching for her. But after so many years, I still haven't found her. At times, I even suspected that Restia might have already died because of that incident. Until that old hag of a headmistress sent me a letter, claiming, Restia is still alive. That damn old woman. Though I wasn't sure if the message was true, I had to check for myself. What if it was real? With that hope, I set out toward Arishiya Spirit Academy. After a long journey, I finally reached the edge of the scorching desert. Ahead lay the forest. But my stomach was growling, I needed food first. Who's that? A pear in a nearby shop caught my eye. A blonde girl with her eyes covered, her figure quite impressive, accompanied by a white-haired lowly and a desert mutt. What kind of combination was that? Her gentle smile, the way she occasionally helped the lowly wipe her mouth, it really made her look like either a mother or an older sister. She's really beautiful. Could she be an elementalist too? I could tell the wolf seemed to be an earth element spirit. But as for the girl, I couldn't sense anything. I let my gaze sweep from head to toe, pausing on her alluring legs wrapped in pure white stockings, then resting on the most striking part of her body. Even though her clothes covered much of it, my keen instincts could still judge the truth of the generous curves hidden beneath. That's quite the scale. Even Restia might not compare. Maybe only that old hag could compete. Wait. Did I just compare a girl who looked about 16 to a woman pushing 40? Ha! That old hag really is pitiful. Forget it, I'm starving. Food first. As beautiful as the girl was, she couldn't fill my stomach. Before long, my table was piled high with food. Ah, delicious. After months of hardship crossing the desert, this was the first time I'd eaten this well. Finally, this ordeal was over. But then, the problem came when it was time to pay. The pouch on my backpack had torn. The large stash of gold coins I carried was gone. What? Impossible. My expression turned grim. Losing money was bad enough, but worse. I'd been robbed. Who was Kamito Kazuhaya, you ask? Maybe you don't know. But how about Rin Ashbel? The strongest blade dancer on the continent, known by all, feared by all. Even if my current strength wasn't what it once was, I wasn't someone anyone could look down on. And yet I had been robbed. Who would dare do this? As I gritted my teeth, the shopkeeper nearby noticed my situation. This kid had just ordered a whole table of food by himself. Of course he'd draw attention. And now, he was staring at his bag in shock. Could it be? You brat, trying to dine and dash, the shopkeeper's voice rang out. I jolted, flustered. No. It's just an accident. My wallet's gone. Could you let me pay later? I swear I'll repay you. Ha ha, so that's how it is. The shopkeeper laughed, but the look in his eyes turned sharp. You brat, do you take me for an idiot? It's really not like that. Kamito tried to explain again. Please, my wallet is really gone. I didn't mean to dine and dash. So you're admitting it was on purpose? The shopkeeper clearly had no intention of letting Kamito off. Over the years, he'd dealt with plenty of freeloaders like this. Some of their graves already had little spirits growing on them. I'm sorry. Cam-Ito realized there was no way out. He lowered his head. I can work off the debt. With those skinny arms and legs. Work it off. Give me a break. The commotion only grew worse. Onlookers turned their attention this way, and the blonde girl Cam-Ito had noticed earlier had clearly picked up on the situation too. No. I don't want a beautiful girl to look at me like I'm garbage. Excuse me, what's happening here? The blindfolded blonde girl had approached Cam-Ito and the shopkeeper, her tone calm and questioning. Humph. This brat tried to skip out on the bill. I swear my coins were stolen, I never intended to dine and dash. Cam-Ito protested, flustered. Seeing that the two were about to continue arguing, the girl quickly intervened. Enough. I'll cover this gentleman's meal. Let's just put this matter to rest here. What? Do you even know how much he ordered? After all, Cam-Ito had ordered a feast, the cost was no small sum. Will this be enough? Elise extended her right hand. Resting in her palm was a pile of glittering gold coins. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight. Enough, more than enough. He snatched the coins from her hand and hurried off, as if afraid she might change her mind. Phew, finally it's over. Cam-Ito exhaled in relief. The troublesome scene had ended. Thank you. How should I address you? My name is Elise Holiness. Just call me Elise. Elise gave a graceful bow. Cam-Ito's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Her manners were refined, she must have noble or royal background. Why would someone like her appear in a place like this? But first things first. Really, thank you so much. If I had been more careful, my coins wouldn't have been stolen, and I wouldn't have caused this mess. Cam-Ito bowed deeply to his benefactor, his tone humble. It's all right. Anyone would find it troublesome to be robbed in the desert. I've experienced it too, it's truly a terrible feeling. Oh? You're willing to believe me? Most people in this situation would immediately suspect fraud. But Elise? Of course. You don't look like a bad person. And besides, do you need a reason to help others? Her kindness, and the saintly smile on her lips, moved Cam-Ito's heart. This girl was an angel. Chapter 70, A Saintess Who Thinks of Others. 1153 words. My name is Cam-Ito Kazuhaya, thank you so much. Elise. Once again, Cam-Ito marveled at the kindness and sincerity of the person before him. Girls so considerate and understanding were rare nowadays. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first, Mr. Kazuhaya. Within Elise's senses, some discordant noises appeared. She only tilted her head slightly and immediately understood what had happened. It seemed that because she had given the shopkeeper gold coins earlier, some greedy people had set their sights on her. But it was fine. Those people were weak. She could just find a deserted corner and eliminate them. After bowing to Cam-Ito, Elise prepared to leave. But Cam-Ito seemed to have noticed something as well. If you don't mind, may I follow you for a while? You helped me just now, and haha, I don't really like owing favors. Please allow me to repay you, Miss Elise. His voice came from behind. Elise paused, then turned back with a smile. Is this some new kind of pickup line, Mr. Kazuhaya? Although I do have a bit of goodwill toward you, it's not at the level of being lovers yet, Elise reminded him. No. Not lovers. He tried to explain further, but as the typical dense protagonist type, matters of romance were not his strong point. Just being teased a little made him blush. Of course, it could also be because Elise was an absolute beauty. If it were someone plain-looking, or even worse than his cross-dressing self, Cam-Ito probably wouldn't react this way. But then again, Cam-Ito in women's clothing was absolutely the most beautiful existence among all elementalists in this world. Elise thought that even his harem's heroines couldn't compare to his cross-dressed appearance. I only want to do what I can to help you, Miss Elise, nothing else. Though Camito's power had declined greatly in these past years searching for Restia, he was still far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He could clearly sense the hostility gathering nearby. And the target of that malice was the blonde girl before him. He couldn't allow the one who had just helped him to become the target of those people. That was Camito's thought at the moment. If he hadn't been careless enough to be pickpocket, he wouldn't have been without money for food. Then Elise wouldn't have had to pay for him, and those people wouldn't have focused on her. So in the end it was all that thief's fault. Even though Elise wore an eye patch, Camito could still feel that she seemed to be observing him. No, scrutinizing was more accurate. But his request was unreasonable. Surely she would reject him, right? That was what Camito thought. Yet Elise's reaction was completely different from what he expected. Mr. Kazuhaya, you must have accidentally lost your coins earlier, right? Elise asked with some concern. If you're short on coins right now, I can hire you for a while. I'll pay you enough for your work. This girl. Camito's gaze toward Elise changed. She was actually so considerate of others. His request had originally been extremely impolite, yet she went out of her way to excuse him. She even deliberately mentioned hiring him, just to give him money. And she was so beautiful on top of that. What was this strange fluttering in his chest? Looking at the dazzling woman before him, Camito pressed a hand against his chest, realizing his heartbeat had unknowingly sped up. Ah, thank you. It's getting late. Then I'll trouble you to protect me and my sister. Of course, no problem. After a brief exchange, Elise called Est and the Desert Wolf, and together with Camito, they headed for the inn. Both she and Camito needed a place to rest for the night. Ah! To think there'd be hot springs here in the desert. How pleasant. After all, this was the border between desert and forest, so it wasn't strange for there to be a hot spring here. Leaning against the edge of the spring, Elise held the petite Est in her arms. But speaking of which, Elise glanced at Est, still holding several doubts in her heart. Why don't you even take off your stockings when soaking in the hot spring? Normally, when bathing, just a towel would be enough, right? Some people didn't even need towels, Elise was one of them. But thanks to the holy light she had cast on herself, it was impossible for anyone to peek at her from any angle or distance. That was why she was so bold. Sister, do you want me to take off my stockings? You actually want to see Est's bare feet? Sister, you're so perverted. At the mention of anything related to her feet, Est's small face instantly flushed red. So she really did feel embarrassed about showing her bare feet. But Elise had no intention of letting her off so easily. Look, Est, I've already taken mine off, haven't I? And besides, when soaking in a hot spring, you're supposed to take them off. Not to mention, if your stockings get wet, it'll feel uncomfortable to wear them later. Est tilted her head and replied, it doesn't matter. These stockings are something I created myself. Once I get out, they'll immediately dry. No need to worry about that. Elise smiled. Be good, Est. You should listen properly at times like this, all right. Hurry and take them off. Let me see. I can even help wash them for you later. Ugh. Est still seemed reluctant, her small face full of hesitation. But under Elise's repeated urging, she finally nodded. Since it's sister asking, then. It's fine. Her small hands grasped the edge of the black stockings and slowly pulled them down. Before long, her snow-white feet were revealed to the air. Slap. The sudden sensation on her foot made Est shrink back shyly, her body squirming unnaturally. It was Elise who had grabbed her foot. Sister, don't. Don't touch Est's feet like that. Est covered her face with both hands, but through the gaps between her fingers, her wavering eyes still peeked through. As for Elise, she simply thought. I'm curious. Why was it that in the anime, S didn't mind her body being exposed, but cared so much about her feet? Could it be that something special existed on her feet? Or perhaps a unique organ belonging to spirits? Elise's thoughts were completely serious. It definitely wasn't for any other reason. She truly only wanted to explore the mysteries of a spirit's body. Click. See? Elise even had a camera ready to take pictures as samples. Research brings joy. Meanwhile, in the men's bath next door, Kamito sat cross-legged in the hot spring, silently chanting calming incantations to suppress the rampaging demonic spirit energy within him. It seemed Kamito was also engaged in quite the intense battle. Chapter 71, A Promise. 1108 words. From next door came the lively voice of a girl. No matter how Kamito tried to suppress it, the demonic spirit within his body refused to settle down. Forget it, that's enough for today. The sounds from the other hot spring grew louder, and Kamito truly couldn't control his restless heart any longer. Soon, he left. What's wrong with me today? Why do I feel so strange? Meanwhile, Elise, who was still inspecting Est's body, twitched her ears slightly. Narrowing her eyes, she turned toward the wall separating the two baths. I thought he'd last a bit longer. Hee hee. But still. Elise looked at her hands, then at her reflection rippling in the water. I underestimated this body's charm. Sacred demonic charm. This was one of the innate gifts Elise's body possessed. It granted her a charm far beyond that of ordinary people, enough to reach a demonic level, yet at the same time, it brought others a sense of holy healing. A contradictory gift to say the least. I'm sleeping in the same room as you, Elise. Kamito looked awkwardly at the key in Elise's hand. He hadn't expected that after knowing this beautiful girl for less than half a day, he would already be sharing a room with her. The number of rooms wasn't enough, so only one was left. Elise toyed with the key in her hand. But don't worry, Mr. Kazuhaya. It's a double room with 2 beds. Est and I will share one bed. It won't feel crowded. No. That wasn't the issue. Would any ordinary girl share a room with a boy she had only just met a few hours ago? Especially with him being a vigorous young man. Thinking of Elise's reputation, and also worrying he might lose control, Kamito hesitated for her sake. In his eyes, Elise, so wealthy and well-mannered, was surely a noble from some kingdom, wasn't she? And noble young ladies cared deeply about their reputations. There's no need to stay at an inn. I can rough it outside under a tree. It'll be fine. During his journey searching for Restia, Kamito had endured far harsher conditions. He could easily manage. But if you run off, how am I supposed to have my fun? Elise seemed displeased with Kamito's restraint toward her, so she quickly stepped closer. Kamito. Why yes, I'm here. Elise made a slightly angry expression and fixed her gaze on him. Even with her eyes covered, Kamito still felt the pressure. The weather has been unpredictable lately. What if it suddenly rains? You'd definitely catch a cold. Hey. This is a desert. How could there possibly be? Rumble. Thunder rolled outside the window. Huh? It's really raining. Shocked, Kamito turned his head toward the window. Rain poured down in sheets. Looks like the weather is on my side, Kamito. And besides, if I let you stay outside alone, I'd feel terrible. Not to mention, didn't you promise to protect me? If you're outside and something happens to me, then what? At that time, who would pay you your gold coins? Elise's words silenced Kamito once again. Even now, she cared about paying him. Then he would. I understand, Elise. I will protect you. Kamito's expression turned serious as he gave his promise as a mun. Good. That's more like it. Then let's pinky swear. Elise extended her little finger, hooking it with Kamito's. Pinky swear, hang it on the hook, no changes for 100 years. You must protect me, all right. And in return, if you encounter any trouble, I'll help you too. Elise's promise wasn't just empty words, she always kept her word. Elise knew Kamito Kazuhaya felt some affection toward her. With her ability to sense faith, she could clearly feel the faith emanating from him. Though small in quantity, its quality was astonishingly high. Could this be the faith of a protagonist? How overwhelming. Thus, Elise began to plan the next steps, gradually forging a bond with Kamito. Afterward, she kept teasing him, flirting with him again and again. But each time, just as things reached a certain limit, she would stop. As expected, Kamito's favor toward her increased. The faith power that had once been no thicker than a thread now steadily expanded. She harvested no small amount of faith from the male protagonist. And in the process of teasing him, Elise began to feel something strange. Though she couldn't explain why, it just felt good. Refreshing. Her recognition of Kamito Kazuhaya, this main character, was gradually rising as well. Though he was the protagonist of a harem story, meeting him in reality, he really did have the kind of charm that could move a girl's heart. Unfortunately, Elise was not purely a girl herself. She could only admire Kamito, nothing more. Night fell quietly. Strangely, the rain outside seemed to have stopped right after Elise and Kamito made their promise. How coincidental that it rained only then. Elise lay on the bed. Est, nestled tightly against her side, seemed to be fast asleep. But Elise herself had no desire to sleep yet. Kamito, are you asleep? Though she already knew the answer, Elise still asked the question. Not yet, Elise. I can't fall asleep. Kamito replied quickly. After all, he was sharing a room with a stunningly beautiful girl. How could his restless heart possibly calm down? Me neither. How about we chat a little to pass the time? No problem. Elise knew well that sharing secrets could strengthen trust between two people. You must be very curious about my eyes, right, Kamito? I noticed many times before you wanted to ask but never did. Were you being considerate of me? That's right. After all, Elise acted no differently from a normal person. There was no sign of her vision being hindered, even though her eyes were covered. Could she really be blind? Kamito was deeply puzzled. The girl before him didn't seem like someone pretending to be blind. Thank you, Kamito. But I must make it clear, I'm not pretending. It's because of some special reasons. It seems to be an ability I was born with. If ordinary people see my eyes, the result would be disastrous for them. I didn't want anyone else to be harmed, so I chose to cover them. That sounded fake. Kamito found the matter bizarre. But considering that spirits existed in this world, perhaps it wasn't so strange after all. Just as he was about to ask if there was any way to resolve it, a sudden disturbance came from outside the window. Bang! The wooden window shattered under an unknown attack. They were under assault. Chapter 72, Elise, Why Seek Death? 1012 words. Who's there? The loud crash jolted Kamito upright from the bed, his eyes fixed warily on the broken window. Two masked figures leapt in from outside. Under the moonlight, it was clear they were two sturdy men. Are you sure it's them? Of course. I saw that woman earlier today with a whole pile of gold coins. Then she's the one. Their gazes slid past Kamito and locked onto Elise, who was lying on the bed. In the eyes of ordinary people, aside from Demon King Solomon, there were no male elementalists. The boy before them looked weak and frail, easy enough to take care of. Hand over all your valuables and maybe we'll let you live. The tall man pointed his longsword at Kamito. The blade gleamed dangerously under the moonlight. I refuse. Elise, hide quickly. With a shout, Kamito charged the two men. Though his skills had declined, dealing with two ordinary men, non-elementalists, was still well within his reach. Is that so? Then don't blame us. After taking your money, we'll sell you off as slaves. The men gripped their longswords, ready to teach this reckless boy a lesson. But what happened next made their expressions change drastically. The descending blade was dodged with a sidestep. Kamito's strong kick slammed into the man's stomach, sending him crashing into the wall by the window. His masked partner was knocked aside as well. Too strong. Was he really just a boy? Two grown men taken down in just a few moves. If word got out, their peers would laugh them to death. You may be strong, but we came prepared. Seeing Kamito's wary stance, one masked man flicked a dagger hidden in his sleeve, its target behind Kamito. Had Elise escaped? Without looking back, Kamito raised a bedboard to block the dagger. But then, he sensed something off. A new presence had appeared nearby. Right behind him. Humph, boy, you'd better surrender. I already have her. A third man. So the two from the window were just bait. The real threat was this third one, entering normally through the door. Had his senses dulled so much that he hadn't noticed? But something else troubled Kamito even more. Why didn't you run, Elise? Indeed, Elise was still lying on the bed, hardly moving, only her body trembling faintly. What was going on? We drugged the water in your room. Not sure why you're unaffected, but it doesn't matter, she's already ours. The third man pulled Elise into his grasp. As for Est, perhaps too small to be noticed, still hidden under the blanket. Kamito. Elise's weak voice called his name, but Kamito could see clearly, she was affected by the drug. Let her go. Kamito clenched his fists, glaring at the man holding Elise. Ha! And why should I? The man scowled and pressed a knife against Elise's neck. I've got a hostage. If you don't do as I say, this pretty face of hers will be ruined. The blade sliced through Elise's eye patch. She quickly shut her eyes tight, turning her head away from the man. Her reaction only drew the man's attention further. Grabbing her head, he forced her to face him. What are you doing? Open your eyes and look at me. But Elise refused to open her eyes, pushing the man's temper to the edge. At that moment, Kamito froze. He remembered what Elise had said earlier. If ordinary people saw her eyes, their fate would be terrible. Wait. Don't look into her eyes. Even though they were enemies, Kamito tried to stop them, for their own sake, and so Elise wouldn't have to harm others. You think I'll stop just because you said so? That would make me lose face. I'll look if I want to. Kamito's entire body tensed with unease, but Elise could only sigh helplessly. Seriously, brother. I already warned you, and you still insist on looking. I just told Kamito what would happen to anyone who saw my eyes, and you go ahead anyway. If your end isn't miserable enough, how am I supposed to explain it to him? Finally, with Elise showing an expression of seeming reluctance, the man forced open her tightly shut eyelids and looked into the depths of her gaze. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Kamito swallowed hard, dread filling his chest. He didn't know what would happen next, but it had to be terrifying. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but the man seemed to freeze, staring blankly into Elise's eyes. Seconds later, bloodshot veins spread across his eyeballs, his eyes bulging wide. And then the unexpected happened. Aya-aya-waha. The man clutched his head, screaming incoherently. Even as he screamed, he tore at his scalp with his nails, scratching deeper and deeper. In no time, bloody streaks covered his face. But his frenzied actions didn't stop, instead, they intensified. His fingernails dug into his own eyes. Elise. Seizing the chance, Kamito rushed forward, pulling Elise free from the man's grasp, along with Est, who was still asleep under the blanket. Turning back, he and the other two men watched in horror at the grotesque scene. There was no sign of divine power, nor the aura of a spirit. And yet, this man had been driven to such madness. His head no longer looked like a head, hair torn out, skin ripped away, his face was now nothing but a bloody mask, a corpse dripping with gore. Utterly horrifying. Camito, who had witnessed countless tragic scenes since childhood, still trembled all over at the sight, gripped by fear. As for the two lackeys, just witnessing the scene was enough to make them faint dead away. Before long, the man's movements stopped completely. His life had run its course. He was dead. In that instant, Camito almost turned his head to look at Elise, but recalling the horrific scene just now, he suppressed the impulse. That is the consequence. Did you see, Camito? Elise's voice came from the side, but Camito could hear the deep sadness laced within it. Camito remained silent. He didn't know how to face this girl anymore. Chapter 73, Leaving Without Goodbye. 1076 words. After witnessing the consequence of looking into Elise's eyes, Camito no longer knew what he should do or say. Nor did he intend to look at her, even after she had tied the blindfold back over her eyes. That scene just now had truly shaken him, and fear lingered. Yet inside, he was conflicted, unwilling to simply walk away. After they tidied the room a little, the two of them moved to an open space to rest. But the night passed in silence. Elise didn't start another conversation, and neither did Camito. And so both drifted into slumber. When morning came, the sunlight was already shining on them. Elise, are you awake? Camito opened his eyes and turned toward her side. But the empty room told him only one thing: she was gone. She had left while he slept. As Camito started to sit up, something slipped from his body, a small, conspicuous pouch. What's this? Picking it up, Camito opened it to find some gold coins and a letter inside. The number of coins wasn't great, but enough to support him until he reached that old woman's academy. But the letter? To Mr. Kazuhaya. It had to be from Elise, right? The handwriting was elegant, clearly from a delicate, thoughtful girl. Camito carefully opened the envelope and began to read. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Kazuhaya, for protecting Est and me last night. The money in this pouch is prepared as your payment. I don't know the standard hiring rate, but I believe these coins should be enough. More than enough. For just one night, ordinary hirelings would never be paid this much. I must be a very detestable woman, and with these terrible eyes as well. Surely, Mr. Kazuhaya, you no longer wish to see me again, do you? How could that be? You're such a kind girl. To avoid harming others, you even blindfolded yourself, choosing to live a life of darkness. And yet, last night, it was me who killed that man. Such a horrifying thing, all because of me. Who would want to see such a monster again? No. You're not a monster at all. And that incident wasn't something you chose to do. Camito's fingers brushed against the paper. There were faint water stains. He immediately understood. The girl must have been crying when she wrote this letter. The thought pierced his heart like needles. Why? Why had he stayed silent last night? He had pushed a pure-hearted girl into such misery. He read on. Therefore, please forgive my leaving without goodbye. I also hope, Mr. Kazuhaya, that we will never meet again. But yesterday, I was truly happy. Thank you. Elise Holiness. When he finished reading, Camito's chest filled with guilt. Without meaning to, he had wounded the girl deeply. Clutching the letter tightly, he bit his lip. That's not true. What do you mean, never meet again? I really like you. As he recalled the smile Elise had worn while strolling with him yesterday, Camito could only imagine how much pain she must be in now. He could feel her unwillingness toward her tragic fate, her helplessness. Just like himself, once before. Raised as an assassin in the instructional school, taught to kill, to suppress emotion. But Camito had been lucky enough to escape. What about Elise? The more he thought about it, the more he cared. I want to help you, Elise. Suddenly, Camito's anguished expression froze as a thought struck him. That's right. The Blade Dance Festival. If I can win the championship, then I can make a wish to the Elemental Lord. If it's this wish, then surely it can resolve the problem with Elise's eyes. With that thought, Camito quickly grabbed the pouch and his belongings, running toward the desert. He wanted to help Elise. But the endless expanse of desert forced him to a halt. He couldn't determine which direction she had gone. If he wandered blindly, he would only lose himself in the sands. Just a little more. His clenched fist trembled. Clearly, Camito was in pain. But even so, he chose to press on. After taking several deep breaths, he stared earnestly at the vast desert and shouted loudly. Elise! I promise to protect you. I will never go back on my word. I will never give up. I will definitely save you. The desert offered no reply. Camito didn't know if Elise could hear him. But his promise would not end here. The Blade Dance Festival. Camito stared at his palm for a long while, then clenched it tightly into a fist. I will win the championship. On the caravan wagon, Elise toyed with the pouch in her hand. I left some behind for Camito. It should be enough for him to reach Arishiya Spirit Academy. Yesterday, when she first met him, she had clearly sensed where Camito's gaze had been fixed. So she decided to confiscate his coin pouch as a small punishment. But now this counted as returning it, right? At least a small part of it. After all, last night's bath, the inn, the food expenses, those had all been paid with Camito's gold coins. Beside her, Est was sipping on some drink she had somehow acquired. The wagon jolted over a stone, and the drink spilled onto her clothes. Est, I told you to be careful while drinking. Elise said helplessly, helping Est wipe the damp fabric. You were like this earlier too. That morning, while Elise was writing the letter, Est had been drinking something as well. With one careless slip, a few drops had fallen onto the letter. Hopefully the ink wasn't smudged. If the words had been ruined completely, that would have been a real loss. But at the time, Camito had already shown signs of waking. Elise hadn't lingered, leaving only the coins and letter before heading to the appointed caravan. By the way, the coins to hire this caravan were also Camito's. Suddenly, Elise felt something and turned sharply. Then, she smiled. There was no mistaking it, it was Camito's faith power. So Camito has already received my letter. But the emotions within this faith power. They were a little too strong. Elise removed her eye patch, her deep gaze fixed on the distant city, already a small black speck on the horizon. So this is what it means to be the protagonist. Perhaps it's better if we never meet again. Chapter 74, Unknown Matters. 1021 words. Zohar, 1,000 years ago, was nothing more than a small city in the desert. But it became famous because of a single man, the demon king Solomon. Though male, he possessed the ability to command spirits. To realize his ambition, he brought the 72 spirits slumbering across the world under his control, and, in an extremely short time, swept across the continent. At that time, the concept of using spirits for war didn't even exist. Thus, with his spirit army, the demon king quickly crushed nation after nation, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Yet just as his forces were about to dominate the continent, a shepherd girl appeared. She formed a contract with the legendary Sacred Sword and organized a Salvation Army to fight against the Demon King. Thus began the 3-year-long Demon King War. In the end, the Demon King was defeated. Defeated by the Sacred Queen Arishiya, who wielded the Sacred Sword. Afterward, both the Saintess and the sword vanished from history. This information came from an old book in the hands of a merchant, an ancient text, judging by its condition. So that's what happened, huh? As an anime fan, Elise usually only watched anime. Only when particularly interested in a series would she go after the original novel. Unfortunately, there had been far too many Harem Academy anime at the time, so many she couldn't keep up. Blade Dance of the Elementalers was one of those. Elise had only seen the anime, her strongest impression being of Est, the lowly character. As for the story itself, she only knew a bit of the world-building, and that the final boss seemed to be the light elemental lord, Alexandros. Other than that, Elise didn't know much. But she did know the fate of the Saintess Aricia. Because she had slain many spirits, the sacred sword placed a curse on Aricia, corroding her body until she ultimately became a spirit crystal. And that sacred sword was Est. That was why Est bore the title of Demon King's sacred demon sword. But if she didn't die, then one day in the future, Aricia will surely be freed, right? Elise thought of Camito. Since this was a harem light novel, it wouldn't be surprising if the not-dead Aricia ended up in the protagonist's harem. Many stories pulled this exact trick. But Elise didn't mind, it had nothing to do with her. She was only here for Solomon's treasure. Miss Holiness, we'll be setting off now. The caravan's leader was a middle-aged man named Alan, who had worked in this trade for over 10 years, well experienced in navigating the desert. He was confident about the route ahead. All right, let's go. If we encounter any problems, I'll step in. Elise sat in the wagon, holding Est in her arms. The desert heat was oppressive, as though it could melt a person. But under Elise's control, the temperature around them was pleasantly moderated. Excellent. With you here, I can rest easy. To ordinary people, elementalists were held in extremely high regard. While common folk could only rely on their bodies to fight, elementalists could wield the power of the elements. Such people were naturally respected. At first, Alan had not intended to take this desert route. It was indeed dangerous, and they might encounter many magical beasts along the way. But after Elise revealed herself as an elementalist, his mind changed. With an elementalist's protection, what was a desert route? Wouldn't the monsters simply die upon appearing? Thus, Alan agreed to Elise's request. He even offered to refund the original payment Elise had given him, and instead pay her a guard's commission, so long as she protected the caravan. Naturally, Elise agreed. So in the end, the caravan she had hired with Camito's money was now paying her with even more money. I feel a little sorry for Camito. Elise pressed her hands together. I'll pray for you. Amen. Achoo. In the forest, the black-haired boy sneezed and muttered in confusion, in this kind of weather, can you even catch a cold? After offering a brief prayer, Elise sat upright once more in the caravan wagon, expanding her senses. Faith power spread through the air, drifting outward. In her perception, aside from some weak monsters and spirits, only their caravan remained in the surrounding area. For now, there was no danger. Once I've obtained Solomon's treasures, I'll leave this world. There's really nothing else important to do here. In this world, she had already formed a contract with Est. Her main goal was accomplished. The Demon King's treasure was just a bonus, meant to help her cooperate with Est better. If she managed to acquire it, she'd have no further reason to stay in this world. After that, I probably won't ever return here. The world of the elementalists had nothing particularly unique, aside from the spirits. Forget it. I don't plan to keep getting involved with the protagonist anyway. Let's just leave it at that. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through Elise's senses. She immediately surveyed the area, but no enemies appeared on the surface. What's more, the tremors were only growing stronger. Given the wide range of her perception, for something to escape it, it had to either be in the sky or underground. Underground. Everyone, increase speed. Get out of here. Sensing danger, Alan, the caravan leader, shouted urgently while whipping the reins to accelerate. Before long, a whirlpool of sand appeared in front of them, widening rapidly. That's a monster. With years of experience in the desert, Alan instantly recognized its type. An antlion beast. It dug huge pits beneath the desert. Any creature that slid into one would be impaled by its massive scythe-like jaws and devoured. And now the pit was expanding faster and faster. If they couldn't escape the range in time, they would inevitably fall into the trap and be eaten alive. Miss Holiness. I know. Elise grasped Est's hand, summoning the demon slayer's sacred sword in a flash of light. I thought this desert journey might be boring, but I didn't expect to run into a monster. How lucky. Chapter 75, Starlight Sword. 959 words. Sacred speech. Float. As faith power stirred, the Kodadama's ability flashed, and the entire caravan, both wagons and people, rose into the air under Elise's power. Amazing, Miss Holiness. I didn't expect an elementalist could do something like this. Miss Elise must be an exceptionally powerful elementalist, right? The merchants, enjoying the sensation of floating, felt much of their tension melt away. Everyone, be careful. Until I've dealt with these monsters, please remain in the air. After offering the reminder, Elise turned her gaze to the whirlpool of flowing sand below. Moments ago, small animals had dotted the desert surface. Now they were sliding helplessly into the pit's center. Two massive mandibles pierced through the sand, followed by a gigantic head rising from beneath, jaws gaping wide. Every creature that slipped into the pit was swallowed whole by that bottomless maw. Miss Elise, the caravan leader, Alan, shouted. These monsters have very low tendency to swarm. While it hasn't noticed us yet, let's escape quickly. Low tendency to swarm. Elise narrowed her eyes, focusing on the pit below, and shook her head. Alan, your desert experience is impressive, but every rule has its exception. Her earlier perception had spread mainly in four directions, front, back, left, and right. She had probed the sands as well, but not deeply. Now that she knew antlion beasts lurked below, Elise concentrated her perception beneath the desert surface. There are more of them than us. The caravan had around 30 people. If Elise said there were more antlions than that. As soon as her words fell, a deafening rumble shook the desert. The sound was overwhelming. Alan's jaw nearly dropped at the sight. How? Why are there so many? Wait. Could it be? Countless whirlpools began appearing across the desert, each growing larger as the sands churned. It must be breeding season. Elise voiced the thought in Alan's mind. In her perception, she had just seen several antlion beasts mating beneath the sands and laying eggs. Then we're doomed, aren't we? Miss Elise, can you carry us out by flying? Alan knew how terrifying antlions were. If it had been only one, there was still hope of escape. But with so many, ordinary people like them stood no chance. Their only hope was the lone elementalist here. Flying out may be difficult, Elise admitted. Alan's face turned grim, but her next words gave him hope again. But defeating them, that's possible. To the merchants, this was their only lifeline. They couldn't count on the Empire sending reinforcements. By the time help came, they'd already be inside antlion stomachs. Then we leave it to you. Est, let's go. Elise extended her right hand. Est transformed instantly into the sacred sword, ready for battle. A high-level sword spirit. Alan, who was fairly knowledgeable, knew high-ranking spirits could assume human form. But he hadn't expected the seemingly small girl traveling with them to actually be a sword spirit. If that were true, then perhaps they had a chance. Let's take this chance to test my starlight sword. Since deciding to create her holy sword style, Elise had not been idle. She constantly refined and attuned herself to her prana. Though only a short time had passed, she had made noticeable progress. Holding the sword in both hands, Elise channeled prana. Through her contract into EST, little motes of starlight shimmered into existence upon the sacred sword. This was her holy sword style, starlight sword. Yes, it was a state-type skill. That earlier light cannon was merely an instantaneous burst of gathered energy. But if Elise reduced the prana output and maintained it, the sacred sword could remain in its starlight sword state continuously. Not only would this enhance the blade's slashing power, it also accelerated prana conversion, allowing S to channel it more efficiently. Of course, the sacred sword's strength varied with the amount of prana infused. To increase power, she would need to raise the output. Take this first strike. Holy sword style, starlight sword, starlight slash. As Elise swung downward, a massive arc of starlit energy appeared in the sky and hurtled toward the antlion swarm beneath the sands. The antlions seemed oblivious, still busy devouring prey that had fallen in. Boom! The sword energy pierced one antlion directly, detonating in the desert floor. Not bad at all. With a single strike, she felled an antlion. Judging by the prana feedback, that one had been about 15 meters long. That large? Were all the others the same size? But with that one blow, the feeding antlions noticed the prey floating above. Dozens of massive heads burst from the sand, jaws gnashing. There are 37 of them. Alan, in all his years, had never seen so many together. Yet now that their heads were visible, Elise could pinpoint their exact locations. Shoo! 37 sword beams rained down at once. Take my 37-fold starlight slash combo. But this time, the antlions had witnessed its destructive power. They had seen one of their kin obliterated. Now they quickly burrowed back beneath the sand, shifting positions constantly. Smarter than I thought. While monsters lacked human intelligence, they weren't fools either. They wouldn't rush headlong into certain death. In her perception, the antlions were rapidly repositioning beneath the desert. Without some kind of large-scale attack, striking them would be difficult. But large-scale attacks? Elise had just the practice for that. Raising the sacred sword one-handed, her prana surged, resonating deeply with EST. The starlight along the blade flared ever brighter. Boom! The radiance suddenly expanded, painting a breathtaking vision of the Milky Way across the sky. Within that cosmic tapestry, countless stars began to glimmer. As prana flooded in, their pulsing grew stronger. Holy sword style, starlight sword, starry sky. Chapter 76, The Importance of Imagination. 1119 words. Within the cosmic tapestry, countless stars, empowered by the flow of prana, grew immensely vast. From afar, the scene was indistinguishable from the true beauty of the Milky Way. With the swing of the sacred sword, countless stars fell toward the earth. This was the starlight sword, starry sky. In that instant, the brilliance of the stars dazzled everyone's eyes. It was as though real celestial bodies were crashing onto the ground, an awe-inspiring sight. However, the stars that struck the ground did not explode. Instead, as they spun unceasingly, they dissolved into countless motes of starlight. Yet they still left behind a vast, circular crater. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the crater was filled with countless sword marks, each one the result of Elise's earlier prana-infused strikes. At its core, this move compressed countless slashes into a single strike, condensing them with prana into a sphere before launching it toward the enemy. Once it struck, the star would envelop its target, and in that moment, countless sword energies would erupt simultaneously within the sphere, colliding and cutting relentlessly. The destructive power it generated was enormous. To survive this attack, one would either need defenses far superior in prana to Elise's own, or avoid being hit by her stars altogether. Yet this was a wide-range attack. How could the antlion swarm possibly evade it entirely? Those struck by the stars were immediately shredded into fragments by the raging sword energy within. Even the fluids inside their shells sprayed across the sand pit, releasing a pungent stench. The antlions around, untouched by Elise's strikes, clearly sensed both their companions' deaths and the overwhelming might of the technique. The vibrations from underground suddenly halted, replaced by strange calls. These antlions seemed to be communicating. At last, the vibrations returned. But this time, they weren't attacking, they were fleeing. The swarm burrowed deeper into the desert earth, vanishing completely in moments. At least within Elise's perception, there were no traces of antlions within several hundred meters underground. Regarding the technique she had just unleashed, Elise was quite satisfied. It seemed her direction in exploring the use of prana was correct. Although this move consumed more prana than her usual techniques, the effect rose proportionally. If she increased the prana output further, both the number and size of the stars would grow. What's more, this power was achieved without relying on the force of faith. It would surely become one of Elise's main offensive techniques from now on, and she could develop it even further. This reminded Elise of her longtime friend Sylvia, who was truly skilled at developing abilities. The use of prana, aside from strengthening physical abilities and serving as pure energy, also had another method of application, similar to that of Astriga, through endless practice and constant development of one's abilities. And the most important factor among these was imagination. For those who sought to develop their powers, imagination was especially crucial. Sylvia had managed to refine her singing ability to such heights precisely because of her imagination. Her songs had to be composed and written by herself for her Striga abilities to manifest. Thus, from a very early age, Sylvia had possessed imagination far beyond the ordinary. Elise's sacred speech also relied heavily on her own imagination. But for a long time, Elise had been lazy. Most of the techniques she used were ones she had seen in anime. Abilities like amplification or doubling were simple tricks that required no imagination at all, just knowing the effect was enough. So Elise had to admit, when it came to imagination, the gap between herself and Sylvia was immense. Sylvia could create her own music and become the world's #1 diva. Elise, however, might never achieve that. Though Elise's strength surpassed Sylvia's, the techniques she used were not truly her own. Whether it was Star of Eden, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, or other large-scale moves, they all surfaced uncontrollably in her mind, forgetting them was nearly impossible. And in the fast-paced rhythm of battle, the enemy would never give her the time to think. It was always a matter of relentless combos, either kill or be killed. This was also the problem Elise faced. The impression of techniques she had seen in the past was too deeply imprinted in her mind. That was why now, she chose to rely less on external faith power, and more on her own faith and innate abilities. Only in this way could she minimize the negative effects on her own strength. She still needed to keep developing her abilities, to imagine more, and to draw inspiration from the world around her. After hovering in the air for a while and sensing no danger, Elise gently lowered the caravan back down from the sky. Of course, the faith she had just used was her own, not borrowed from this world. Miss Elise, that was incredible. Such terrifying monsters, and you actually scared them all away. As soon as they landed, the merchants surrounded her, praising Elise's display just now. In their eyes, with so many magical beasts, if it had been an ordinary elementalist, they would surely have been devoured by now. But Elise had guaranteed both the survival of everyone here and the integrity of the goods. Didn't that just highlight the overwhelming difference in strength? However, Elise had no time to continue chatting with them. Please, everyone, speed up your progress. The sacred sword in her hand reverted back into Est's form. She silently held Elise's hand, saying nothing. When alone with Elise, she was fine. But with many strangers around, Est would not show such closeness. What's more, spirits favored pure maidens. Otherwise, they would not sign contracts only with girls. How could this group of rugged men possibly interest Est? Although we've temporarily driven off the beasts, it's only temporary. We don't know when they'll return. We must leave this place at once. Even though Elise had cleared the area with her starry sky technique, the desert held more than just antlion beasts. If they encountered another swarm, or worse, several groups of beasts at once, would Elise still have the leisure to chat with them like this? At that time, there would surely be casualties. Miss Elise is right. Let's move quickly. Alan, the caravan leader, immediately tidied his goods, preparing to continue the journey. They had Elise's protection this time, but there was no guarantee next time. They had to run while they could. And so the caravan wagons set off once more. Elise returned to the carriage, beginning her meditation again. The applications of prana should not end here. If combined with faith in the future, it might reach unimaginable heights. Chapter 77, The Demon King's Tomb. 1037 words. We'll part ways here. After escorting Alan and the others to the next city, Elise was already prepared to bid them farewell. Miss Elise, are you leaving so soon? Alan still tried to persuade her to stay a little longer, but Elise's resolve was firm. Yes. You've reached a safe place, and I must now search for what I need. Let us part here. In that case, I won't hold you back. Though Alan felt regret, he still handed Elise her payment. In their trade, credibility was everything. Unlike in the so-called neutral countries of the real world, here, one breach of contract meant losing all trust forever. After leaving the caravan, Elise turned her gaze to the distant pyramid. Though it still seemed far away to the naked eye, with her power, reaching it quickly would be no problem at all. Aww. The desert wolf, usually low in presence, howled once, glanced at Elise, then walked in the direction of the pyramid. Sister, it wants us to follow. S tugged Elise's hand, also pointing toward the pyramid. But what was worth noting was that Est's long unmoving expressionless face now revealed obvious doubt. Did something happen, Est? Elise cared for Est, of course. After all, they had signed a contract and were now partners. But more often than not, Elise felt like Est's mother. Even though, in truth, she was younger than Est. I don't know. I don't have memories of this part. Est frowned in thought for a long while before giving up. But what I can be certain of is that something inside there. I hate it. I see. Elise didn't quite understand, but she figured it wouldn't be a big deal. No matter the difficulty, she always had her faith power to fall back on. Still, what could possibly exist there that Est hated? Aww. A wolf's howl rang out again. But this time, Elise didn't need Est to translate. She could hear the urgency in its tone herself. It must be urging us onward. Thus the girl and the spirit walked toward the pyramid. The yellow sand swirling around the pyramid was blocked by Elise's prana barrier before it could touch her, causing no harm. This is the place you spoke of. Elise touched the stone statue before her, as though trying to feel if it concealed some mechanism. The beast-shaped statue seemed to depict some kind of magical beast. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, but after years of wind and sand erosion, parts of it had already crumbled. Aww. This is the place, but it isn't the statue itself, it's underground. Underground? Elise could not see with her eyes, so she usually relied on prana to sense her surroundings. But near this pyramid, some strange force seemed to interfere with her perception. This forced Elise to use faith power to sense the area. As expected, with the spread of faith power, Elise could see that beneath the statue was a hidden passage leading directly into the pyramid. A secret passage. And with the blessing of faith, Elise also sensed a distinct feature on the statue. Could that be the switch to open the passage? Elise pressed it experimentally, but nothing happened. Normally, aren't secret passages supposed to open this way? Or did I press it wrong? Unconvinced, Elise pressed it several more times. This time, the statue finally reacted. A tremor rippled through the statue and then... Ha! 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 Wait, was that laughter? Did this statue just mock me? Ha! 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 Keep this up and I'll get angry, you know. Ha! 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 Sacred speech. Annihilate. Under the sacred Saintess' radiant power, the mocking statue finally met its rightful end. When the statue vanished, the passage beneath was revealed. All right, let's go, huh? Elise was about to call Est and the desert wolf to enter with her, but noticed the wolf had stopped completely, making no move to follow. Aww. It says it can only escort us this far. It cannot go inside. From here, the rest of the path is up to us. Est's timely translation spared Elise unnecessary trouble. I see, so you'll be leaving us now. Elise crouched down and gently embraced the wolf. I wish you all the best on your journey. Though their first meeting had not been pleasant, the wolf had told Elise of the Demon King's tomb, which had been a great help. Aww. Elise remained standing until the wolf fully vanished into the sands before turning and entering the hidden passage. Unlike the weathered statue above, the secret passage clearly had never been opened before. The wall carvings were still sharp and distinct. The Demon King's tomb, what kind of treasures could be buried here? If it contained techniques related to elementalists, that would be perfect. Elise would gain an inheritance outright, and she wouldn't need to keep fumbling forward with Est's usage as she was now. In the pitch-black passage, Elise's golden radiance illuminated the surroundings. The passage wasn't very wide, barely allowing 3 people to walk side by side. There were no forks or side paths to confuse intruders, so Elise advanced with ease. Est, however, grew more and more unsettled the closer they drew to the pyramid. Elise assumed it was the Demon King's power affecting her, and used purification to calm her. At first narrow, only enough for one to pass, but after several dozen steps, it suddenly opened wide. That was Elise's situation now. After walking for a while, the passage had clearly broadened. Ascending a flight of stairs, Elise finally arrived inside the pyramid. With sacred speech, she cast light into the surroundings, revealing everything before them. Should I say as expected of the Demon King Solomon's tomb? Elise clicked her tongue at the sight. The surrounding hall was decorated magnificently, inlaid with countless gems. If all of them were taken out and sold, one might become richer than nations. Yet surprisingly, aside from the jewels carved into the walls, there was nothing else here. No gold coins. No elemental techniques. No Demon King inheritance. Only a massive boulder at the center of the altar. And within the boulder seemed to be the faint outline of a human figure. Chapter 78, Saintess Aricia. 1025 words. On the vast altar, aside from some symbols Elise could not understand, only a massive boulder stood. Most importantly, at the center of the boulder was a faint, shadowy human figure. Who is she? Why is she inside the Demon King Solomon's tomb? Elise thought carefully. She seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Wait, could it be? Before leaving the caravan, Elise had bought several books related to Demon King Solomon from Alan, the caravan leader. She seemed to have seen this woman in one of those books. Let me see. Elise pulled an ancient tome from her pack, searching for information about the figure. But what she failed to notice was Est's increasingly unsettled expression as she stared at the boulder. Could it be that she's the Saintess? Elise found the illustration in the book. It was a statue of Saintess Aricia. Comparing it with the figure before her, the resemblance was striking. Yes. She was my former master. A complicated voice came from Est beside her, drawing Elise's attention. But this is just a distraction. My former master, she is beneath that thing. Though the boulder showed the phantom of Aricia, Est could not be deceived. After all, it had been Aricia who suffered Est's backlash, turning into a spirit crystal. How could Est possibly mistake her? The energy here is truly chaotic, it even interferes with the sensing of faith power. Though she didn't know why, Elise indeed felt uncomfortable here. Approaching the massive crystal, Elise could finally confirm through her senses that beneath it pressed something rectangular in shape. A coffin. After careful confirmation, Elise was sure there was indeed a coffin beneath the crystal. And within it resided a vast power. She could faintly make out the presence of a woman. If she wasn't mistaken, the one within the coffin was none other than the former Salvation Saintess Aricia. What an interesting story this is. Within Demon King Solomon's tomb, the coffin did not hold Solomon himself, but the Saintess who defeated him. Could it be that, before dying, Solomon cast some curse on the Saintess, sealing her here forever. The woman inside the coffin was not dead, Elise could tell. Most likely, it was a seal. This really is the kind of plot only a harem anime would dare to write. For example, a Saintess from 1,000 years ago, sealed after defeating the Demon King. Then, 1,000 years later, the protagonist comes here and breaks the seal, leading to romance and harem antics with this centuries-old Saintess. Elise didn't know the exact story, but since Blade Dance of the Elementalist was a harem series, it probably wasn't far off. After all, this was a Saintess. And an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Would the author really not let the protagonist take her into the harem? Although I didn't find any real treasures, I'll take these at least. With a sweep of faith power, the gemstones embedded in the murals fell from the walls and flew into Elise's pouch. No reason to leave them behind, right? Besides, these gems held elemental power. Who knew when they might come in handy? Well then, after taking these, only this remains. Elise turned her gaze toward the massive crystal, and the coffin hidden beneath. How should she handle this matter? After all, the one sealed within was a Saintess. And by Elise's guess, she was highly likely to be one of the heroines. I did promise Kamito Kazuhaya that I'd help him. If this is a sealed heroine, then I'll give him a hand. Elise planned to break the Saintess seal inside the coffin, not only out of respect for Saintess Arisha herself, but also as a way of resolving the karmic ties of Kamito Kazuhaya. After all, Elise had taken Est, the sacred sword that was originally his. Helping to lift the Saintess seal in advance could be considered returning him a favor. With that thought, Elise prepared to act. Though faith power felt sluggish here, its strength was still unquestionable. Sacred speech. Unseal. Elise wielded her immense power, directing it toward the boulder and the coffin. So far, there had been nothing faith power could not achieve. Elise felt confident. As long as she didn't face the elemental lords, she could act recklessly. And even if she did face them, she still wasn't afraid. Sister, what are you doing? Elise's actions caught Est off guard. She hurried to Elise's side, grabbing her hand. She was your former master, wasn't she? Elise did not look back. With a faint smile, she kept her eyes on the boulder. Because the sacred sword's ability turned against its wielder, you must have felt terrible, didn't you? Est's little face fell. Though she had never spoken of it, Elise knew she had carried guilt over this all along. Now I intend to undo the curse binding the Saintess. That way, you won't need to blame yourself anymore. And this will also prove something. Prove that I absolutely will not be affected by your curse, Est. That was also part of the reason. Elise understood Est's feelings toward her former master. If releasing Arisha's seal could ease Est's heart, then Elise would do it. As for the possibility of Est leaving after Arisha's return, don't be ridiculous. Elise and Est were bound not only by a spirit contract but also by a blood pact. The double bond was far stronger than most imagined. In short, Est could never leave. Sister. Perhaps moved by Elise's words, the petite girl hugged Elise tightly around the waist. In that case, let me help you too. I will always, forever and ever, be sister's contracted spirit. I will never part from you. Est's will flowed through their contract, reaching Elise. The girl and spirit exchanged a knowing smile, reinforcing the power they unleashed together. Sacred speech. Amplify. Unseal. Striga ability, purification. And Est's ability, dispel. Layer upon layer of power struck the boulder and coffin, shaking the surroundings violently as they collided. But, to Elise's surprise, her faith power didn't seem to be unsealing anything at all. Instead, it felt like it was being absorbed. Chapter 79, Breaking the Seal. 1036 words. During the unsealing process, Elise noticed something strange with her faith power. Rather than being consumed like normal sacred speech, it felt more like the coffin itself was absorbing it. What's going on? This baffled Elise. Even her movements faltered as she stopped midway. But it was already too late. The coffin seemed to have absorbed enough faith power. Boom. With the influx of energy, the massive boulder pressing on the coffin instantly shattered. Countless shards flew outward, some heading straight for Elise's side. Thud. Elise shielded Est with her arms as her prana barrier unfolded, blocking the rain of stone fragments. Meanwhile, the pitch-black coffin that had been buried beneath began to float, lifted by some unknown force, until it hovered 10 meters above the ground. Though it looked like any ordinary coffin, Elise could sense the energy within rapidly rising, growing stronger and stronger. What shocked her even more was that mixed into that energy was a power Elise knew all too well. Faith power. How could this be? This world has no gods, there shouldn't be anyone capable of wielding faith power. Or could that Saintess also be like me, able to possess the power of faith? Sweat formed on Elise's forehead as unease gnawed at her. She hugged Est tighter in her arms. This was her first time encountering such a situation. She had only intended to help Est resolve her inner guilt and incidentally repay a favor to Kamito Kazuhaya. So how had things come to this? The energy inside the coffin kept climbing, absorbing the surrounding divine power, until it had clearly reached a superhuman realm. Though it sounded exaggerated, Elise could feel it, the energy surpassed her own. Is the one inside the coffin really Saintess Aristia? Elise murmured, doubt gnawing at her. This power, as someone who had once experienced this level before, she knew, it was the power of a non-human existence. The one sealed inside the coffin could not possibly be Saintess Aristia. Then who was it? Could it be that Demon King Solomon had cursed the Saintess, using her body for resurrection? And within it, Elise also sensed a power she had never encountered before. That's the Elemental Lord. Est, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. But her face was twisted in deep disgust. What's inside there is an Elemental Lord. What? An Elemental Lord? Weren't they all corrupted? Why would there be one here? Elise's mind spun in chaos. Of all things, she had never expected to find an Elemental Lord here. She hadn't wanted to encounter them at all, yet here one appeared. The surrounding divine power is gathering inside. It's about to emerge. Rare for her, Est's face showed open revulsion, as though she were seeing something filthy. Fall back. It's going to erupt. Elise hurriedly embraced Est, unfolding her prana shield. At this moment, she dared not recklessly use faith power again. Boom. In the next instant, golden light shot straight into the heavens. Hey, have you finished preparing the cargo? Alan, the caravan leader they had once traveled with, was now checking over his goods. If everything's ready, we'll depart tomorrow. This time, they had only survived because of Elise. Without her, they would have been devoured by the antlion swarm. We really were lucky, huh? To meet such a powerful elementalist like Miss Elise, one of the caravan workers sighed in admiration. Yeah. If I could marry a wife like Miss Elise, I'd gladly trade 10 years of my life. Ha! Only 10. If it were me, I'd give up 100. You wouldn't live that long anyway, ha ha. The caravan members were still joking around, but Alan, their leader, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Enough chatter. Work time isn't over yet. Get some proper rest tonight, we leave for home first thing tomorrow. Got it. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Alan, who had been leaning against the wall, was knocked to the floor. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Then, a massive pillar of light shot into the sky, drawing the gaze of people from nearby cities. And the source of that light was the pyramid. The Demon King Solomon's tomb. Could it be the Demon King Solomon is about to be resurrected? This is bad. Run. Panic erupted in the city as people scattered in terror. Even Alan and his caravan were thrown into disarray. Deep within the forest, the tremendous surge of energy could still be felt. But closest of all to the explosion, Elise and Est were in dire straits. So this is the power of an elemental lord. Elise's perception was sharp. In her senses, the coffin before her was like a blazing sun, dazzling, unbearable to look at. If this truly was the power of an elemental lord, then Elise knew she could never defeat it on her own. Even with faith power, the result was uncertain, and the consequences unpredictable. By now, Elise had pulled off her eye patch, staring intently at the coffin suspended in the air. Crack! A small fissure appeared on the coffin. Though faint in this deathly silence, it was deafening. And energy seeped out from the crack, and it was growing wider. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sounds multiplied as fractures spread across the coffin's surface. At last, upon reaching a critical point, boom! Energy exploded outward, blasting the coffin to pieces. The figure inside was revealed in full. It was a woman with long golden hair clad in armor, exactly the same as the shadow Elise had seen within the boulder earlier. In other words, she was Saintess Aricia. At least outwardly she appeared so. But the power radiating from her body was nothing a human could possibly wield. An estate had said this was an elemental lord. Could it be the light elemental lord, Alexandros? Had she just accidentally released the final boss? The Saintess in the air paid no mind to her surroundings, silently absorbing the energies around her. Only when all the light had fully merged into her body did she slowly open her eyes. I thought I'd have to wait a few more years. I even had everything planned. But to be released by such an accident. How amusing. Chapter 80, Saintess. Sacred Queen. Angel. 998 words. To think I'd be released by such an accident. How amusing. Bathed in radiant light, the figure of Saintess Aricia looked down at Elise with curiosity. You are human. She seemed to study Elise closely, but the next moment, she shook her head. No. Though your body resembles a human's, your essence is entirely different. And you aren't a being of this world, are you? Her eyes gleamed with interest. Creatures from other worlds fascinated her. Elise didn't answer. She stared back and asked, You're not Aricia, are you? Or perhaps the light elemental lord, Alexandros? Oh? The woman's face lit up with surprise. I never thought I'd hear that title again after so long. How nostalgic. Light elemental lord, that was my title long ago. But later people began to call me the Holy Elemental Lord. Holy Elemental Lord. Elise had never heard of such a thing. She racked her brain, trying to recall what she remembered from the light novel Blade Dance of the Elementalists. Unfortunately, back then, she had only cared about EST. Everything else had seemed irrelevant. All right. The armored woman clapped her hands lightly. Let's return to my question. You aren't a being of this world, are you? That's true. Elise grew wary, energy beginning to gather in her hands. What do you want? To be honest, I didn't expect this at all. The Holy Elemental Lord, Sacred Queen, sighed with a helpless expression. Beyond the world's root, aside from angels, there should only be those things. So why does a human exist? Or is it that you've come here from a higher-level world? The Sacred Queen tried to understand Elise's existence, while Elise herself pondered the meaning of her words. The world's root. Only angels. From her tone, it was as if the Sacred Queen had once lived there herself. But that was impossible. The elemental lords had opened the gates to other worlds precisely because they sought to reach the root. How could the Sacred Queen know its details? Unless you're an angel. You even know that much? The Sacred Queen descended gracefully, her armor clinking softly. For some reason, she had no intention of hiding anything from Elise. Yes. Long ago, during the war against angels, though the elemental lords won, the light elemental lord secretly studied them. In the end, it discovered that angels were nothing more than light elements in another form. So it chose to merge with an angel, evolving from light elemental lord into holy elemental lord. And during the Solomon War 1,000 years ago, the sacred queen split part of her soul, and gave it to the Saintess of salvation, creating the me you see now. I am both Saintess and sacred queen, and also an angel. Does that answer satisfy you? The sacred queen twirled a strand of golden hair around her fingers, her face wearing a warm smile. But Elise knew well, inside, this being had not a shred of warmth. Still, I've answered so many of your questions. Don't you think it's time you answered mine? I can sense it, your existence does not come from the human realm, nor from the elemental spirit realm, nor from any world within the root. Does that mean there exists a higher-level world beyond ours? I find you fascinating. Elise still did not respond. She only remained silent. She never imagined that the anime blade dance of the elementalers could be so unimpressive, yet contain someone like the sacred queen. For a moment, Elise even considered returning directly to the Lord God space. But if the sacred queen could already sense the existence of higher-level worlds, would she notice the Lord God space as well? Truth be told, Elise had serious doubts about the safety of the Lord God space, especially since it was only a fragment of the Lord God. While Elise's thoughts spun rapidly, the sacred queen continued without pause. Still silent. So there really are higher-level worlds, then? The sacred queen nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, would you like to join me? The sudden proposal broke the tense atmosphere. Both Elise and Est were taken aback. She wanted Elise to join her. What are your goals? Elise asked, still wary. Goals? That sounds hurtful, the sacred queen replied, smiling brightly. Despite the light tone, her expression was delighted. I merely wish to stop the wars of this world. She spread her arms and continued, in our world there is a contest called the Blade Dance Festival. Are you aware of it? Yes. You should know the winner may make a wish to the elemental lord. Yet for many years, the winner's wishes have been the same. To stop wars. Wars existed in the elemental spirit world, of course they existed in the human realm too. I found that human wars are worse than ours, she said. But the wish power can't truly stop wars. So I decided to do it myself. How does that sound? I'm saving the world, you know. The sacred queen's tone turned playful. On the surface she looked like an ordinary young woman, but inside, well. If you truly want to stop wars, then how would you do it? Elise didn't accept the invitation. Instead she asked another question. And I want the honest answer. Elise's gaze was serious, so much so it surprised the sacred queen. You're tougher than I expected, the sacred queen mused, then chose to reveal her plan. Of course, I will remake this world. Her eyes hardened with conviction, as if she genuinely cared for the world. This world has been ravaged by war. There is no point in letting it continue. So I will destroy it. Then I will recreate a brand new world, with no conflicts. All creatures within will live happily and peacefully. So will you join me? Silence fell. The sacred queen's gaze fixed on Elise. Elise didn't answer immediately. She rose, drew 2 deep breaths, and met the sacred queen's gaze with steely blue eyes. I refuse. Chapter 81, Anchor Point. 1063 words. Elise had already understood the sacred queen's purpose. But why did it feel so familiar? Ah, she got it. Thanos, it was you. Destroy the world first, then create it anew. Although you have your ideals and are even willing to act on them, which I admire, Elise said, what does any of this have to do with me? Why should I get involved? She knew she was no saint. Destroy the world. What did that matter to her? She wasn't a savior. And the most the Sacred Queen could accomplish was the destruction of the world connected to blade dance. As long as Elise left this world, none of it concerned her. Not to mention, the protagonist Kamito Kazuhaya was still alive. He would definitely defeat the Sacred Queen. Probably. You're right, it has nothing to do with you. The Sacred Queen nodded calmly at Elise's words, then her tone shifted. But then, can you guarantee that you will never oppose me? This time, there was no trace of levity in her voice. A tremendous divine power gathered in the sky, making it clear she was ready to strike at the slightest disagreement. This was what the Sacred Queen cared about most. She knew Elise wasn't of this world, and therefore could never have any sense of belonging here. That was why she had revealed her plan to Elise, and even extended an invitation. Even if Elise refused, it didn't matter. In her eyes, Elise's power wasn't particularly strong. The only thing worth caution was that strange force she had displayed earlier. What had Elise called it? Faith power. It was indeed formidable. Enough to pose a threat even to the Sacred Queen. But she had already found a way to deal with it. Be my enemy? Elise tilted her head, smiling. Of course not. Haha. I knew it. There's no way you'd ever side with this world, the Sacred Queen laughed as well. The very next second, a sword of light materialized in her hand. At point-blank range, she slashed toward Elise. Elise started to dodge, but an intuition welled up inside her. That strike would not miss. It would absolutely hit. And strong fighters always trusted their instincts. In that moment, Elise abandoned evasion. Instead, faith power surged within her. Sacred speech. Defend. Reflect. A shield of white light blocked the Sacred Queen's strike. Their gazes locked, and yet, oddly, Elise's eyes' power had no effect on the Sacred Queen. But no matter. The reflection had already activated. Ripples spread across the shield's surface, absorbing all impact and sending it back at the Sacred Queen. Yet rather than defending, she charged straight at Elise. The attack was already upon her, there was no way she could avoid it. Elise couldn't dodge either. But instead of shattering the Sacred Queen's body, the immense power poured directly into her. What? Elise's eyes widened. For the first time, panic gripped her, and even her movements faltered. She wasn't a pure warrior, her combat instincts weren't that sharp. In the first world, she had focused more on managing her church, spreading faith, and only occasionally trained in battle. In Asterisk, her mastery of faith had placed her among the strongest alive. Few could ever wound her. Unless they had some way to counter her faith, defeating her was impossible. Elise had always believed that, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Her defenses and reflection born of faith power and sacred speech were now completely absorbed by the Sacred Queen. Elise could even sense faith itself radiating from the Sacred Queen's body. The shock froze her in place for an instant. Just who was the Sacred Queen? She had lived for thousands of years, fought for thousands of years. How could she let such an opening slip? Her left hand struck forward, aimed directly at Elise's heart. Exclamation point. There was no time, and the distance was too close. All Elise could do was twist her body slightly. Thud. The Sacred Queen's palm landed on Elise's waist, forcing her back several steps. She touched her side. There was no wound, no strange sensation. And that was precisely what unsettled her. The strike had carried such force, so why had it left no injury? You must be very confused. Don't worry, I'll explain it slowly. The Sacred Queen seemed eager to talk further, but Elise had no intention of continuing. No need. Let's part ways here, and never meet again. She had no desire to fight the Sacred Queen to the death. Though undeniably strong, far stronger than Elise had expected, she still had the Lord God space. She could come back later, stronger, and kill her then. With that, Elise prepared to use the Lord God's power to leave the blade dance world. That just now was an anchor point. The Sacred Queen raised one slender finger, her warm smile undercut by the cruel chill beneath it. Elise froze. Seeing this, the Sacred Queen laughed even more sweetly. What I planted in your body just now is my anchor. If you remain in our world, I can at most sense your existence. But the moment you leave, the anchor will shine like a beacon. By then, it will be easy for me to find you. And when that time comes, we can have a proper conversation. For now, go on. Leave. The Sacred Queen extended her hand, as though waiting for Elise to resume the Lord God's teleportation. But how could Elise possibly dare to return to the Lord God space now? She had said it herself before, the Lord God space was only a fragment. Its defenses were pitifully poor. As for the Sacred Queen, could she really reach the Lord God space? Elise's rational mind said no. The infinite multiverse wasn't something one could transcend so easily. But what if? First, the Lord God space was incomplete, just a fragment, and its defenses were terribly weak. Second, the Sacred Queen had planted her anchor inside Elise, magnifying her presence and that of the Lord God. Third, the Sacred Queen had absorbed Elise's faith, making her all the more visible. Fourth, Est had once been the Saintess of salvation, the Sacred Queen's own weapon. If the Sacred Queen revived, perhaps she could use that to track her. It was possible the Sacred Queen was bluffing. But would Elise dare gamble on that? She would not. Chapter 82, The Sacred Queen's Scheme. 1208 words. What's wrong? Do you not plan on leaving anymore? The Sacred Queen looked at Elise as she halted, smiling. What a pity. Perhaps we could have conversed at a better location. Your earlier words, should I understand them as? If I don't kill you, you won't be able to leave. Est clasped Elise's hand. The sacred sword emerged amidst white light, its tip aimed directly at the Sacred Queen. If you want to interpret it that way, that's fine too. The Sacred Queen raised her own sword, mirroring Elise. A sword of light condensed brilliantly in her grasp. The two thus began their standoff. Does a higher-level world truly exist beyond this one? The Sacred Queen had always been doubtful. The farthest she could perceive was only that world within the root vortex. For the elemental spirit world and the human realm, the root vortex was the highest world. But the moment she saw Elise, the Sacred Queen understood, or rather, the angelic part of her body understood. There absolutely existed a world beyond the root vortex. As to where it was, the Sacred Queen did not know. But was not Elise herself standing here? As long as she obtained Elise, she could reach that higher-level world. The elements of the elemental spirit world were false elements. Only the elements within the root vortex were real. Then the elements of an even higher-level world, just how powerful could they be? The Sacred Queen could not imagine it. And so she made her decision. In that instant earlier, the Sacred Queen had indeed planted an anchor point inside Elise. The power of this anchor was extremely subtle. Unless someone surpassed the Sacred Queen, it would not be easily noticed. She then used it to bluff Elise, making her feel threatened. Truth be told, the Sacred Queen was somewhat afraid Elise would just run away outright. Even she could not confirm whether, once Elise left, she could still sense that anchor. After all, higher dimensional worlds far surpassed the imagination of any being. The gap between the root vortex and the elemental spirit world alone made that clear. Fortunately, Elise stayed behind, just as the Sacred Queen expected. That gave her a chance to obtain coordinates to the higher world from Elise. If that still failed, she would have to use that method. Clang! The sacred sword and the sword of light clashed midair. Tremendous energy waves spread out from their collision, shattering the pyramid's walls within seconds. The entire structure began to collapse. Yet their battle did not halt because of this. Mere stones could not affect their fight. Any rocks that drew near were instantly annihilated by the rippling energy. The Sacred Queen wielded divine power, while Elise wielded prana. To an onlooker, it would be obvious Elise was at a disadvantage. This was the world of elementalists. This was the home ground of divine power. Even with divine power's heavy consumption, the sacred queen could restore it from the air itself. Elise, on the other hand, could only recover prana on her own. Est's contact with prana had also been too short, and she had not yet mastered proper energy conversion. Against others of the elementalist world, Elise would surely have crushed them. But against a powerhouse of the sacred queen's level, it was insufficient. The sacred queen also noticed Elise's close combat abilities were not that strong. Thus she deliberately pressed in for melee, never giving Elise a chance to unleash ranged attacks. Finally, in one exchange, the sacred queen kicked Elise hard to the ground. She landed as well, keeping a distance of about 8 meters. If Elise tried to flee, she could interrupt her immediately. Cough, cough. Elise rose from the ground. The sacred queen before her was undeniably powerful, stronger even than Fan Xinglo of Asterisk. You're nearing your limit, aren't you? The sacred queen raised her sword and continued, if you surrender now, I will grant you a path to survival. And if I don't surrender? Elise gripped the sacred sword once more, pointing it straight at the sacred queen. Elise had already realized she was no match for the sacred queen. Throughout their battle, she had tested it multiple times. When Elise used this world's faith power to attack the sacred queen absorbed it easily. But when Elise used her own faith power, the sacred queen could not absorb it. This gave Elise new insight into the elemental lords. Previously, she had not known how powerful they truly were. Searching online had yielded nothing useful either. But there was one statement that lingered in her mind. The elemental lord governs the very elements that make up the world, reigning at the pinnacle of all spirits. They are not merely incomparably powerful spirits, taken further, they are the world itself. In other words, to oppose an elemental lord was to oppose the entire world. Thus in battle, sunlight aided the sacred queen, divine power aided the sacred queen, the entire world aided the sacred queen. In such a fight, Elise saw no chance of victory. She had already been thinking of escaping. Several times during the battle, she had prepared to flee, only for the sacred queen to cut her off. Anxiety rose in Elise's chest, but she could not falter in her presence. She could not let the sacred queen see her weakening. Since you won't surrender, then I'll simply beat you half to death. The sacred queen's tone was casual. Her sword of light swelled even larger. This strike. Elise felt the same sensation as before, this attack could not be dodged. She could only receive it head-on. A massive surge of divine power condensed into the sacred queen's sword of light. The next blow would certainly be devastating. What should she do? Relying on her own strength alone, it would be difficult to withstand. But if she tried to flee, the sacred queen would forcefully interrupt her. It looked like a dead end. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. The sacred queen smiled at Elise. But in that instant, her eyes suddenly lost focus, and the gathering of the sword of light slowed. A perfect opening. Elise did not hesitate. She used her own faith power to the fullest, casting sacred speech. Gate of space. In less than a second, Elise vanished from the ruins of the pyramid. Ugh! The sacred queen shook her head, her eyes clearing once more. She ran, did she? Sensing no trace of Elise's presence, the sacred queen dispelled her sword of light. But you still haven't returned to your own world. I can feel it. You're still in our world. In the elemental spirit world, perhaps. Very well. I'll grant you a little time to relax. But what was that just now? At the moment of her attack, something had interfered with her. It seemed like eyes. Were Elise's eyes also a power of the higher dimensional world? Ha 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 ha. How wonderful. She then looked down at her palm. This Saintess body had already begun to show several cracks during the battle. A human body truly won't do. I must obtain hers instead. Once I have her body, everything she possesses will all be mine. Chapter 83, The Opportunity for Victory. 1150 words. Why was the Sacred Queen able to absorb faith power? Elise pondered this question. In their earlier battle, she had tried attacking with faith power several times. The Sacred Queen had indeed been able to use faith power, and could absorb the faith power Elise used against her, but she did not absorb the surrounding ambient faith power. In other words, she could only absorb faith power when it was directed at her, and only if it originated from the elementalist world. How strange. This led Elise to think about what made up the Sacred Queen. The human Saintess Aricia. The light elemental lord, Alexandros. And a being from another world, an angel. Normally, unless one possessed a special gift, only a god of faith could perceive and wield faith power. And the part of the Sacred Queen most akin to a god was surely that unknown angel from another world. Within the root existed countless angels. The author of Blade Dance of the Elementalists must have drawn inspiration from the Bible. As for how much, Elise did not know. But if angels existed here, then could there also be a god? The original work never mentioned it, and Elise had no desire to go to the root to see for herself. If there really was one, she would be doomed. She never imagined that what had once worn the guise of a simple academy harem story, Blade Dance, actually concealed such enormous implications. It had truly taught her a harsh lesson. Very well, I'll remember this grudge. That was why Elise chose to retreat. At present, she clearly had no way to kill the Sacred Queen in the short term. She could not use this world's faith power against the Sacred Queen, and her own faith power alone was insufficient. For now, retreat. Once she found a method, she would return to eliminate the Sacred Queen. But she could not return to the Lord God's space, she would not take that risk. That meant her only choice was another world, the elemental spirit world neighboring the human realm. Between the human realm and the elemental spirit world lay dimensional rifts. These rifts separated the two worlds. To travel between them required special methods, such as the teleportation gate of the Blade Dance Festival. If Elise used a massive amount of faith, she could directly traverse between them. But just now, in front of the Sacred Queen, she had chosen the cautious route. By using only her own faith power, she opened a passage to the elemental spirit world. The drawback was that the limited faith power did not allow precise targeting. After passing through the portal, Elise arrived in a pitch-black world. If she was not mistaken, this was the dimensional rift itself. It truly was a world of darkness, with only occasional flashes of chaotic colors blending together. Once I pass through here, I'll reach the elemental spirit world. Sister, I can guide you. Est's voice echoed in Elise's heart. Earlier, in the rush of combat, Elise had recalled Est back into her body. Now, a ray of light appeared before Elise, drifting steadily ahead. Seeing it, she immediately followed. She had not yet recovered from the battle just now. Though she had declared she would deal with the Sacred Queen, as for how, that was a far more difficult question. Her lack of battle experience had long been evident. It had already shown during her clash with Fan Xinglo. Against Fan Xinglo's martial arts, refined over 1,000 years, Elise had only won by fusing with Sylvia. Now, against the Sacred Queen, far stronger than Fan Xinglo, she truly had no confidence. As for fusing with Est, though it might grant her a chance at victory, the problem of faith power being absorbed remained unsolved. The Sacred Queen could simply drag things out until the fusion ended. Suddenly, Elise recalled the Sacred Queen's final strike. At that moment, the Sacred Queen had seemed affected. Was it her eyes? From the start of the battle, Elise had removed her eye patch, intending to use her eyes to defeat the enemy. But when she found them ineffective, she had focused entirely on the fight, and paid no further attention to them. But now that she thought about it, perhaps her eyes had not been useless, only slow to take effect. And afterwards, the Sacred Queen had quickly recovered. From the moment the Sacred Queen broke free until the battle ended, it had only been around 15 minutes. This was the first time Elise had encountered such a situation. If I use my eyes against the Sacred Queen, there may be a sliver of hope for victory. However, it was obvious that after suffering that attack once, the Sacred Queen would surely be wary of her eyes. To make it work again, she would have to catch her off guard. How could she ensure the Sacred Queen would look into her eyes? Or at least ensure the eye's power would activate? Not good. A faint voice entered Elise's ears, instantly making her entire body tense. She had only just fought the Sacred Queen. Could it be that the Sacred Queen had followed her here? Please. The same female voice sounded again, just like before, but now filled with deep sorrow. Who are you? Elise was on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. At the same time, she secretly opened another portal behind her. If anything went wrong, she would flee immediately. From the deep darkness, a petite figure slowly emerged, floating toward Elise. She seemed to want to come closer, but when Elise instinctively stepped back, she stopped. The girl had long hair the color of night, eyes shining like gold, and a well-defined, beautiful face. She wore a short, black kimono. Her attire was extremely revealing, her collarbones clearly visible, and from her thighs downward, almost everything was exposed to the air. One glance was enough to make an ordinary person fall into the depths of that darkness. My name is Rin Ashdal. I am a spirit of this world. Although Elise had suspected as much, when the figure appeared before her, she was still shocked. She knew full well who this spirit was. The Dark Elemental Lord, Rin Ashdal. Though it was strange she had not introduced herself as the Dark King. Still, Elise had just fought the Sacred Queen. And now, the Dark King appeared as well. She couldn't help but wonder, had she stumbled into the Elemental Lord's very den today? The portal was fully charged. If anything went wrong, Elise would escape instantly. Do not worry. I bear you no ill will, Rin said softly. I came to find you because I wish to entrust you with something, outsider. Please kill the Elemental Lords and save this world. Ren's expression was filled with sorrow. For reasons unknown, she even bowed her head to Elise. I beg you. Chapter 84, The Dark Elemental Lord. 1066 words. Please kill the Elemental Lords and save this world. I beg you. The Dark Elemental Lord, Rin Ashdal, bowed deeply before Elise, pleading for her to save the world. Elise fell silent. Though she had thought of doing so, the Sacred Queen's strength was not something easily overcome. I had originally prepared a backup plan, by reincarnating my power into a human male. If he were to grow strong in the future, he might have the strength to kill the Elemental Lords. But now... Ren's expression dimmed. After absorbing an unknown power, the Holy Elemental Lord has broken free of her seal, and become even stronger. We no longer have time. At this rate, the world will be destroyed sooner or later. Wait. Elise cut her off. I recall the Sacred Queen saying she intended to remake the world. Impossible. He would never do such a thing. Rin immediately denied Elise's words. Remaking the world is, at best, only a trivial step along his path. His true goal, just like all the other Elemental Lords, is to become a higher-level existence. Remaking the world is only an excuse, a justification meant to deceive humans. So that one really had no good intentions. Still, that was only natural. Humans lived for themselves as well. For an Elemental Lord to do so was hardly surprising. Yet Elise still did not agree to Ren's request, not because she was unwilling, but because it truly was too difficult. She knew the Sacred Queen's power. In direct combat, Elise was no match. And what about the other Elemental Lords? Though the Sacred Queen was the foremost among them, the strongest beyond doubt, only a fool would treat the others as weaklings. to ask Elise to kill all the elemental lords. Her abilities were limited, very limited. Of course, I would not ask you to do this without reward. I will help you. Ren smiled faintly. You've contracted with the guardian god, Est, haven't you? The estate in your hand is not the guardian god's true form, but merely an incarnation, an independent avatar. The sacred queen once wielded Est as a spirit weapon as well. Now that he has broken free, he will surely summon the guardian god's true form. If that happens, the strongest sacred queen will also wield the strongest weapon. By then, no being will be able to oppose him. And what do you intend to do about it? Elise asked. She already knew Est was not her true form. From the beginning, she had never thought of finding the real Est, because she could not be sure if the true Est would be the same little girl she had seen in the anime. But since Rin was bringing it up now, she must have a solution, right? The other elemental lords cannot absorb your power. So I ask that you kill them. After their deaths, I will channel the remnants of their power into Est's body. At that time, your Est will become an elemental holy sword no weaker than her true self. How about it? Are you satisfied with that reward? Ren's smile deepened. With such terms, this outsider surely would not refuse. In that case, Elise would gain a powerful holy sword, and the elemental spirit world would be saved. It was a win-win. Your offer is very tempting. But... Elise tilted her head. But... Rin mimicked her gesture. How can I trust you? Or rather, how can you guarantee you will keep your word? That. Rin was momentarily stunned, then explained, I am only an incarnation. Once this matter is complete, I will dissipate. You should be able to sense that yourself, shouldn't you? So what? Elise pressed further. You are an elemental lord. Who knows what other tricks you may have? If you suddenly attack me, wouldn't I just die here? After the incident with the Sacred Queen, Elise had indeed become more cautious. She had to consider the worst-case scenario in everything. Ugh. Ren's expression turned troubled. She hadn't expected this outsider to be so suspicious. It's true. I have no way to prove it. Then. Ren hesitated but finally gritted her teeth, placing both hands over her chest, palms pressed together. Her life was already nearing its end, and she no longer cared about consequences. Her existence had long since lost meaning. Power gathered between her hands, and soon, a rhythmic sound echoed from her chest. Thump thump. Thump thump. That sound. One any human would instantly recognize. A heartbeat. Which meant, was that truly the Dark Elemental Lord's heart? A sphere of intertwined purple and black appeared in Ren's hands. She extended it toward Elise. This is my heart. If you find me doing anything suspicious, you may take my life directly. With utmost seriousness, the Dark Elemental Lord offered her own heart to Elise. Now will you believe me? Not yet. I need to test it first. Elise reached out, grasping the dark purple sphere in her palm, then squeezed. Ugh. Before her, Ren clutched her chest in pain. It was unmistakably her heart, the sensation could not be false. Looks like it isn't fake. Of course it isn't. The pain lasted only a moment, nothing compared to the countless grievous wounds the Dark Elemental Lord had endured in thousands of years of battle. This was nothing to her. Then next. Elise placed both hands over the purple-black sphere, her slender fingers beginning to move delicately. Wait. Wait. What are you trying to do? A terrible premonition welled up inside Ren. She quickly tried to stop Elise, but as only an incarnation, she could not possibly restrain a vigilant Elise. Ah! A girlish scream escaped from the Dark Elemental Lord's lips. She hurriedly covered her mouth, glaring furiously at Elise. I entrusted you with my heart, and this is what you do with it. For a moment, she regretted handing it over. But Elise, of course, would not let her go so easily. With a mischievous grin spreading across her face, she toyed with the sphere even more. "Stop that, ah." An indescribable ticklish sensation rose from deep within. In that instant, the dark elemental lord truly seemed like nothing more than a fragile young girl. Click, click, click. The camera and camcorder were already set up. And nearby, Est, over 1,000 years old, watched on with eyes far too innocent for the scene before her. Chapter 85, Elise's Further Growth. 1062 words. Whoosh. The chaotic purple-black surroundings shifted into the emerald green that symbolized life. The sudden sensation of weightlessness beneath her feet meant Elise had already left the dimensional rift. Looking down at the lake below, Elise stirred the prana within her body. A barrier of starlight spread out beneath her. With a gentle leap, she altered her trajectory, avoiding the embarrassing fate of plunging into the water. TCH. The dark elemental lord, Ren, clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. She had chosen the teleportation location herself, claiming it would help Elise quickly confront the elemental lords. She had intentionally picked a spot just above the lake, less than a meter from the surface. Since Elise had teased her earlier, wasn't it only proper to repay her by letting her soak in the elemental spirit world's waters? But Elise, still on high alert, reacted swiftly. Ren's little prank had failed. Seeing Ren's expression, Elise immediately guessed what she had intended. She produced the recording from before. Kaya. A clear, girlish cry echoed from the strange black box in Elise's hand, accompanied by the image of a dark-haired girl's flushed, embarrassed face. Put that away. Already irritated, Ren instantly became frantic, trying to snatch the device from Elise's hand. But Elise had stored it safely in her Lord God space inventory. How could she let Ren seize it so easily? With just a thought, the strange black box vanished from Ren's sight. This is bad. Ren clutched her head in despair. If such a thing were exposed, her dignity would suffer irreparable damage. Her very title could even be twisted by strange organizations. She would no longer be the dark elemental lord, but the erotic elemental lord. That would be far worse. No, absolutely not. Ren grit her teeth. She would rather perish than allow that recording to spread. Better to be shattered into dust than lose her honor. Little Ren, you don't want that recording to get out, do you? Elise asked slyly, one finger lifting Ren's chin. What do you mean, little Ren? I am the Dark Elemental Lord, an incarnation that has lived for thousands of years. Ren tried to retort, but the aggressive confidence in Elise's demeanor made her falter. Wait, what are you planning? This person's mind was clearly abnormal, and for the first time, Ren began to panic. Isn't it obvious? Elise raised a finger skyward. The next second, she suddenly pressed it against Ren's lips and began to mischievously stir. MMPH. The ambush was too sudden. Ren didn't react until the strange sensation in her mouth told her exactly what Elise was doing. Insult. Outrage. Who was she? Ren Ashdal. The Dark Elemental Lord. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? In the next instant, her white teeth closed, ready to bite down on Elise's finger. But... Kia. That discordant sound escaped her lips. Her own voice. Don't move, little Ren. This is an important moment. Elise's tone was sharp. If your teeth happen to bite me, I might accidentally activate my teleportation ability. And if, by some accident, that precious recording found its way into Restia's hands, what then? She knows Restia. Ren's heart wavered with confusion, but she had no time to think about it now. The thought of Restia seeing such a thing, unbearable. Thus, with the recording playing in the background, Ren's face flushed crimson. She struggled to suppress her voice, enduring Elise's teasing without resistance. This feeling was too much. So this was what Fan Xinglo had experienced back then. She knew this was wrong, utterly shameful, but... It was intoxicating. She wanted more. Ha! Elise's once holy face now bore a blush completely unfitting of her usual composure. Her breathing had also grown heavy, saliva glistening on her fingers as she withdrew them slightly and glanced at the wetness coating them. Her eyes flicked to the slick sheen, then back to Ren. Little Ren. The sudden address jolted Ren slightly back to her senses. But the next moment, she saw Elise's expression, one that was far from reassuring. What are you trying to do? Were beings from other worlds all this terrifying? Ren actually stepped back 2 paces from Elise's predatory look. Wasn't I the one who helped you just now? Elise asked. Ren desperately shook her head. Wasn't I? Elise repeated, taking out the camcorder. Ren nodded with difficulty. Then next, it's your turn to help me. What did that mean? Confusion flickered across Ren's face. She didn't understand what Elise meant, until she saw her extend a single finger, though she hadn't moved yet. Wait, you're not expecting me to do it myself, are you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her image was already shattered. Losing more hardly mattered now, but still, Ren steeled her expression. This time, no matter what Elise threatened her with, she would never agree. Oh dear, this is truly troublesome. Elise said dramatically, touching her forehead in an exaggerated gesture that was obviously fake. I just fought the Holy Elemental Lord. My body and spirit haven't recovered yet. If during a battle with another Elemental Lord, I were to lose focus. That would be bad, wouldn't it? You. Ren's trembling finger pointed at Elise. Meeting this girl was the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Surely the great dark elemental lord will help this poor girl recover her strength and spirit, yes. Elise pressed. After all, we're saving the world here. Tears glimmered at the corners of Ren's eyes. When had she ever been bullied like this? Yet she could not refuse. You're not allowed to use that black box from before. Of course not. Elise answered cheerfully. If not the camcorder from before, she had plenty of others. Cameras, recorders, everything. After all, the heroic figure of the Dark Elemental Lord saving the world, wouldn't it be tragic if no one remembered it? She must be immortalized for centuries, no, for millennia. Looking at the slender finger before her, the black-haired twin-tailed Ren hesitated for a long time, then finally sighed. She was only an incarnation anyway. She wouldn't live long. Once the task was complete, no one would remember her. Very well. Ren closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Ah! A cry rang out, but it wasn't Ren's. It was Elise's. No. Such a perfect toy, if it vanished, it would be far too great a loss. If she could somehow make her stay, HMHM. Chapter 86, Assassinating the Elemental Lord. 1064 words. It was a dark, windy night, the perfect night for murder. As night fell, a shadowy figure slipped out from the trees. Elise was already fully disguised. If she intended to kill an elemental lord, night was the best time. Not only for camouflage, but also because by her side was none other than the dark elemental lord herself. In darkness, Ren could lend her immense aid. This is the grand temple where the elemental lords reside. If you want to see them, you must enter from here, Ren explained. There's one more thing. Deeper inside the temple lies a gateway to an endless corridor that connects to another dimension. Once you enter that corridor, remember, never step into a side path or turn back. Otherwise, you'll be trapped there forever. Ren glanced at Elise. Though for you, it may not matter. Still, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Sacred speech. Invisibility. Though the Grand Temple had few people, that didn't mean it was unguarded. The elemental lord's attendants, the spirit maidens, could still be present. To avoid unnecessary trouble, and to prevent a situation where she had to defeat underlings before the final boss like in a game, Elise decided to sneak in, ensuring she could face the elemental lord at her best. She activated invisibility and walked straight into the temple. Did something just pass by? One of the spirit maidens nearby frowned. She thought she'd seen something flicker past but sensed nothing. This is the elemental lord's grand hall. No one would be foolish enough to come here and cause trouble, right? Unfortunately, someone had indeed come to trouble the elemental lords, and she was anything but foolish. Tap, tap. Elise walked down the endless corridor, eyeing her surroundings with interest. There were countless branching paths. According to Ren, stepping into one of those, or looking back, meant being trapped forever. But Elise wielded spatial abilities. To her, such tricks were hardly threatening. Still, it sparked an idea in her mind. A labyrinth radiating outward from the center. And every path is a dead end. Something I could try in the future. Ahead lies the elemental lord's chamber. Are you ready? Though only one awaits, aside from the sacred queen, and the already unsealed water lord, there remain the fire lord, the earth lord, and the wind lord, Ren reminded her. Though they aren't as strong as the sacred queen, and the corruption from the other world has weakened them, you must still be careful. Even weakened, they are still elemental lords. In the original story, the protagonist Kazuhaya Kamito had defeated them early on by making wishes. But Elise had to rely on raw strength. Suddenly, light bloomed before her. A massive staircase appeared, leading upward. At the top sat a throne, wrapped in radiant light that prevented direct sight. Yet within her senses, Elise found the being upon the throne unusually calm, as though asleep. This too was expected. With the Blade Dance Festival yet to begin, the elemental lords had little amusement. And with the corruption gnawing at them, they resisted madness through slumber. This was Elise's chance to strike. If Ren is right, only the sacred queen can sense and absorb faith power. That means the other elemental lords should be unable to perceive it. This must be a one-hit kill. Yes. I am Sister's sword. The platinum sacred sword appeared in Elise's hands. She swung it twice, then held it before her chest. Back then, when facing the sacred queen, I was careless. But this time will be different. Raising the sacred sword high, Elise gathered an immense torrent of faith power. Beside her, the dark elemental lord, Little Ren, could only sense that the atmosphere was unusual, though she didn't understand why. Good. At this rate, it will succeed. Meanwhile, Elise was already surrounded by faith power, gathering into a massive sphere of light around her. Sacred speech. Divine incarnation. For a short time, this allowed her to take on the state of a deity, greatly enhancing both the absorption and usage of faith power. Elise had used it once before, when facing Orphelia. But the sensation had been so overwhelming that she hadn't tried it again, until now. All abilities, enhance. Boosting every ability at her disposal. Strengthen. This time, Elise didn't spread her buffs across many skills. Instead, she poured more power into fewer enhancements, consuming greater amounts of faith power. Next, this one. Add-on, sure kill. Add-on concept, death. She imbued her coming strike with the concepts of inevitability and death. The sacred queen could absorb faith power, rendering such techniques useless against her. But the other elemental lords were different. If fighting the sacred queen was like running Elise's normal dungeon, then facing the others would be like throwing them into her abyss dungeon. The power around the sacred sword, surged to terrifying levels. The weapon now carried a force that threatened to shake space itself. Even the throne of the elemental lord ahead began to stir faintly. Once you unleash that strike, it will kill him for certain. Rin urged at her side. But Elise did not attack immediately. Instead, she chose to activate another of her abilities. Striga ability, Purification. Full moon light wave. A thin beam of light shot toward the elemental lord upon the throne. But when it struck, nothing happened. Elise had hoped she might be able to save this elemental lord. If she could awaken him, that would be best. But unfortunately, purification had no effect. Though it was called otherworldly darkness, in truth it wasn't eroding the elemental lords, it was assimilating them. Which meant purification could not work. What a pity. If she could have turned the elemental lords against the sacred queen, her task would have been far easier. But the reality left no such option. Into this strike, I will pour my will. I will save you. The radiance around Elise grew ever more dazzling. On the throne, the elemental lord seemed to sense the threat to his life. His crimson eyes snapped open. Madness consumed him once again. As before, he descended into frenzy. But what greeted him was a colossal blast of light, a beam forged from pure destructive force. Elise had devised a new single-target sword technique, one greatly enhancing piercing and penetration. Though she hadn't practiced it much, its power was undoubtedly top-tier. Polaris, Light Stream. Chapter 87, Est's Potential for Evolution. 1013 words. The newest Blade Dance Festival is about to begin. How exciting. The spirit maidens who served the elemental lords were chatting idly. Yes, I heard that last time's champion, Lord Ren Ashbel, will participate again. Really? Even that person will join. I'd love to see Lord Ashbel's sword dance again. Their conversation was cheerful, but in the next instant, a violent tremor shook the temple. What happened? Why would the grand temple of the elemental lords shake so unnaturally? Look! Over there. A massive beam of light shot up from the elemental lord's chamber. The spirit maiden's expressions froze in shock. Impossible. What is that power? Why is my body trembling? Is this fear? All of them collapsed to their knees, quivering, their faces stricken with terror. Having served the elemental lords for countless years, they could recognize their power instantly. That beam was not the power of any elemental lord. Which meant only one thing. An elemental lord was battling an intruder inside the grand hall. But that kind of battle we cannot possibly take part in. Just by looking at that beam of light, they felt the imminent presence of death. How could they ever hope to face such an enemy? All of the spirit maidens chose to kneel, praying to their lord. Elemental Lord, please unleash your divine power and strike down the insolent invader. The consumption was enormous. Elise had poured her full might into the sleeping elemental lord, even adding conceptual powers. And the result was clear. Within her sight, the elemental lord was nowhere to be seen, only ruins remained. Your power really is absurd. Even little Ren beside her was sweating. Even if the elemental lord wasn't at full strength, to kill one in a single strike is outrageous. To compare in terms of characters, this was like Ultraman Jack with or without his bracelet versus Hershers of finality in Honkai. Elise was the same. The Elise who used faith power and the Elise who did not might as well be treated as two different beings. So long as her faith wasn't restrained, Elise's strength shook the heavens and made ghosts wail. No, I need to recover. Using faith power to the utmost strained her heavily. She hadn't known if the elemental lord could withstand it, and if things had gone wrong, she would have relied on Ren to help her escape. With Ren's heart in her hand, Elise wasn't afraid of betrayal. Is this faith power directed at the elemental lord? Elise froze. The influx came far too timely, and its source was no weakling. It was at least stronger than an ordinary person. Perfect timing. She sat cross-legged, drawing on this new faith to restore herself. From that last attack, she could roughly gauge how much power was needed to slay an elemental lord. And faith power can even cause this kind of effect. Golden cracks briefly appeared on Elise's body, then quickly faded. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. It was like a phone charger forced to take in far beyond its limit of current. The result was obvious. Explosion. As I thought, my body is still too weak. I can't withstand such immense power. I must find a way to strengthen myself soon. Since you're recovering, I'll fulfill my promise. Est? Rin called out Est's name, and in the next moment, the white-haired girl transformed from sword form into human form. Est, if anything goes wrong, stop immediately. And Ren, you too. If you can't control the power, then end it at once. Elise had only just gained the sacred sword. Of course she wished for Est to become stronger, but if something went wrong here, wouldn't her entire journey to this world be wasted? Yes, sister. I'll be careful, Est replied, then turned her gaze toward Ren. Let's begin. I will succeed. Such spirit. Ren curved her lips into a smile. If it was this girl, perhaps she really could save their world. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Ren raised her arms toward the sky. Above her head, a vast red energy gathered, pure power left behind by an elemental lord after death. Her task now was to channel this power into Est, letting her evolve through it. As mentioned before, the Est that Elise wielded was a split incarnation, separated from her true self. Even with Elise's strengthening, she possessed at most 1/3 of her original might. Meanwhile, the Sacred Queen wielded Est's true body at full power. To balance this, they would use the fallen elemental lord's power to supplement Est. If the sacred sword grew stronger, Elise's chance of victory would rise. Ugh! The crimson energy, blazing like flames, flowed into Est under Ren's guidance. Instantly, searing heat surged through her entire body. So hot. Est's cheeks flushed red. Even her clothes seemed about to ignite. Still, she endured. If you can't bear it, then give up. Elise said softly. Even without the sacred sword's evolution, I will defeat the Sacred Queen. Her words echoed in Est's ears. Would she give up? No. She had to endure. I am Sister's contracted spirit. And Sister's sword. Forever and ever, never to part. If Sister intended to slay the elemental lords, Est would be by her side. Even if the enemy was herself. Though their time together had been short, not even a month, Est understood Elise's heart, and the boundless care she showed her. That was why, at first, Est had called her mother. It had been her most honest judgment of Elise. Though that hadn't lasted, she was just as happy to call her sister. One call of sister, a lifetime of sister. Therefore, Est would never give up. Aya! With a shriek of pain, Est's small body went limp as though roasted alive. She was about to collapse to the ground. But a pair of hands caught her in time. You really are such a worry, Est. Elise sighed helplessly. But the white-haired girl's face wore a victorious smile. Hee hee. Sister. I did it. Chapter 88, War and Sacrifice. 1186 words. With the aid of the Dark Elemental Lord, Ren Ashdal, Est successfully absorbed the power of the Fire Elemental Lord, who had been slain by Elise. Now, Est could be said to have completed the first step of her evolution. She could already wield the power of the fire spirits. However, after absorbing that power, Est also fell into a certain degree of weakness. It seemed she would need a few days to recover before attempting to assassinate the next Elemental Lord. Although the Water Elemental Lord had already been slain 5 years ago by Kamito through a wish, fortunately, her power had still remained. Now, within the elemental spirit world, aside from the Fire Elemental Lord who had just been killed by Elise, there were still the Earth Elemental Lord and the Wind Elemental Lord left. In other words, Elise still had to fight 2 more exhausting battles like this one. Let's hope there's still enough time, and that the Sacred Queen in the human realm doesn't do anything reckless. Would the Sacred Queen really sit idly by and wait for death? Of course not. The moment the Sacred Queen discovered Elise had left the human realm, she immediately returned to her holy nation, the ruling nation representing her power in the human world. Then, without hesitation, she launched a war. Originally, she had planned to wait until her preparations were complete, but since she had been prematurely revived because of Elise, the redundant parts of her plan were no longer necessary. She would now open the gate to the other world as quickly as possible. Why is this happening? Inside a grand palace, an emperor roared in despair. If one looked closely, one could see that the palace itself was trembling for reasons unknown, and the roaring of explosions could be heard continuously from afar. I am the rightful emperor of Rhodesia. Arnius. Why has it come to this? Countless military spirits were falling from the sky, and the moment they touched the ground, violent explosions erupted. Each tremor caused the luxurious chandelier, adorned with countless spirit crystals, to sway violently. It was like the countdown to doomsday. For some unknown reason, the holy nation had suddenly declared war on every neighboring country without any prior warning. What was even more shocking was that not only had the holy nation's army not been repelled, but they were driving every other nation into retreat. Some battles were decided in an incredibly short time. The holy nation achieved complete victory. According to reports from the front lines, the holy nation had performed a forbidden summoning ritual, calling forth countless magic spirits prohibited by international treaties. Entire cities were wiped out in an instant. Some opportunistic cowards even chose to surrender, directly joining the holy nation's army. As the war dragged on, the holy nation's forces only grew larger and stronger. Those shameless bastards. The emperor's expression twisted with fury, but at the same time, helplessness. Your Majesty, this is too disgraceful. Even we can no longer bear to watch. Within the nearly empty palace, a young girl's voice suddenly rang out. This throne you cling to so dearly, was it ever yours by your own strength? The emperor looked up, and before his eyes appeared a woman he knew all too well. The cardinal of the holy nation's sacred law office. Millennia Sanctess. Why has the holy nation declared war on us? I was supposed to be. Though deeply afraid of the woman before him, the emperor could no longer restrain himself in this dire situation and shouted loudly. You want to say, you were our puppet, so why would we wage war against you? Indeed. The emperor of Aldisha, Arnius, was nothing more than a puppet of the holy nation. It was precisely thanks to their support that he had been able to sit securely upon the throne. Isn't the answer obvious? Millennia smiled coldly. Because you've outlived your usefulness. Huh? Arnius was bewildered. If that's the case, then why put me on the throne in the first place? He knew well his own position as a puppet emperor. He had no grand ambitions, being a puppet ruler, enjoying the privileges of a king without fulfilling his duties, had suited him just fine. But now that life of comfort and indulgence was about to end. I should still be of some use, right? There must still be a reason to keep me alive, right? Arnius' tone grew increasingly hysterical. Having long grown accustomed to imperial authority, he clearly would not let go so easily. No, Your Majesty, your role has already ended. Millennia shook her head, denying the emperor's words. For the number of living sacrifices we require is already sufficient. Living sacrifices? Arnius was confused, but Millennia made no effort to conceal anything from him. Or perhaps, in her eyes, he was no longer even considered a living being. Our goal has always been to ignite unending wars across this continent, whether it was the Lamball War, this current war with Aldisha, or even the war against Solomon's Demon King 1,000 years ago, they all served one purpose. To create living sacrifices that will shatter the order of the human realm. Upon hearing Millennia's words, Arnius could not help but tremble in terror. These lunatics actually dared to do something like that. The collapse of order in the human realm will cause the existence of the elemental lords to become unstable, and the very fabric of the world itself will begin to waver. When that happens, the conditions to open the gate to the other world will finally be met. As Millennia's last words faded, the sound of the palace gates being breached echoed from outside, signifying that the place was no longer safe. Farewell then, last Emperor of Aldisha. Malenia bowed deeply toward Arnius, then turned to leave. No, don't go. I beg you, take me with you. The Emperor's cries were in vain. Malenia did not even glance back. Her pure white robes fluttered once, and in the next instant, she vanished from the palace. Ha ha ha, we're all doomed. Arnius collapsed weakly onto his throne, as though all will to live had drained from him. Just then, more military spirits in the skies above released another volley of explosive bombardments aimed directly at the royal palace. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the grand palace of the Aldisha Empire was reduced to ruins. And the emperor of the empire fell into eternal slumber beneath the earth. High above the sky, Malenia quietly observed the scene, pressing her hand against the eye patch covering her left eye. To think the sacred queen would break her seal so soon. I must truly thank that being from another world. However, according to the sacred queen, she seems to possess an unusual power, and has already gone to the elemental spirit world. Malenia furrowed her brows. I must move quickly. She pressed harder against her left eye beneath the eye patch. If there's no other choice, then I'll use that to deal with the otherworldly being. Within Malenia's eyes dwelled a darkness not belonging to this world. Chapter 89, The Encounter Between the Camito and Claire. 1064 words. My name is Camito Kazuhaya. After parting ways with the girl named Elise, I set off alone toward Arishiya Spirit Academy. That old woman only told me that Restia was still alive, but gave no further information about her. So what was the truth? I would have to see her myself to find out. However, what are those things up ahead? According to the map, he should be close to the boundaries of Arishiya Spirit Academy. But Camito could clearly sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere on the ground, and some trees were even stained with dried blood. Could there have been a large-scale battle here? Camito crouched down and surveyed the surroundings. Something was definitely off. Although it had been several years since he last fought seriously, his powers of observation were still quite sharp. Camito scanned the area cautiously. If danger appeared, he would immediately detect it, or at least, he hoped so. Step, step. Rustle. Footsteps sounded from not far away. Camito quickly hid behind the grass, watching carefully. Hurry and carry the wounded back. The next attack is coming soon. A young girl who appeared to be the commander was giving orders, leading a group of girls dressed in school uniforms. Each of them carried an unconscious, bleeding girl on her back as they hurried toward Arishiya Spirit Academy. What is going on here? Why were there so many injured people? Wasn't that old woman supposed to be the academy director? Why were so many students hurt? Countless questions swirled through Camito's mind, but he found no clear answers. I guess I'll only get answers once I see that old hag myself. Just as Camito was about to move toward the academy, a sudden rustling from behind caught his attention. Behind him. Damn. Before Camito could react, a dark object dropped in front of him, and something coiled tightly around his shoulder. Ugh. A choking sensation gripped his neck, he couldn't breathe. It was a whip. Without realizing it, someone had looped a whip around his neck. How could this be? Had his skills really deteriorated this much? To think he hadn't even noticed someone approaching at this range. Another one from the holy nation, huh? A girl's voice came from behind him, filled with anger and frustration. The whip around his neck tightened even more. You scum who started this war deserve nothing but death. Her voice carried not only fury but also sorrow, and a faint tremor of grief. What had she gone through to sound like that? Wait. I'm not from the holy nation. Camito grasped at the whip around his neck, finally loosening it slightly so he could speak. It was the headmistress Greyworth who called me here. Camito almost slipped and called her old hag out of habit, but he was certain that if he did, he'd be dead right here and now. I don't believe you. There've been plenty of scum trying to sneak into the academy lately. Rinslet was gravely injured because she trusted strangers like you. Although she and Rinslet weren't exactly friends, and they often argued whenever they met, among all the academy students who looked at her as the sinner's sister, Rinslet had been one of the few who actually talked to her. And yet, because she had trusted the wrong person, she had been attacked and wounded by the Holy Nation's agents. This time, I won't ever believe any of you again. The girl's voice hardened with determination. Instead of relaxing her grip, she pulled the whip even tighter. The tension between them drew her closer to Kamito. Kamito's face turned red from lack of oxygen. At this rate, he would soon lose consciousness. Not good. I'm going to black out. Suddenly, Kamito felt something brush against his eyelashes, a strand of crimson hair. Before he knew it, the distance between them had closed completely. Realizing how close the other person was, Kamito immediately released his grip. Sorry about this, young lady. Had he given up? Perfect. Sensing Kamito let go of the whip, the girl seized the opportunity to pull hard, intending to strangle the intruder into unconsciousness, and then drag him to the headmistress for interrogation. But the next moment, something bumped against her chest, or rather, something touched her chest. The girl's face flushed bright red as she shouted, "What are you doing? Take your hand off me." Unknowingly, Kamito's hand had reached a place it absolutely should not have, and he had even squeezed slightly. If anyone's letting go first, it should be you. My life's literally in your hands right now. Kamito refused to back down. Instead, using his well-honed reflexes, he made his move. Ah! A startled cry escaped the girl's lips. Because she stepped back, the whip around Kamito's neck loosened. I'm free. Feeling the long-lost rush of air in his lungs, Kamito quickly rolled backward to put some distance between them. When he turned around, what he saw was a girl with bright crimson hair. Her body was small, she looked no older than 11 or 12, but her outfit was unmistakably the uniform of Awakens Spirit Academy. When did that old hag start admitting little kids into the academy? Kamito was well aware of Awakens' admission standards. There was no way the academy accepted someone as young-looking as this red-haired girl. In every sense of the word, small. A child. His voice wasn't loud, but as a qualified elementalist, the girl clearly heard him even amidst the tension. I. Her head hung low, her expression hidden, but the way she tugged angrily at her whip made it obvious how upset she was. I'm 15. Not a child anymore. The girl shouted in anger, glaring at Kamito with fiery eyes. You've got to be kidding me, Kamito blurted in disbelief. If you're 16, how can that part be so small? After all, Kamito had just seen Elisa's impressive figure not long ago. And during their conversation, he'd learned that Elise was also only 16. Her 16. You're 16. Heh. It wasn't that Kamito wanted to mock her, but she really was that small. You. Pervert. Deviant. Beast. The furious girl could barely form words. Raising her whip, she channeled brilliant flames into it. In the name of Claire Rouge. I'll burn you to ashes. Chapter 90, The Coming Day of the Final Battle. 1094 words. Ha ha ha, so tell me, Kamito, how on earth did something like this even happen? A white-haired woman sat behind her office desk, laughing heartily. She was none other than the headmistress of Awakens Spirit Academy, Greyworth Seal Maze. Just moments ago, she had received word that a spy from the Holy Nation had attempted to abduct one of the Academy's students, and she had immediately stormed out in anger. But when she arrived at the reported location, what she saw was something she could never have imagined. Kamito had pinned one of the Academy's students, Claire Rouge, beneath him, looking as though he was about to commit an indecent act. The scene left her speechless, and she quickly rushed to clear up the misunderstanding. That's what I should be asking you, you old hag. Kamito snapped, glaring at her in exasperation. Why has such a large-scale battle broken out near the academy? Isn't the Empire doing anything about it? His words made Greyworth raise an eyebrow. You don't know? Then how did you even get here? She asked, frowning. Didn't you hear anything about what's going on while traveling here? I took forest paths the whole way. Forget rumors, I barely even saw another living person. I see. Greyworth sighed. Then it's no wonder you don't know. What exactly happened? Ito pressed again. Given the situation, he could already guess something was very wrong, but he wanted to hear it directly from Greyworth. The Ordizia Empire has fallen. What? Ito's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ordizia Empire destroyed. What could have possibly caused that? Who could destroy an entire nation? A few days ago, the Holy Nation's upper ranks must have lost their minds, Greyworth began explaining. Without any prior warning, they suddenly declared war on every surrounding country. Just recently, the Ordizian royal palace was attacked by the Holy Nation's army and their summoned magic spirits. The palace was completely obliterated, and of the royal family, only a single princess survived. What? Why would the Holy Nation do such a thing? Who knows? Greyworth waved her hand dismissively. If I knew that, I'd have left long ago. If the Ordizia Empire has already been destroyed, then why are you still here? Ito asked, confused. Don't be stupid. If I could escape, I would have done it already. It's because we can't escape that we have to stay here. Somehow, the Holy Nation's army had completely surrounded the Empire, with powerful individuals among their ranks. You must have entered their encirclement without realizing it. Probably because you took the forest route, you weren't detected. The situation was dire. Awakens Spirit Academy had become the last refuge of the Ordizia Empire, the final bastion of resistance. The Holy Nation had no intention of letting them live, so Greyworth had no choice but to lead her remaining students in a desperate defense. Perhaps because the Holy Nation wasn't focusing all their might on a single academy, their casualties had remained relatively low so far. So you're saying, we're all just waiting to die here? Ito clenched his fists and slammed them against the desk, his expression dark. Not necessarily, Greyworth replied calmly. I've been headmistress here long enough to have a few secret tunnels prepared. In that case, why didn't you use them earlier? Ito demanded. Greyworth sighed helplessly. Because the exit is still within their encirclement. I need to wait until they tighten the perimeter before it's safe to escape through the tunnel. Damn it, Ito muttered under his breath. Damn those Holy Nation bastards. In that case, Greyworth said, rising from her chair, we'd better get ready to move. By my estimate, they'll be closing the circle soon. The Holy Capital. This was the Holy Nation's capital, and also the birthplace of Saintess Awakens. Within the royal palace, the sacred queen sat upon her throne, inquiring about the current situation. How is that matter progressing? Yes, we have confirmed that Greyworth previously sent a letter to a young human male. He has now arrived at Awakens Spirit Academy. As expected, that person should be the reincarnation of her power. We've already tracked his movements. The one who spoke quietly was a girl dressed in pure white holy robes. She had long golden hair and wore an eye patch over her left eye, a seemingly young and lovely girl. But in truth, she was the spirit who carried within her the darkness of another world, millennia Saintess. Well done, Est, said the sacred queen in a tone brimming with benevolence. However, if outsiders were to hear how the sacred queen addressed millennia, they would surely be shocked. Continue monitoring the situation at Awakens Spirit Academy. Do not make any mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. The sacred queen rose from her throne and gazed up at the palace's ceiling. Carved into the great dome above was a relief depicting the 5 elemental lords. This world is overflowing with sorrow, all of it rooted in the original sin committed 7,000 years ago. This time, I shall ascend to a higher plane of existence, and correct this twisted world. As she gazed into the distance, a strange sensation reached her from the outside world, causing her to pause mid-motion. So an elemental lord has already been slain. How swift indeed. If the elemental lords were still alive, opening the gate to the other world would have been far more troublesome. But now things are different. A sphere of white light appeared in the sacred queen's palm. She looked at it with eyes filled with madness. I have already obtained power far greater than before. To open the gate, all that remains is to gather enough sacrifices. Est. The sacred queen looked down at Millennia, who knelt respectfully before her. Mobilize every army of the holy nation. Eradicate every nation in this world as swiftly as possible. Also, recall all your bodies. Millennia Sanctess, the cardinal of the holy nation, possessed 4 bodies in total. She was neither spirit nor human. She was a being born from the fusion of the fragments of the holy sword that once slew the demon king with an angel, 4 bodies sharing a single mind, yet capable of acting independently. The darkness of the other world was sealed within her, allowing her to serve as both a gate for summoning celestial beings, and as a divine spirit weapon. In other words, Millennia could become the sacred queen's very sword. Est, you will accompany me to Arishia's Spirit Academy. Since he bears the reincarnated power of an old friend, I shall be the one to deal with him personally. Chapter 91, Encounter. 1104 words. Night. Hurry and get the wounded inside. A blue-haired girl directed the surrounding students, helping to carry those injured in the recent battle against the Holy Nation's army, and their magic spirits into the hidden passage. She was Ellis, the captain of the Sylphid Knights, the order responsible for maintaining order within the academy. Among the students, she held considerable respect. After the fall of the Ordesia Empire, the strongest person left was Headmistress Greyworth, which naturally increased Ellis' authority. But what use was such authority now? After all, it only existed because there was no one else left. Ellis didn't like the power she had gained this way, but she had no choice. She had to stand firm, because they were the last ones remaining. Fortunately, the headmistress had the foresight to prepare an escape route leading outside the academy. Once the enemy's encirclement tightened enough, they would be able to escape through it. And tonight, that opportunity had finally come. The students had already endured the fall of their nation, and the battles against the magic spirits. If they continued fighting much longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why do I have to be grouped with him? How should I know? It's the old hag's decision. The argument from outside made Ellis' expression darken instantly. What are you two doing? Still arguing at a time like this? Do you even realize what kind of situation we're in? The culprits were none other than Camito and Claire, the fiery girl from the so-called problem class. I know, but pairing me with a man. Claire seemed like she wanted to protest further, but Ellis cut her off. And who else could be paired with you? Ugh, no one, Claire admitted, blushing. She had originally been partnered with Linslet, but after Linslet was injured in a battle with the Holy Nation's troops, only Claire remained. Left with no choice, Camito and Claire had been assigned as a team. Perhaps it was Headmistress Greyworth's deliberate arrangement. Then follow orders and complete your mission. Yes, ma'am. By the way, where did the headmistress go? After bringing all the wounded into the hidden passage, the students prepared to leave. But strangely, the headmistress was nowhere to be seen. Oh, that old hag. Camito replied to Claire's question. She said she was preparing a special gift for those Holy Nation bastards inside the academy. Knowing her, it probably won't be anything pleasant. Camito had spent enough time with Greyworth to understand her nature well, especially since she had personally trained him in swordsmanship. A woman capable of killing without hesitation. I've been wondering, Claire muttered, narrowing her eyes. You actually call the infamous Dusk Witch an old hag? Don't tell me. She fell silent for a moment before speaking again in shock. You're not her son, are you? Camito looked about 15 or 16, and Greyworth was around 40. The age difference was plausible enough to make her question it. Of course not. Kamito blurted out, sweating. There's no way I'm that old hag's son. But the way you call her that, it sounds almost affectionate, Claire said, tilting her head. If you weren't related, you wouldn't be that familiar with her, right? I did live with her for a while, but let me make this absolutely clear, I'm not her son. We're not related by blood. Anyway, we're supposed to be scouting the path ahead. Is this really the time for chit-chat? Kamito quickly changed the topic. The last thing he wanted was to keep talking about Greyworth. Besides, that old woman hadn't even told him much about Restia. She'd only said, "You'll meet her soon," and left it at that. Yeah, right. Like that was ever going to happen. No way Restia's been following me around this whole time, watching me, right? If that's true, then I, Kamito Kazuhaya, will write my name backwards. The exit to the tunnel should be just ahead. Let's go take a look. Elementalists had strong endurance. Before long, Kamito and Claire reached the exit of the hidden tunnel. However, in that moment, Kamito suddenly pressed Claire against the wall, covering her mouth as he whispered softly, "Keep your voice down. We're acting as scouts right now. If anything unusual happens, you must prioritize reporting back." I understand. Claire blushed furiously at his bold action, but she couldn't deny that he was right, safety came first. According to Greyworth's instructions, the tunnel's exit was located near the edge of the forest, concealed beneath a large tree. Climbing up the ladder, Kamito emerged into what seemed to be a hollow within the tree, but the upper half of the tree had been cut away. Could it be? Ever since his sensory ability had begun to fail lately, Kamito had been reflecting on his decline. Although he hadn't yet regained his former precision, his vigilance had certainly improved. Don't tell me. This tunnel exit has already been discovered. If that was the case, then the enemy was probably lying in wait, ready to ambush them the moment they tried to escape. This is bad. I need to warn the old hag immediately. Found you, little mice. A cold, emotionless girl's voice spoke from behind him, making Kamito's heart lurch. How? Even though he was on full alert, he hadn't sensed her presence at all. He turned quickly, and there stood a blonde-haired girl with violet eyes, an eye patch covering her left eye. Who are you? Are you from the Holy Nation? Kamito tried to stall for time through conversation, though he knew it was a long shot. I am Millennia Saintess, Cardinal of the Holy Nation. You have nowhere to run. Cardinal? Kamito's expression darkened. He'd heard of that title before, it represented one of the highest authorities in the Holy Nation. Damn it. Why did it have to be her? Kamito tensed, ready to fight, but Millennia merely waved her hand, and he was instantly sent flying backward. Guh. How is she this strong? Her power was beyond imagination. Kamito coughed, glancing toward the tunnel, praying that Claire had already gone back to report. Otherwise, his sacrifice would be meaningless. Don't worry, Millennia said calmly as she approached, her expression unreadable. You still have your uses. I won't kill you just yet. But first, I need to put you to sleep. She raised her hand again, and overwhelming divine power surged around her. Damn it. I still haven't found Restia, and I haven't fulfilled my promise to Elise yet. This really sucks. As his consciousness began to fade, Kamito thought he saw black feathers drifting down from the sky. So familiar. Chapter 92, Restia. 1092 words. Am I hallucinating? Am I seeing Restia in my final moments? Collapsed on the ground, Kamito thought it was the fabled vision one saw before death, and waited quietly for the end. But this time, he realized that the atmosphere around him had completely changed. So you finally show yourself. Dark Elemental. Millennia didn't turn around, yet with her power, she could clearly sense who stood behind her. It was the one the Sacred Queen had specifically warned her about, the strongest dark elemental, the one who guided the Demon King's awakening. Restia Ashdal. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on Camito? The black-clad dark spirit's face was shadowed, her expression unreadable, but the trembling of her clenched fists made her fury more than clear. Restia hadn't planned to meet Camito this soon. She knew all too well what he had been through over the years, what he had lost. Camito now was far weaker than he had been 3 years ago. To help him regain his strength, Restia had deliberately arranged for that red-haired girl to serve as his stepping stone. But things had taken a turn for the unexpected. Restia still remembered the pillar of light that had erupted from the Demon King's tomb just 10 days ago. That power had unmistakably belonged to an elemental lord, and most likely, the holy elemental lord herself. How could that be? Weren't all the elemental lords already corrupted? Though confused, Restia had no choice but to alter her plans and come searching for Camito ahead of schedule. Yet one unforeseen event after another followed. No one had anticipated that the Holy Nation would launch a full-scale war, nor that their overwhelming military power would crush every nation so swiftly. What in the world was happening? Still, through whispers among the Holy Nation's troops, Restia had learned the truth. The Holy Nation, the Sacred Queen. Restia understood then. She abandoned all her previous plans and chose to come directly to Camito. Whatever the Sacred Queen was planning, it had to be stopped. And so, at the exit of the hidden passage, Restia found Saintess and Camito, beaten nearly senseless. You're no match for me, Dark Elemental, Malenia said calmly, her tone flat, as if Restia were no threat at all. The Holy Nation's Cardinal, no, you're right. I can't defeat you, even with help, Restia admitted quietly. But if it's only a matter of buying time, that I can still do. She knew her own limits well. She could feel the vast gap in their power. A direct fight would be impossible. A sneak attack, also impossible, not against someone like Malenia. But with assistance it was different. Go, magic spirits. Restia hadn't come alone this time. Knowing the Holy Nation commanded an immense army, returning by herself would have been suicide. So she had brought reinforcements, countless magic spirits. Her only goal was to save Camito. As long as Camito lived, there was still hope. The spirits, great and small, roared and charged at Malenia all at once. But fools. With a single sweep of her hand, Malenia annihilated them as easily as cutting through air. Still, this was exactly as Restia had planned. Even death could serve to stall for time. Camito. Using the distraction, Restia rushed to Camito's side and checked his injuries. Fortunately, they weren't fatal, just enough to render him unconscious. Supporting his body, she prepared to carry him away. You really think I'd let you escape? Even surrounded by the spirits, Malenia's perception was unshaken. Every movement Restia made was in her sights. Ugh! In an instant, an invisible shockwave blasted both Restia and Camito, sending them crashing back toward the wall beside the hidden passage. It seems years of peace have dulled your fangs, Ren Ashbel. Malenia's tone was cold, almost mocking. She knew full well about Camito's assumed identity. Raising both hands, she gathered her immense divine power between them. The magic spirits, sensing danger, attempted to surge forward again, but the instant they neared her, their very life force was drained away by an invisible power. Perish! A massive sphere of energy formed and crashed down toward the ground. Restia glanced toward the tunnel beside her, then gritted her teeth, and pulled Camito back inside, grabbing the trembling Claire as well and dragging her into the depths of the passage. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the night, flattening the surrounding forest. The sheer destructive force was terrifying. Yet despite its overwhelming power, the attack hadn't killed anyone, it had simply obliterated the remaining magic spirits. As the caster of that devastating strike, Millennia didn't even bother to check the results. She simply stood guard at the tunnel's entrance, motionless. So the little mice have scurried back to their hole. The Sacred Queen will descend soon. Tonight, I'll grant you one last chance to gaze upon the stars. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the final assault. Phew. Elise let out a long sigh of relief. It had been over 10 days since she arrived in the elemental spirit world, and just moments ago, she had finally slain the last remaining elemental lord, the wind elemental lord. Now, with Ren's assistance, Est was in the process of absorbing the powers left behind by the fallen elemental lords. Counting them up, the powers Est had absorbed were considerable. The fire elemental lord. The water elemental lord. The earth elemental lord. And now, the wind elemental lord. Good grief, she had collected all 4 elemental powers. At this point, Est might need a new title. Demon King's Sacred Demon Sword no longer seemed to fit her, perhaps Elemental Sacred Demon Sword was more appropriate. Once a state finishes absorbing the power, I can return to the human realm and settle things with that woman. Elise's eyes burned with rage. When it came to the Sacred Queen, she had plenty of anger pent up. Next time they met, she would never let her off easily. However, this time won't be like last time. As the saying goes, one learns from experience. Elise would not allow herself to be caught off guard again. To fight the Sacred Queen using this world's faith isn't a wise move. Which means I'll have to rely only on Est, my prana, and my own faith, Elise murmured to herself. But to finish her for good, I'll need that. Opening her eyes, Elise looked down at her reflection in the lake. Her blue irises shone like gemstones beneath the night sky. The plan is mostly complete, but just to be safe, I'll prepare a few contingencies. Chapter 93, Master and Disciple Showdown. 3,134 words. Cough. Cough. That monster is this strong. Dragging Camito and Claire along, Restia moved quickly through the depths of the hidden tunnel. At this point, she had no retreat. She had to reach Greyworth and explain the situation, otherwise, by sunrise, they would all be finished. TCH, those bastards from the Holy Nation really have some skill. They even managed to find this place. Listening to Restia's report, Greyworth frowned deeply. So, you're saying we've completely lost all routes of escape, and can only stay here, and wait for their assault? In a sense, yes, Restia replied. I scouted the skies on my way back, the Holy Nation's airships are already en route. If we try to flee by air, we'll be shot down instantly. How hopeless. Greyworth lowered her head, rubbing her hands together, as if searching for a breakthrough. There's no way left but a frontal battle. No, there is still a way. Greyworth looked seriously at Restia. And that way is me. You? Restia froze, then immediately understood. Don't tell me you plan to die here. In this life I've already had more than enough power, prestige, and years as headmistress. Greyworth's eyes softened with distant reminiscence. At the very least, I'll do my final duty as headmistress with pride. If I die behind my students, it would disgrace that title. You. Restia began, but Greyworth cut her off. I have a favor to ask, Restia. I know you only care about Camito and no one else. But once you escape, could you help the remaining students survive? You don't have to protect them all. Just do what you can. Even if one more student survives, it's worth it. The situation was dire. Greyworth knew full well it was impossible for everyone to escape unharmed. All she could hope was that Restia would lend them her strength on the way out. Fine. I promise you, Dusk Witch. Restia's expression was complicated as she looked at the woman. But let me make one thing clear, if Camito's life is in danger, I'll abandon everyone without hesitation. Haha, if in the end only you and Camito survive, I'll consider that a success. Greyworth let out a hearty laugh, then said, "Go rest while you can. We'll move at dawn. I'll handle the preparations. Goodbye, Dusk Witch." "Yes, goodbye." Once Restia left, the air in the room grew cold again. "So this is how it ends for me, huh?" Greyworth had once been one of the 12 knight generals of the Empire, and the champion of the Blade Dance Festival. But now, she was simply the headmistress of Aristia Spirit Academy, and all she wished for was to fulfill her final duty. "So I too am reaching my twilight," Greyworth murmured, gazing out the window at the starlit sky, then down at her busy students below. "But you all. Your twilight hasn't come yet. I wish you all a bright future." Time passed slowly. As dawn approached, every student entered the tunnel once more, led by the Dusk Witch herself. As long as Greyworth could hold off the enemy's strongest forces, the students would have their chance to escape. The headmistress' last instruction: if anyone falls behind, do not turn back. Run. Run as far as you can. If the old exit's useless, then I'll just make a new one. Greyworth swung her contracted spirit. With a single slash, the thick earth wall before them split like paper. Within seconds, a new tunnel opened before their eyes. As expected of the Dusk Witch, her power is truly beyond question. "Headmistress, you're incredible." While the surrounding students praised Greyworth, Restia, standing near the center of the group, knew the truth. Greyworth could never be a match for Millennia. Greyworth could have chosen to confront the enemy head-on last night, or simply ordered the students to dig their own way out. Yet she chose this path instead. Was it simply to let the students conserve their strength for escape? Restia didn't know what that woman was thinking, but at this moment, she could only feel respect for her. Kamito, on the other hand, remained silent. With his current strength, what could he possibly do? Nothing, except clench his fists in helpless frustration. Restia, Kamito seemed to have the same idea as Greyworth, but before he could finish speaking, Restia punched him in the stomach. "Kamito, they can make that choice," Restia said, gesturing toward the students. "But you can't. If you try to do something that's stupid, I'll stop you myself." At that moment, movement from the front of the line caught her attention. Greyworth's palm was slick with sweat as she gripped her spirit weapon, her expression tightening. "They've locked onto us, haven't they?" No doubt about it, the one targeting them had to be the Cardinal Restia mentioned. "Everyone, listen carefully." Greyworth's voice rang through the tunnel as she issued her final command. "I'll break through the ceiling in an instant. The moment I do, you must run as fast as you can. And whatever happens, do not look back." Without waiting for a reply, she swung her blade upward, slicing open the earth above. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the tunnel. The students looked up just in time to see their headmistress vanish. Above them, a vast opening appeared, revealing the sky. Captain Ellis gritted her teeth and shouted, "All students of Aristia Spirit Academy, obey the headmistress' final command. Now, run." Through the new passage, they could already see the stars above. The exit was close, they could reach the surface soon. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle raged nearby, but the students had no time to think. They could only run for their lives. Only when the explosions finally stopped did they realize what had happened, that Greyworth was likely gone. A heavy silence fell, and despair spread among them. "Why are you stopping?" Alice roared. "The headmistress sacrificed herself to buy us time to escape. Are you going to waste it? Get up. Keep moving." The night was fading, but dawn had yet to come. They had to reach their destination before sunrise. The venue of the Blade Dance. Once there, they could use the gate to enter the elemental spirit world. The enemy wouldn't dare follow them inside. Hearing Ella's words, the students forced themselves back onto their feet and pushed forward. But then, step, step. Distinct footsteps echoed behind them. Everyone summoned their weapons, standing ready. Only Restia's face showed a strange mix of emotion. When the approaching figure came into view, the students' expressions lit up with joy, they almost ran to her. It was Headmistress Greyworth. Headmistress. Alice froze, then smiled brightly. Did you defeat the enemy? She started to rush toward her, but Restia stopped her. Be careful. There's someone behind her. Restia's warning made everyone look closer, and there they saw it. Behind Greyworth stood a small blonde girl with her left eye covered by an eye patch. The one in front is indeed the Dusk Witch, Restia said gravely, but the girl behind her, she's from the Holy Nation. Our enemy. What is the meaning of this, Dusk Witch? Why are you standing with the enemy? Millennia stepped out from behind Greyworth. The enemy's face showed no emotion, but the Dusk Witch herself looked utterly cold. Greyworth once had a contract with the Sacred Queen, Millennia said indifferently. I thought her willpower would make it troublesome to control her, but it turned out to be surprisingly easy. Yes, Greyworth had once formed a contract with the Sacred Queen. For certain reasons, she had forgotten it long ago. But now, through Millennia's interference, that contract had been reactivated, allowing her to seize control of Greyworth completely. In other words, the student's strongest protector was gone. The Sacred Queen. So she's behind all of this, the leader of the 5 elemental lords. Restia asked sharply. Behind it all. Don't make it sound so vile, Millennia replied with disdain. The Sacred Queen is the architect of this magnificent plan. Her voice grew harsh when she heard Restia refer to her master in such a tone. Now then, Dusk Witch, Millennia commanded coldly. Eliminate all those who defy the Sacred Queen, but leave the Moon and the Dark Elemental alive. Her Majesty specifically requested them. Yes, Lady Millennia, Greyworth answered in a low, controlled voice. For the Sacred Queen. With a flash of black light, Greyworth's spirit weapon appeared in her hand, a blade every student recognized. Its crimson edge exuded a chilling, almost bloodthirsty aura. The sight broke many of their hearts. Some students fell to their knees, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. How could we be forced to fight the headmistress? If she's our opponent, we don't stand a chance. No, I'll face her. A man's voice rose from behind the students. They all immediately knew who it was. After all, there was only one man among them. Kamito Kazuhaya. Rumors whispered he might be the headmistress' illegitimate son. Kamito. Restia shouted, seeing him trying to stand. She moved to stop him, and aimed to jab him in the stomach again. But this time, Kamito caught her arm. Restia, I'm not running this time. His expression was serious. Every time before, I've run away, found some excuse to escape. But not this time. I have my pride too, Restia. That old hag, she's always been annoying, always scheming, but even so. I've always seen her as a mother. Now, I just want to save her. Will you help me one more time? And just like that, the rumor of the headmistress' secret son was confirmed. You really are hopeless, Kamito, Restia sighed. I literally told the Dusk Witch last night that I'd retreat if things got bad, and now look at me. Still, she smiled faintly. Very well. Let's settle this, Dusk Witch. Students of Arishia Spirit Academy, Restia called out, get as far away as you can. I don't know how long we can hold her off, but until I lose consciousness, I won't let them reach you. Kamito clasped Restia's hand, standing with his back to the students. Let's go, Restia. I've been ready for this, Kamito. Dark spirit that pierces through truth, demonic blade of reality. Awaken from your slumber. Restia Ashdal. For the first time in 3 years, the jet-black demon sword manifested once again in Kamito's hand. A familiar sensation welled up within him, it was unmistakable. He gripped the sword with both hands and faced the Dusk Witch, his teacher, and in a way, his mother. Watch closely, old hag. This is the bond between me and Restia. Watching from behind, Millennia's lips curled slightly in amusement. Dusk Witch, toy with him for a while. And make sure not to kill him. As for the students, they wouldn't get far anyway. She'd deal with them later. Millennia knew Greyworth's strength well. Once the Empire's foremost among the 12 knight generals, one of humanity's absolute strongest. There was no way she'd lose to a mere boy. Camito and Greyworth faced each other, blades ready, eyes locked. In the same instant, black and crimson sword light clashed in the air. Ultimate sword technique. Sixth form, shattering sword. Both unleashed their strikes simultaneously, a technique meant to break weapons, not flesh. Clang. Clang. Their blades collided, neither gaining the upper hand. With their near-equal physical power and spirit weapons, it was impossible to tell who was stronger. Camito understood, his only chance lay in skill. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Crimson sparks flew as he spun his sword. Breaking form, blazing spiral sword dance. 9 consecutive strikes. Slash. 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 9 massive arcs of sword light burst toward the Dusk Witch. It was a technique designed for large spirits, overkill for a human foe. But Camito knew Greyworth well. Weaker strikes would do nothing. She blocked 7, but 2 slashes struck the ground, sending up thick clouds of dust. Restia, now. Understood, Camito. Drawing his blade back into a stance, Camito felt the surge of divine power around him. He took a deep breath. Ultimate sword technique. Final form, celestial absolute flash thrust. This move used ritual Kagura to interfere with divine power, transforming the sword strike into a dance that absorbed the opponent's divine power. Then, just before the swollen power burst at its limit, it would release everything at once, unleashing a killing blow of overwhelming force. Its power was beyond measure. The thick smoke Camito had created was meant precisely to buy the opportunity to release this attack. Ordinary techniques were no longer effective against Greyworth. Only an ultimate art of this level could possibly wound her. You were the one who taught me this move, old hag. The charging of celestial absolute flash thrust was complete. Without hesitation, Camito dashed straight into the smoke. At that exact moment, the smoke dispersed. The figure of the Dusk Witch emerged from within, holding the very same charging stance as Camito. Celestial absolute flash thrust. This technique absorbed the opponent's divine power. In other words, their attacks were still evenly matched, neither side held the advantage. Clang! The blades collided. Just as Camito had predicted, the 2 celestial absolute flash thrusts cancelled each other out. If I want to defeat you, I can't rely on the sword techniques you taught me. Black lightning began to crackle around Camito's body. This is a new move Restia and I created together. I've never used it in front of you. Adjusting his blade mid-motion, he seamlessly followed up from celestial absolute flash thrust into a second technique. Demonic sword technique. Dark thunder of proclaimed death. He converted his divine power into the dark attribute and released it all at once. Violent dark purple lightning erupted outward from Camito as the center. Though it appeared chaotic, it had only one target. The Dusk Witch. Under control, Greyworth no longer possessed the fighting will she had in her right mind. If that was the case, then victory was possible. The dark purple lightning struck almost simultaneously from all directions. Even if the Dusk Witch stood at the pinnacle of humanity, she could not possibly be faster than lightning. And without her full consciousness, she was not as formidable as before. She failed to block every strike. It's not over yet, old hag. This blow will definitely wake you up. Camito took a deep breath and once again assumed a charging stance. But this time, it was fundamentally different from before. This is the ultimate sword technique you taught me, celestial absolute flash thrust. And this is the demonic sword technique I created, dark thunder of proclaimed death. Under normal circumstances, I'd never dare attempt this. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet an irrepressible smile spread across his face. Fusing two sword techniques together, one mistake could cost me my life. But I don't have the luxury of hesitation now. He raised the demonic sword high. Purple light burst forth. Enduring the agony caused by his rampaging divine power, Kamito gripped tightly the demonic blade that pierced through reality. Across from him, Greyworth still held the stance of celestial absolute flash thrust. Yet the divine power surging around her clearly indicated that this was a strike gathered with her full strength, far greater than the previous clash. But Kamito would not yield so easily. He poured everything into this attack, his past, his present and his future. All of himself condensed into a single strike. Not only to save Greyworth but also to declare to her, "Your disciple has grown strong enough to stand on his own." At the final moment, he fused the very existence of Kazuhaya Kamito into the demonic sword. At that instant, Kamito transcended himself, reaching the realm of unity between man and blade. Before his eyes, a brand new world unfolded. This strike will not lose. Kamito moved first. A streak of violet sword light shot straight toward Greyworth, stealing the sight of everyone present. The radiance of divine power and Kamito's will exploded into blinding brilliance. Demonic divine sword, Kamito, celestial demonic flash. The next moment, violet and crimson collided violently. Ominous dark thunder intertwined with blood-red light. Their clash unleashed a towering hurricane. Boom! Everything around them was reduced to nothing by that single strike. Yet in the midst of the collision, the violet light began absorbing the crimson power, growing stronger and stronger. Finally, the dark violet shattered the crimson. The blood-red blade in Greyworth's hand shattered instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. But the violet dark thunder did not dissipate. After a sweeping arc, it shot toward Millennia. Kamito understood clearly, defeating Greyworth alone would not allow the Academy's students to escape. Millennia would still slaughter them all. Therefore, he had to eliminate Millennia. The power of that strike truly exceeds expectations. The moment celestial demonic flash appeared, Millennia's expression changed. She could actually feel threatened by it. So in that instant, she chose to attack without hesitation. A powerful beam shot toward Kamito. This time, she did not hold back. But when the beam struck Kamito, it vanished strangely. No, not vanished, absorbed. Why can it absorb even my power? Celestial demonic flash had already absorbed the power of celestial absolute flash thrust during its clash with the Dusk Witch, becoming overwhelmingly strong. But now, it could even absorb Millennia's power. Millennia was a retainer of the Sacred Queen. Her body was naturally imbued with holy and light attributes, the complete opposite of the darkness within Restia. She attempted to retreat at once, but the speed of the violet lightning far surpassed her. Cough. Kamito himself was in terrible condition. Veins bulged across his body, and blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, the result of opposing forces raging within him. Yet he clenched his teeth, and endured. Even as pain racked his body like 1,000 blades. He endured. Striving to absorb the raging power within himself. In the next instant, the corner of Kamito's mouth lifted, and an unimaginable light burst from his eyes. Take this. Celestial Absolute, Holy Demonic Slash. Two completely opposing powers fused together at that moment. Even Millennia was shaken by the force that erupted. The demonic sword, radiating a purple-gold brilliance, drew ever closer to her. She could neither evade nor counterattack. It appeared to be a dead end. PFF. A faint sound echoed. Blood spilled. But the one injured was not Millennia. Kamito looked up. A golden-haired woman clad in armor stood before him, pressing the pad of her index finger against the edge of his descending blade. The power swirling around the sword tip halted at her fingertip, unable to advance even an inch. How is that possible? This strike far surpassed any attack Kamito had ever unleashed before. And yet, all it achieved was drawing a single drop of blood from her finger. The woman, however, looked at him with clear interest. As expected of her successor. You truly possess remarkable potential. Chapter 94, She returned like a meteor. 1059 words. How could this be? Kamito stared blankly at the scene before him. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he simply could not accept it. His strongest ultimate technique, blocked by a single finger. Night ended at that very moment. Dawn arrived and sunlight fell upon the woman standing before him, allowing him to see her face clearly. How is this possible? It was not just Kamito. The students behind him were equally stunned. Not because she was beautiful or ugly, but because they recognized that face. Her achievements had been sung across the world. Her appearance had been etched into the memories of the people. She was the Saintess who had defeated the demon King Solomon 1,000 years ago, Aristia. And their academy bore her name, Aristia Spirit Academy. How could they possibly fail to recognize that face? But why would the Saintess from 1,000 years ago appear here? That was the question on everyone's mind. At that moment, Millennia came to her senses and immediately knelt in salute. I humbly welcome your Majesty's arrival, Sacred Queen. What? She was the Sacred Queen. The shock of that revelation was no less than the resurrection of the Saintess herself. Why would you do such a thing? Kamito demanded. At such close range, he did not attempt another attack. If she truly was the Sacred Queen, then no matter what he did, he would never break through her defenses. What are you referring to? The Sacred Queen asked in mild confusion. Starting a war. Wiping out the royal families. With each accusation, Kamito's anger intensified. Blood had earlier streamed from his eyes, ears and nose, giving him a ferocious appearance. Isn't it obvious? The Sacred Queen smiled gently. Of course it's to correct this world. This world is filled with too much filth. No matter how I cleanse it, I cannot wash it away completely. So I have no choice but to choose a permanent solution. I will erase this world entirely, and then recreate a new one, free of impurity. No one looked pleased by her words. Only fear and horror filled their faces. Clap, 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 clap. The only applause came from Millennia. What kind of joke is that? Ugh. Before Kamito could finish, the Sacred Queen lightly flicked her finger. A tremendous force struck him, and sent him flying. Even Restia was forced back into her girl's form by the impact. What you think is not my concern. I need only reshape the world. But before that, I must ascend to a higher existence. The Sacred Queen gazed at the rising sun on the horizon and smiled. Though you are no longer a significant threat to me, you are still the reincarnation of Ren's power. To prevent even the 1 in 10,000 chance of an accident, I will personally eliminate you. EST. Yes, Your Majesty. Millennia removed her eye patch. Bathed in white light, her form transformed into a longsword. Yet the blade that appeared was not wholly white, but ominous black. This was the demon sword Millennia Sanctus. I shall use this blade to sever your head. That way, all reincarnation will come to an end. Holding the pitch-black sword, the Sacred Queen slowly walked toward Kamito. Her steps were unhurried, yet each one felt like a death knell pounding against his heart. Everyone present believed that once she reached him, the blade in her hand would fall without hesitation. But just as she advanced, a streak of blazing fire lashed across her path, blasting a crater into the ground. What is the meaning of this, Claire Alstian? Do you intend to aid the reincarnation of the Demon King? As if I'd help him. Claire snapped. And besides, I heard every word you said just now. She cracked her flaming whip. Destroying the world. I will never accept that. Though she had known Camito only briefly, and despite the many unpleasant incidents between them, she could tell he was not a bad person. So she was the first to step forward. And me as well. I don't know whether that man is good or evil. But I will never forget the way he fought to protect us. Captain Ellis stepped forward, spear in hand. The Ordesia Empire has fallen. I am its last survivor. With the enemy before me, I cannot retreat. The final princess of Ordesia, Fianna, emerged from the crowd. Though her clothes were worn, the light in her eyes shone brighter than ever, and the way she looked at Camito was somewhat unusual. Claire was the first to stand up. If I don't follow, wouldn't that mean admitting I'm inferior to her? Despite her earlier severe injuries, Rincelet's willpower was not something ordinary people could match, especially not in front of Claire. In the end, the world line converged. The Team Scarlet from his memories had reunited in this unexpected way. And once someone had taken the lead, more and more students chose to stand against the Sacred Queen. They formed a wall before Camito, willing to protect the men who had fought for them. I see. Facing this scene, the Sacred Queen merely tilted her head slightly. In that case, no matter how small your threat, you are still a threat, Camito Kazuhaya. With a casual swing of the demon sword, a violent shockwave blasted all the students away. Strangely, no one was killed. So you haven't lost consciousness yet, Dark Spirit. It had been Restia's defense that protected them. But that was your limit, Dark Spirit. Restia was no match even for millennia. How could she possibly contend with the Sacred Queen? Blocking that single strike was already her utmost limit. Regrettably, you will not live to see the birth of the new world. I shall leave an unnamed gravestone for you in it. Holy power gathered upon the demon sword in the Sacred Queen's hand. Its divine power was so terrifying that both body and soul trembled in response. So this is the power of an elemental lord. How could anyone possibly oppose it? Anyone who had witnessed that power could not stand before her. Was that truly so? In the blink of an eye, dawn vanished. Sunlight disappeared. Day turned back into night, and stars once again filled the sky. A meteor fell from the heavens. And upon seeing this, the Sacred Queen's smile widened. You've finally come. Chapter 95, Elise's Strategy Against the Enemy. 1,218 words. During her first battle against the Sacred Queen, Elise had already discovered many problems. Her close combat skills were considered decent among humans, but in front of a non-human powerhouse like the Sacred Queen, she was completely crushed. Moreover, when facing the Sacred Queen, Elise had felt something strange. The Sacred Queen seemed able to predict her attacks in advance and respond accordingly. Every time Elise tried to widen the distance between them, the Sacred Queen would stick to her like glue, impossible to shake off. Isn't that far too strange? Elise strongly suspected that the Sacred Queen possessed some kind of revelation-like ability, allowing her to foresee the near future. As for whether she could see far into the future, Elise believed that was unlikely. If that were the case, she would never have managed to escape from the Sacred Queen back then. In that case, it was no wonder the Sacred Queen had been so wary of Elise's long-range attacks. If the distance was too close, Elise herself would be caught in the blast. Because she prioritized offense and neglected defense. Even Elise herself was not confident she could completely withstand her own attacks, a typical case of high offense and low defense. So this time, Elise would make up for those weaknesses. The faith of the elementalist world could not be used as assistance against the Sacred Queen. Otherwise, it would certainly be absorbed by her. But aside from that, Elise still had other methods. Since I can't use it against you, then I'll use this power to directly strengthen myself. While in the elemental spirit realm, Elise had absorbed the world's power of faith. Both its quality and quantity were astonishing, she simply could not use it in front of the Sacred Queen. So, sacred speech. Enhance. No other ability. Just pure reinforcement of herself. To leave the Sacred Queen no opportunity whatsoever, Elise consumed all that faith power in a single burst, drastically raising her base attributes. The resulting amplification was enough for Elise to stand on equal footing with the Sacred Queen. Est, are you ready? Elise stroked Est's small head. We're going to settle the score with that woman from last time. The white-haired girl in her arms nodded. Though the Saintess Aricia had once been her former master, that body was now merely occupied by another existence. In the end, the Sacred Queen was Est's enemy as well. This time, we'll make her disappear completely. But before fighting her, let's prepare a grand gift first. Prana surged out from Elise's body and poured entirely into EST. Although Elise was still using faith in this world, and had not grown much stronger herself, Est was no longer the same as before. Light symbolizing the four great elements wrapped around Est's blade, and the divine power she emitted was beyond imagination. The current Est was no longer merely the sacred demon sword. After Elise had slain the remaining elemental lords of the elemental spirit realm, she successfully completed Est's evolution with Ren's help. Now, Est was a sword spirit who wielded wind, fire, earth, and water, the elemental holy sword. With two elements as the foundation, combined with Elise's prana. Earth element, fire element, and prana. They would be used to unleash a devastating strike. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and stars once again filled the sky. Falling stars, molten skyfall. The gate leading to the human realm opened once more. Elise had already locked onto the Sacred Queen's position. With overwhelming destructive power and the acceleration of a descent from the heavens, Elise gripped the holy sword and transformed into a meteor from beyond the skies, aimed straight at the Sacred Queen. In a certain sense, this could even be considered a kind of orbital kinetic weapon. As for the situation in the human realm, there was no need to elaborate. The Sacred Queen had launched war against the nations of the world, overwhelming them completely. That was only natural. No matter how powerful ordinary spirits might be, could they possibly stand against the Sacred Queen? She only needed to split off a small fraction of her strength to annihilate them effortlessly. Yet she had not chosen to do so. Instead, having developed interest in Kamido, she had deliberately come to seek him out. Only when dawn reverted back into night did the Sacred Queen lift her head and gaze directly at the molten meteor rushing toward her. You've finally come. The Sacred Queen's demon sword also erupted with immense divine power, aimed at the meteor in the sky. Shatter. Sword light shot toward the meteor. The clash between the two created a violent shockwave in the sky, threatening to swallow everything around them. But after 2 seconds of confrontation, the Sacred Queen's expression changed. She realized that a crack had appeared in her own attack. How was that possible? Why had she become this strong? When she had just emerged from the Demon King's coffin last time, even though she herself had not been in a complete state, she had clearly sensed Elise's strength. But now, something was different. It was not merely that Elise had grown stronger, it was the weapon in her hand. Est had changed. What is going on? As a spirit herself, the Sacred Queen could naturally sense Est's transformation. Wasn't she merely an incarnation? Why did she possess such power? While the Sacred Queen was lost in thought, a sudden flash of intuition struck her mind, prompting her to retreat from her original position at the fastest possible speed. And at that exact moment, the red meteor broke through the sword light and plunged straight down toward her. I can't dodge it. The Sacred Queen's expression shifted, but she had no other choice, she could only block it head-on. But this time, having learned from the shortcomings of faith power, Elise would not suffer the same loss as before. Sacred speech. Teleport. Elise absorbed her own faith across worlds. Though the efficiency was extremely low, the portal opened very close by, and the amount of faith consumed was minimal. All she did was shift her attack from directly in front of her opponent to directly behind her. Yet this sudden strike clearly caught the Sacred Queen off guard. Just as she turned to defend, the red meteor struck her at the waist. Ugh! Pain flashed across the sacred queen's face. Though her true form was an elemental lord, this body was human. Even if she could reinforce her body and block with divine power, she would inevitably be affected by that blow. Which meant that in the battle to come, she would have to continue while injured. Unleash it. Naturally, Elise would not let this opportunity slip by. At the same moment, the four elements within the holy sword erupted simultaneously. The outer meteor shattered the sacred queen's defenses. The water element increased the blade's penetration. The wind element enhanced the speed of her swing. The fire element triggered a violent explosive burst. The earth element sharpened the blade to its utmost limit. And this strike was no longer empowered purely by prana, it now drew upon Est's divine power instead. The radiance of the four elements surged from Est's body. This was Spirit Art, Radiant Elemental / Chapter 96, The Final Battle. 1252 words. Spirit Art, Radiant Elemental / This was an attack led by Est, primarily formed by channeling the elements of the four great elemental lords within her and layering them upon the holy sword to create a devastating slash. After the sacred queen's outer defenses were shattered by the descending strike from the heavens, the elemental slash successfully hit her. However, because she had dodged in time, the blade only pierced through her side. Even so, for the battle that followed, the sacred queen had lost a significant portion of her advantage. "I never expected you to use such a move," the sacred queen said, gently touching her wound as she looked at Elise in surprise. It had not even been half a month, and this outsider from another world already possessed the power to injure her. "Last time, those strange eyes of yours let you escape. But this time, you won't." The sacred queen had not come unprepared. She could clearly see where Elise's weaknesses lay. Although wide-area attacks could harm the sacred queen, they would also affect Elise herself. That was why the sacred queen had always forced close combat, giving Elise no chance to unleash long-range attacks. And this time would be no different. After stopping the bleeding from her abdomen, the sacred queen immediately gripped the demon sword and charged at Elise. But what greeted her was a magnificent blade. Falling stars, blossoming chaos. Without hesitation, Elise unleashed a wide-range attack directly in front of her. The dazzling starlight instantly enveloped both herself and the sacred queen. Was she planning to trade injury for injury? Such disregard for her own wounds genuinely startled the sacred queen, and at the same time, filled her with a trace of satisfaction. What was her objective? To seize Elise's body. This mutually destructive style would further drain Elise's stamina, increasing the sacred queen's chances of success. Of course, she could not let Elise realize that. Otherwise, her plan would collapse entirely. "Your strength is indeed surprising. But if you think that's enough to defeat me, you're still far from it." Although the sacred queen had been injured by Elise's sudden assault, she did not truly care. She even wore a look of disdain. "Gather here, Est." The sacred queen raised the demon sword high and pushed her aura to its absolute peak. Within Elise's perception, three figures seemed to be flying toward them from afar. The sacred queen was calling for reinforcements. Who could they be? As the lights drew closer, Elise prepared for battle. The moment anything seemed amiss, she would attack immediately. Yet when the expected reinforcements appeared, Elise was momentarily stunned. Three identical girls stood before her. Had Elise been present here earlier, she would have realized that the three were actually the same individual. Millennia Sanctess. 4 incarnations, for bodies with one heart. Upon sensing the sacred queen's summons, the remaining incarnations rushed toward her position, and at incredible speed, fused into the demon sword in her hand. This time, it is not merely the fusion of 4 incarnations, but also the true body of the Est in your hand. The sacred queen smiled. "The one you hold is merely one of Est's incarnations. I do not know what method she used to separate from the original, but an incarnation can never defeat the true body. In other words, what you hold is nothing more than a counterfeit. Though those words came from the sacred queen's mouth, the body she wore belonged to Est's former master. Elise could clearly feel the fluctuation in Est's emotions. In the next instant, she pressed the blade against herself, almost as if embracing a sword. It's all right, Est. You're my partner, not some counterfeit. I will never abandon you. I will stay by your side, always. When I make a promise, I keep it. After gently soothing the holy sword in her hands, the expression on Elise's face vanished in an instant. She looked at the sacred queen with complete emotional detachment. Having undergone the Saintess special training, Elise had no intention of showing any disgraceful expression, especially when overwhelmed by negative emotions. So whenever her emotions fluctuated intensely, she would assume a blank expression to conceal them. And now that was precisely the face she wore. Let's skip the unnecessary moves, Elise said directly. We'll decide everything with a single final strike. The holy sword pointed straight at the sacred queen. Naturally, she would not refuse such a proposal. The faster Elise exhausted herself, the better for her. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure gathered in the area. The students who had fainted earlier from the meteor's impact were awakened by the overwhelming force. Though they did not know who the person confronting the sacred queen was, it was undeniable that she had protected them with a barrier the moment the meteor fell. For a time, the girls began cheering for Elise. Only Camito stared blankly at that figure, murmuring softly, Elise. That caused Restia beside him to frown. The battle required only one strike. Both the sacred queen and Elise understood this. Elise would likely pour everything into this single blow. As for the sacred queen, though no one knew what scheme she was plotting, at least on the surface she appeared to be gathering power. Elise launched the first attack. Though she could not use much faith now, the strengthened prana combined with divine power was by no means weak. At the very least, when facing the sacred queen earlier, Elise had managed to suppress her. The structure was similar to her previous attack. However, that earlier strike had clearly been led by Est and used only divine power. This time, Elise once again layered prana on top of it. The rampage of two energies could not be sustained for long. Therefore, she only needed to release it before it erupted out of control. Formed from the four fundamental elements that constituted the elementalist world, infused with prana, the ultimate result was this technique. Incomplete, finishing move, stellar burst. Had Elise not enhanced herself beforehand, this strike might not have possessed such terrifying power. It was precisely because she had strengthened herself before the battle that she could achieve an A-rank level of destructive force. Even when faced with such an attack, the sacred queen did not act immediately. Only when Elise was right before her did she finally move. The sacred queen threw away the sword in her hand, spread her arms wide, and rushed forward to meet the attack. No offense. No defense. It was as though she were seeking death. Yet the smile at the corner of her lips refused to fade. Elise sensed that something was wrong. Her eye patch was blown away by the immense wind pressure. In that instant, their eyes met. Too late. The activation time of those eyes of yours is insufficient to affect me. Under Elise's attack, the sacred queen's body gradually turned to dust. Yet the light around her showed no sign of dispersing, instead, it grew even more condensed. This was the sacred queen's soul. And thus your body shall be mine. Heh heh heh. The golden soul evaded Elise's attack and plunged into her body. Yet Elise did not reveal the slightest panic, as if everything that had just occurred was already within her expectations. She calmed her power, slowly descended to the ground, and closed her eyes, sensing the depths of her own soul. The true battle was only beginning now. Chapter 97, The Sacred Queen Dies. 1641 words. Within the pitch-black space, a figure slowly emerged. So this is her mental space. The sacred queen carefully observed her surroundings. It's completely different from anyone else's mind. The Sacred Queen had once occupied the Saintess Arishia's body. When it came to matters of the spirit, she had experience. But a mental world as pure and utterly black as Elisa's, this was the first time she had ever seen such a thing. Why is there nothing here? The Sacred Queen drifted through the darkness, attempting to locate something that would allow her to seize control of Elisa's body. Yet to her confusion, she still found nothing at all. No. That's not right. At a certain instant, the Sacred Queen seemed to sense something. She abruptly raised her head toward the sky. Two objects as brilliant as sapphires were suspended above her. And they were something she recognized all too well. Her eyes. In the next second, realization struck her, and she cried out in disbelief. Why? An intensely unpleasant sensation spread through her entire being. That feeling. It was as if some special existence had locked its gaze onto her. How could that be? Could it be that those eyes were not her own power, but something bestowed by an even greater existence? The sensation made the Sacred Queen deeply uncomfortable, and at the same time, it gave her the unmistakable feeling of death approaching. This is bad. This definitely isn't a mental space. I have to leave. After realizing the problem, the Sacred Queen immediately attempted to withdraw her soul from this body. Unfortunately, it was already too late. It's useless. I can't leave. Her soul could not escape. The abnormal sensation engulfing her grew stronger and stronger. When she looked up again, the pair of blue eyes staring at her had drawn closer. If they made contact at zero distance, she would definitely die. As a monster who had lived for over 1,000 years, the Sacred Queen trusted her instincts. Though she had lost the Saintess' physical body and could no longer use precognition, her experience still remained. In an instant, an intense holy aura erupted from her body, attempting to break through the darkness. Useless. Useless. Still useless. All of the Sacred Queen's power failed to produce even the slightest ripple within this space. Her expression grew increasingly frantic. Even without sensing or predicting, she could clearly feel it now, her consciousness was fading. If I don't get out of here now, I'll... Her words came to an abrupt halt. The blue eyes had already arrived before her, staring directly into her own. The anxiety on the Sacred Queen's face gradually vanished. In its place appeared a vacant, muddled expression, like that of someone afflicted with dementia. At that very moment she ceased thinking. The fluctuations of her consciousness completely disappeared. She had fulfilled her plan and even taken precautions against Elisa's eyes. Yet in the end, she still fell to the very thing she had longed for most. If you were to ask Elise how she felt about the Sacred Queen, she would answer aloud, a formidable and worthy tyrant. As for what she truly thought in her heart, serves you right. At that moment, the final enemy had vanished. Outside, everyone waited anxiously, whether it was the 4 millennia who had reverted to human form, or Camito and the Academy students. They had all seen the Sacred Queen's soul charge into Elisa's body. They knew clearly that within that calm exterior, a brutal struggle was unfolding. Winner takes all. The loser dies without burial. Under everyone's tense gazes, Elisa's body moved. Who had won? For a moment, everyone held their breath. Elisa's eyes opened slightly for an instant, then, as if realizing something, she quickly shut them again. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was utterly incompatible with Elisa's appearance. At once, Millennia's expression turned excited. Had His Majesty the Sacred Queen been victorious? Of course, how could His Majesty possibly lose to a mere human? Even one from another world could not defeat him. Millennia attempted to rush toward the Sacred Queen, only to discover that she could not approach. In truth, it was not just her. Camito and the Academy students were likewise unable to draw near. In the next moment, Elisa's expression twisted in pain. Her face paled as she clutched her head. Were they still fighting? Elise. Don't lose. Kamito tried to approach, only to be sent flying by the overwhelming force. Sorry, Kamito. Elise opened her eyes, revealing a gentle smile. Yet within that smile lay unmistakable resolve. An unknown light began to swirl around her. At first it was merely scattered sparks, but as time passed, it grew into a blazing inferno. The moment Kamito saw this scene, he immediately understood what Elise intended to do. Res Tia. Help me. TCH, Kamito, you'd better give me a proper explanation afterward. No matter how dissatisfied Res Tia might have been at this moment, she would never go against Kamito's will. The pitch-black demonic sword appeared in Kamito's hand, as he slashed toward the curtain of light surrounding Elise. But in his current state, he could not even use an ultimate technique. Breaking through that barrier was clearly impossible. Farewell, Kamito. Encircled by countless motes of light, Elise gradually dissolved into the air, leaving only Kamito pounding the ground in grief. I promised I would protect you. But was that truly the case? Within the elemental realm, Elise's figure appeared once more. Phew. It's finally over. This world has been nothing but a headache. The Sacred Queen was dead. The final reason for Elise to remain in this world had vanished. She would soon return to Lord God's space. But before that, there was one last thing to do. Ren, I'm counting on you. I told you not to call me that. I'm much older than you. The Darkness Elemental Lord Ren Ashdal appeared beside Elise, clearly displeased. By the way, are you really okay with this? Letting him think you're dead and all. As the Darkness Elemental Lord, she knew exactly what had just happened. She had merely refrained from showing herself at Elise's request. I never intended to come back here anyway. It's better if everyone who knew me believes I've died. Elise had already planned to leave back at the Demon King's tomb. If not for the Sacred Queen, she would have departed long ago. If that's truly how you feel, then I won't argue. Since it was Elise's own decision, Ren had no reason to oppose it. Elise nodded. 2 spheres of light appeared in her hand, one golden, one white. I never thought you'd actually obtain both the Sacred Queen's sacred and light attributes. Ren gazed at the pure energy within those spheres, emotions surging within her. A former friend, later an enemy, only to end like this. Call a state out, Ren said. I'll guide the power into her. The power she spoke of was not only the Sacred Queen's, it also included her own darkness. From this day forward, your Est will no longer be merely a sword spirit. She will become an elemental sword spirit embodying 7 attributes: sacred, light, darkness, wind, fire, earth, and water. But this power is immense. It will take her a long time to fully absorb it. Be prepared. With prior experience in guiding power, Ren did not take long to transfer the remaining attributes into Est's body. However, Ren's own body began to turn transparent, the prelude to her dispersal. My task is complete. A look of relief appeared on her face. Just like you said earlier. Farewell, Elise. I'm glad I met you. She waved at the golden Saintess as her body grew increasingly translucent. Elise waved back, though her expression was entirely different from Ren's. Ren, goodbye. I told you not to call me that. Ren pressed a hand to her forehead helplessly, but in the next moment she let out a faint sigh. Forget it. This is the last chance we'll have. We'll never be able to meet again anyway. Call me whatever you like. As long as you're happy. I really wish we could meet again. With those final words, the pitch-black figure completely dispersed within the elemental realm. The 6 great elemental lords of this world were now all gone. The water elemental lord once assassinated by Kamito might still have a surviving fragment, but that was not the true body, merely a special incarnation similar to EST. What would become of the world of elementalists without its elemental lords? Elise did not know. Nor did she intend to ever return. Sister, are we leaving now? Est, having just finished absorbing the power, opened her eyes. She walked to Elise's side and took her hand in her small one. During this time, Elise had told Est about the existence of the infinite worlds, and that she would take her along. She had originally expected Est to be shocked. Instead, the response had been unexpectedly calm. If summarized, it was roughly this. I am Sister's sword. I always will be. It doesn't matter where we go. As long as I'm by Sister's side, I'm happy. Of course. We're leaving, Elise answered. Will we ever come back here? Probably not. But if you ever want to return, Est, we can. Then never mind. I'll leave it up to you, sister. All right. Then we'll, HM. Just as Elise was about to depart, an unnatural blue light appeared across her body. This is a spirit crest. Elise had always been somewhat dissatisfied with the original placement of her spirit crest. But now it had changed, it was no longer a tiny dot. Instead, above her chest, it had gathered into the shape of a blue sword, intricate patterns spreading outward from it. In that case, Est's evolution really was a good thing. Chapter 98, The Saintess Who Is Not a Saintess. 1241 words. Why remain in the world of elementalists? Elise would answer without hesitation that the Sacred Queen might be able to break through the barrier between worlds. To ensure the safety of Lord God's space, she chose not to return, instead staying in this world to kill the Sacred Queen. But was that really the case? From the battle that followed, it was clear that the Sacred Queen could only absorb faith native to the world of elementalists. The moment Elise returned to Lord God's space, if the Sacred Queen dared to chase after her, Elise could simply use faith that the Sacred Queen could not absorb to crush her body, and even her soul, into dust. Moreover, fighting inside Lord God's space would have given her an overwhelming advantage. If that was so, then why did Elise choose to stay? There were 4 reasons. First, she would clean up the mess she herself had caused. Because she was unfamiliar with the later plot developments of the Elementalist storyline, Elise made a misjudgment that led to the world's final boss appearing ahead of schedule. And at this point in the timeline, it was still before the main story even began. How could Kazuhaya Kamito possibly have the strength to resist? One wrong move, and the world might truly be destroyed. But this was a consequence brought about by Elise herself. How could she simply walk away? Second, her promise to Kamito. If you ever run into trouble, Kamito, I'll help you too. That was something Elise had once said to him, and she had never forgotten it. Originally, she had intended to release Kamito's harem to give him a hand. Instead, she ended up unleashing a catastrophe. That hardly made sense. Though Elise was not a saintess in essence, perhaps not even truly female, and was perfectly capable of lying, she placed extraordinary importance on promises. If she had agreed to something under normal circumstances, why would she break her word? Even if it meant risking her life, even if it meant killing and stealing, she would still see it through. If she forgot, that was another matter. Miss Mana. In short, as long as Elise was not deliberately deceiving someone, her promises always stood. Third, it was what a saintess ought to do. A saintess would never allow an existence that posed such immense harm to the world to act unchecked. She would step forward and stop it. Elise once again declared that she was not saving the world because she wanted to, but because doing so made her more like a saintess. Fourth, she simply found the Sacred Queen irritating. You were minding your own business, so why did you suddenly attack me? If she didn't pay him back for that, how could that possibly be acceptable? There were many contradictions within Elise, for example. She had decided not to break her word again, yet she continued to face others under a false identity, telling lies while still cherishing her promises. She brooded over the fact that she was impersonating a saintess, yet at the same time felt inexplicably confident in the saintess she portrayed. There were countless such contradictions within her. Humans are bundles of contradictions. Elise understood that better than anyone, because she could clearly see just how contradictory she herself was. At times, even Elise could not fully understand her own heart. After all, she had played the role of a saintess far longer than she had imagined. What had her original self been like? It had already grown somewhat blurred. Unimportant things are forgotten especially quickly. Under the erosion of time, the events of one's previous life gradually fade away. Only those memories that leave a deep impression can barely withstand the torrent of time. For instance, why did she choose to play such a saintess? Elise had always remembered. There was no grand reason. As a child watching anime, she had simply wished for such an existence, someone who could correct the tragedies within the story. No one will help you. No one will save you. Elise hated that more than anything, so she created a false saintess. No one cares about you. The saintess will care about you. No one will save you. Then let the saintess be the one to save you. Once, he had desperately longed for such an existence. Thus, Elise Holiness was born. A saintess who would help others. A saintess who would save others. As she continued acting, the image of the saintess and the image of Elise gradually overlapped in her mind. She knew clearly that she was only acting, that it was false. In essence, she was merely a bad person, and had done plenty of bad things. Even now, Elise did not know whether she still possessed that heart that wished to help others. But in reality, she had indeed played the role of a saintess well. She had saved many people. So, at the very least, she had changed some bad endings, hadn't she? Smack. Smack. Elise slapped her cheeks hard twice, forcibly snapping herself back to her senses. Honestly, why am I thinking about all this? She rubbed her face helplessly. She had hit herself hard enough that it still stung. I am the flawless and perfect Lady Saintess. Proudly puffing out her chest. What happened in this world of elementalists was nothing more than an accident. Repeatedly emphasizing. Anyway, I'll absolutely never come back here again. Who's going to remember those dark histories? Muttering quietly. For Elise, who could traverse infinite worlds, the experiences of a single world were but a fleeting moment. Countless more worlds awaited her in the future. Why would she ever be bound by just one? Through her clash with the Sacred Queen, Elise had come to deeply recognize her shortcomings in physical ability. To make up for that weakness, she deliberately chose a world where she could grind levels. Moreover, the next world she planned to visit had to be one that could strengthen her physical body. She had already decided on it before even entering the world of elementalists. However, now that it's actually time to go, I'm still a little hesitant. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, commonly shortened to Danmaki? The title was long, but like the world of elementalists, it was also a harem series. Its combat power was said to be quite high, and it contained many A-rank monsters. But those were not Elise's main concern. The real issue was that Danmaki was a world where gods truly existed. Once she entered that world, Elise would have to think twice before using any form of faith. No one understood what it meant to be a god better than Elise. She had personally experienced the ability of divinization. The sensation it brought was overwhelmingly intense. The gods of that world were said to possess omniscient and omnipotent settings. However, after descending to the lower realm, they had sealed their divine power. Though if they truly wished to use it, they still could. After being sealed, their perception shouldn't be that strong, right? Becoming enemies with gods might sound impressive, but actually fighting them was genuinely terrifying. I have to minimize the risk. Vast amounts of faith slowly flowed out from Elise's body, leaving her in the most basic state of a mortal. I'll test it first. If something feels wrong, I'll leave immediately. Chapter 99, The World of the Dungeon. 1184 words. Labyrinth City or Rio. This was a city built by the gods, named for the grand labyrinth that lay beneath it. And this labyrinth was especially unique. Long before the city itself was constructed, it had already existed in this world. In ages past, countless monsters poured out from the labyrinth, invading the surface world. To resist these monsters, heroes were born. Whether human, elf, dwarf, prum, or Amazon, each race produced its own heroes to varying degrees. The heroes defeated the monsters, protected the world, and left behind their own epics. And so the cycle continued. Old heroes faded with time, and new heroes were born in their place. Until the gods descended from the heavens. It was said that the gods had grown weary of the dull life in the heavenly realm, and came to the lower world of their children, in search of excitement and amusement. It seemed that the gods here, regardless of who they were or what divinity they governed, all possessed at least a trace of a trickster's temperament. Through their immense divine power, the gods drove most of the surface monsters back and forbade them from emerging from the underground labyrinth. In addition, directly above the labyrinth, they constructed a playground of the gods. That was the origin of Labyrinth City or Rio. To ensure the game could continue, the gods established rules for themselves. Gods were forbidden from using divine power in the lower world, and had to live just like their children. Gods were not allowed to enter the dungeon. Countless gods prioritized their own entertainment, experiencing everything the lower world had to offer. They brought development but also trouble. With the gods' reckless indulgence, the age of heroes came to an end. In its place arose a new era composed of deities, familiars, and adventurers. Until 3 years ago. Orario's two strongest familiars, the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia, declared their expedition to slay the Black Dragon a failure. The main forces of both familias were nearly annihilated, and were subsequently driven out of Rio by two newly rising familias. With the new powers taking control, Rio entered yet another era. Those two familias were the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. However, these newly risen powers clearly did not possess the overwhelming strength of their predecessors. During this period, the Evolus factions steadily expanded. But that was a story for later. In a silent forest, a flash of light flickered into existence, then vanished without a trace. Roughly 5 minutes later, the light appeared again, only to disappear the next second. Almost rhythmically, every 5 minutes, the strange light flashed once in the same place. More than an hour later, the light finally manifested completely, and this time, it did not fade. A head cautiously peeked out from within the light, carefully surveying the surroundings. Only after confirming there was no danger did she truly step out. Elise had now arrived in this world. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Because this was a world where gods truly existed, Elise had to consider her actions carefully, probe carefully. That was precisely the reason for her earlier behavior. The gods of this world were described with absurdly exaggerated settings, nearly omniscient and omnipotent, but that applied only to their true forms in heaven. The gods who had descended from heaven to the lower world should no longer possess that kind of omniscience and omnipotence, right? At least, from the novels and anime she had seen, Elise had not perceived such absolute power. In other words, sealing their divine power truly reduced the gods to something akin to mortals. They could even be killed by mortals. However, gods still possessed divine power as a safeguard. Even if an ordinary person with ill intent encountered a god, they would be unable to kill them, and could only subconsciously ignore them instead. So Elise had been worried. What if, the moment she entered this world, she was discovered by one of those gods? Fortunately, fate seemed to favor her. The gods who had descended to the lower world might retain some strength, but they clearly did not wield the overwhelming authority they once held in heaven. As long as her identity was not exposed, she would be fine. Only after truly calming down did Elise begin to properly examine this world. It was clearly a retro, cold weapon era. Yet due to the blessings of the gods, the technological tree had developed in a rather distorted manner. Of course, that was not Elise's focus. Her talent was faith. Naturally, her focus was faith. This was a world where gods genuinely existed. So what level of faith did this world contain? Elise could tell you. A lot. An unimaginable amount. And the quality was outrageously high. In any world Elise had experienced before, none possessed faith power as overwhelming as this dungeon world. She even felt as though she were submerged in a deep sea of faith. However, despite the absurd abundance of faith power, Elise did not dare to use it casually. If she accidentally seized the faith belonging to some god, and that god shattered the rules to come after her, she would have no choice but to flee. The gods cannot use divine power in the lower world, that's all. Heh. That was merely a rule the gods imposed upon themselves. If they truly wished to break it, they could do so at any time. So in this world, faith power is completely unusable. That was fine. Elise had not come here intending to crush everything with faith. She wanted to grow stronger. She wanted her body to be strengthened. The god's blessing in this world was clearly an excellent choice. Even without using faith power, I'm not some helpless weak girl. Elise possessed prana. And she had her contracted spirit. Even without faith power, she had the ability to contend with high-level adventurers. In any case, her top priority now was to join a familia. As for which familia to join, honestly, Elise had not decided yet. Only by meeting the gods in person could she make a better judgment. But where is this? Elise currently stood within a forest, completely unable to determine her bearings. If she wanted to level up, she had to head to Labyrinth City or Rio. Reaching that city would likely take quite some time. Moreover, Elise could not confirm the timeline of any world she arrived in. It might be long before the story began, or perhaps near the end, after much had already transpired. Though she could not determine the time or place, regardless of the circumstances, Elise had to make her way to Rio. With a light leap, she bounded several steps upward, landing atop a towering tree to scan the surrounding area for buildings. Unfortunately, she saw no sign of Orario's iconic white tower. Which meant she was not near Rio. Sigh. Is this the inconvenience of not using faith power? It seemed she would have to locate Rio herself. As for Est, she was sleeping within the spirit crest. Chapter 100, The Goddess in the Village. 1092 words. Seriously, I can't even find a single village. How am I supposed to figure out the direction to Rio like this? Elise walked alone across the vast grassland, grumbling as she went. That was how teleportation from the Lord God's space worked, completely random. Elise currently had no idea what time it was, nor did she know her exact location. There's such absurdly overwhelming faith power here, yet I can't use it. Right now, only prana can bring me any comfort. She truly envied the faith power of this world. If my own faith could reach this level, how long would it even take? The gods of this world measured their ages in hundreds of millions of years. The people of the lower world were born under the presence of gods, raised from childhood with teachings like the gods are supreme. That was why their faith power had reached such an exaggerated degree. Elise remembered reading a particularly absurd fanfiction once. The transmigrator was a god-slayer who came to this world, slew gods, was revered by many, and feared by the divine. Heh! How could something like that possibly happen? The humans of this world revered the gods so deeply it was practically etched into their souls. In their eyes, even defying a god's will was something beyond ordinary people, let alone killing one. To become a god-slayer here, you would not receive admiration or worship. What you would gain instead would be strange looks that followed you for the rest of your life. Perhaps even hatred. Assassination attempts. In short, you would never know peace. They might not be able to defeat you, but to this world, you would forever be an anomaly, burdened eternally with the crime of slaying a god. After persistent effort, Elise's prana-based perception finally detected something. Incidentally, she was still blindfolded. Since she could not use faith-based perception, she could only rely on prana instead. Fortunately, she was thoroughly familiar with it. Roughly 300 meters ahead, she sensed the outline of a village. She planned to head there and see if she could borrow a map of this world to determine Aurario's location. However, that village seemed to be in trouble. Elise could sense a group of men on horseback racing toward it at high speed. And judging by what they were carrying, she had strong doubts they were good people. She had barely arrived in this world, and already she was running into trouble. Still, the Saintess will come to save you, but please prepare the reward in full, all right. Elise currently lacked positional information, and also lacked this world's currency, Valis. Since she could not use faith power, she did not even have money anymore. She had gemstones, certainly, but she would still need a pawnshop or similar place to exchange them into currency. Est, wake up. There's something ahead that requires you. Earlier, because Elise needed to test whether the gods of this world could detect her presence, she had told Est to return to her body and sleep. But now that a battle might be imminent, there was no need to hide any longer. Yes, sister. Est's voice echoed within Elise's mind. Although Estate was curious about this new world, since sister had told her not to manifest yet, she had obediently endured. The spirit crest on Elise's body shimmered as the elemental sword materialized. Channeling the prana within her, she accelerated at full speed toward the village. Of course, whether those riders were truly bandits was still uncertain. But Elise would confirm it herself. How could a Saintess wrong the innocent? The village was called Kate Village. It was a small settlement located slightly north between two major nations. Because it did not lie along the main road connecting them, few travelers passed through under normal circumstances. Aside from a handful of young people yearning for the outside world, the villagers rarely left. The lack of traffic had preserved the land's fertility. The villagers did not need to travel far to harvest abundant food. In simple terms, it was an isolated village. However, some time ago, the villagers witnessed a beam of light descending from the sky. They immediately understood. A god had descended from heaven. Such a phenomenon had not occurred in years. The old village chief excitedly went to greet the deity, and learned her name from her own lips. Ah! To think it would be such a divine being, our village is truly honored beyond measure. After learning of the goddess domain, the old chief invited her to stay as a guest, though she politely declined. The goddess appeared to have plans to travel to Labyrinth City or Rio. Seeing this, the chief did not press her further. After all, she was a god. How could mortals sway divine resolve? Still, he persuaded her to remain in the village for a few days. During that time, the goddess got along wonderfully with the village children. Everyone adored her. Unfortunately, she would be leaving in 2 days. Dong. Dong. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell echoed throughout the entire village. The villagers' expressions immediately turned solemn. They rushed home, grabbed their farming tools, and ran toward the village entrance. Village chief, what's happening? The visiting goddess had also heard the bell, but having arrived only recently, she clearly did not understand its meaning. Sigh. Because our village is isolated and blessed with fertile land, this sort of thing happens from time to time. Some people always have their eyes on our resources. Whenever a large group of bandits approaches, someone rings the bell. This time is no different. I see. The goddess pondered for a moment. How strong are the enemies? If you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. Haha, we've faced this kind of thing for many years now. Every time, we've been the ones to win. Please rest assured, Lady Goddess. They won't be our match. Speaking confidently, the village chief led the goddess out of his house. The sunlight is rather strong today. The moment she stepped outside, the intense sunlight shone upon her, causing her to narrow her eyes. She was a beautiful goddess. Walnut-colored hair cascaded down her back. Her deep blue eyes shimmered like a sea of stars. A pure white outer garment outlined her feminine curves while modestly enveloping her soft form. Every gesture and movement radiated purity, cleanliness, and beauty. After gazing at the sun for a moment, she sighed helplessly. If I run into Apollo, I must properly complain to him. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.